So let's add in the other divs here. So just to see this one, let's add this component inside this provider that we have, this bots provider, which we have just added here, this empty fragment. So I'm just going to add in this bot library, and let me pass in here this open, like if it's not show create bot, and this tab, let's pass in here this tab that we have, the assign bot. So let's just try to close this one. Okay, so inside this assign bot, the bot that we have of this type this bot, and inside this one, if this current session dot messages length, if we don't have then this id, then I'm going to call this update session by passing in here this current session id, and also pass in here this bot which we just added. And in the callback function, I am going to call this refetch current session. Else here I'm just going to create the session of this bot and pass this one as a true. So this bot, let me just import this one, and we need to pass the other props. That's why we are seeing the error on tab change. Let me pass in here this set tab, and on create we need to try to set show create bot to or true. Okay, fine. This is the thing. So in here, let me try to set this one to false. Then we should see this thing. So let me try to refresh this one. Yep, you can see that search bots, which we have just added as of now, the only thing. And now let's try to continue completing this library. After this, let me add in here this div where we are going to have a button which it's going to just have the prompt library like we just have. So I'm just going to add in here this the icon that we just added for prompts, same icon. I'm just going to add in the weight of this, let me set this to bold, and the text of this, let me add this library. Okay, fine. And similar way, I'm just going to add in the one more button just to showcase the your bots. Okay, so this should be this bot library instead of this prompt. Fine. So in here, let me add in one more icon which says the text as this your bot. So I'm just going to add here this your bots, and then we should see these things. Yep, so yeah, we do have this. And also after this div, let me add in a button component size. Let me set this to smaller, and on click I'm going to call this on create function, and let's have here this plus icon which size, let me set this to 16. Weight of this, I'm just going to set this to bold, and here the text of this, I'm just going to have this as a create bot option. Okay, that is the thing. And after this div, let's add in this command empty component, and here inside this I can say like no bots found, and some space this button. Let me make this variant as outline, and the size, let's say I want the size of this to be smaller. And on click again, I'm just going to trigger this create new bot. So that is the text. I'm just going to add in here this create new bot if it is empty. And after this empty, let's try to showcase this list, which we don't have anything as of now. So I'm just adding here this padding in both the directions. And here if this tab is local, then I'm going to get these local bots, or else the query that we have this bots, let's try to iterate through them and get in here this bot. And this bot I'm just going to display as part of this the command item. The value, let me pass in this bot dot name. The key, I'm just going to set in here this bot dot id. And the styling, let me make sure we have this width full, and also on select. So on select here, the value whatever we have, I'm just going to assign to this bot. And let me just close this thing. And here let's try to have this bot avatar component that we have. Name, I'm just going to pass in this bot dot name. The size, let me set this to 40. And here we will have a div with just the name and the description. So inside this, I'm just going to add in here this bot dot name, and also in p tag, let me add in this bot dot description. Fine. So since we don't have anything, we'll not see this. So yeah, this is a simple component. Now we just need to style this better, this tiers. It's simple, straightforward. Let's make this a flex column, and width full margin I want it to be like 60. Medium, I don't want any margin, just like normally we added this border at the top. Jink, like have this 520 color, make this relative, and height to be full. And this div, let's again make this a width full. Flex row, justify, make this one between, and padding in x direction 3, in top direction 3, padding in the bottom, I'm just going to add in here this 3. And this one, let's make this row gap of 2. Items, let me center these things. Fine. And this one simple, let's set this size of this to be smaller. Variant, so it depends. So basically, if this tab is public, I want this one to be secondary, or else let's choose this ghost. And on click, what is it that we need to do is just pass in here this public as the text for this. Fine. The bot library, that is what we want to see it. And below button as well, let's have this size to be smaller. The variant, if this tab is local, let's have this secondary, or else ghost. And on click, I'm going to change this one to local. So that is what this your bots it is going to be. And create bot, we already have this command empty. Also, let's just make this text smaller, and the color of this, let's have this zinc color 500. Width, let's make this one full. Flex to be column. Items, I want it to be center. And also justify, let me center this, have this gap of 2 and padding of 4. Okay, fine. And this command list, everything in this div styling, so let's make this one as well. Flex row, gap of 2 and padding of 1. In items, let me just make this center. Justify, let me add in the start width full. And overflow, let me just hide this one. And after this, where we have this name and description, I'm just going to make this one as a flex and column. Items, let me just make this one start, gap of 0. Width, let me just make this one full. In this p tag text, let's have this as a base. Font type medium, and let's again this as well. Let me make this text extra small. Text color zinc like 500, and width, let's make this full and have this line clamp 1. Okay, so if you wanted to just create this, you can just create your bot first. Okay, and here let's add in here testing bot creation and all. In greeting message, you can say hello, I am a test bot, and just add in something like you are helpful assistant. And if I just click on this save, now it should have created bot. So you can see now this the first bot that we have, although the refreshing isn't there, but this is the bot. And here we will fix this and all those things. But the assistants, let me just try to refresh this one and go to here, that default and all, we will change these values and all. But this is how we can just create this bots, and we need to change now once we click on it what needs to be showcased and all those things. So for that also I need few components. So for whatever the greeting message that we have for the bot and all, let me just try to create a simple component called like something like a greeting bubble, something like that. So let me create here this greeting bubble component, and here I wanted to just have a simple component which shows the bot avatar and the greeting message of the bot. So let's add in here this type for this component greeting bubble, which it's going to be of type the bot. And here let's create a simple component called greeting bubble, and inside this we will just have this bot avatar and this greeting message. The type of this, let's try to restructure this bot, and inside this I'm just going to try to wrap inside this div. Let's use this bot avatar that we have. Okay, the size of this 24, this name, let me set this to bot.name. And after this, let me add in a div, and inside this we are going to wrap inside this motion span tag. So I'm just going to use this motion span. So let me just try to import motion from this framer motion, and let me just try to close this one. And inside this I'm just going to add this span tag, and for this let's try to add all of this styling and variants and all. So to add in the variants for this thing, whatever we have inside our mdx component, the hook, this one, the variants, let's try to rename this so that I can use it inside and export, and also try to rename this one. So let's say this as reveal animation variants, and here I just need to refer this one, and this one I'm just going to import into this greeting bubble component, so that we can use the same one inside this component also. So just going to this component greeting bubble, the variants that I wanted to mention now, I can use that. Reveal animations variants, and the stylings, just the colors. So dark, I want this text color to be a zinc, though I'm not showing the dark section, but I'm just handling for both of these things. And this tracking, let's say like 0.01 EMs. Okay, fine. And just let's add in this animate. I'm just going to pass in here this visible, and initially let's set this to hidden. Okay, fine. That is this. And just to style these things, just simple styling, making this flex and having this wrapped inside this column. Medium, let's have from medium onwards, let's make this one row, and margin, some margin, and width, let's say it's going to occupy full. And this one, no padding in the small screens, and big screens onwards let's have some in x direction and y direction. And this div, let's make this to be rounded, and I want this one to be width full, flex column items. Let me make this one the start, and here this rounded, let's have this padding and also width full. The p tag that we have, just make this text to be smaller, and medium onwards let's have this text as base. So this is simple greeting bubble component, and this one I wanted to show now inside our chat messages component. So this is where I will have to show this thing. So let's try to import that component first, and also the option to open this bots from the context that we have. So I'm just going to use this context, and here get this open function. So let's try to rename this thing, and this one, and also let's just remove this depending on this current session. I'm just removing this, and here this div where we are trying to display the messages and all, I am going to add in here so basically this current session, if this is the bot, then I'm going to add in inside this. Let's have this bot avatar and also the name of this bot, description, and then the option to change a bot and all those things, and to showcase the greeting bubble. So this is where we are going to show this one, and here I'm just going to add the greeting bubble and pass in here this bot of this current session, and I can just close this one. So if we just select this one, so you can see now, hello, I'm a test bot. That is the greeting of this bot that we're trying to showcase. And also let's try to showcase the bot avatar and all those names and description of this. So I'm just adding in here this bot avatar, the name of this, let me set here like current session bot, let me pass in here this name, the size of this, let's say of 40. So I'm just adding in here this avatar, and you can see this avatar. And next, inside this p tag, I'm going to showcase this the bot name, and in below p tag let me add respective bot description. So whatever we added, those things should be there. So bot first, description. Okay, so let's try to keep this outside this p tag. Fine. And after this one, if we don't have the messages inside this, then I'm going to showcase a button to choose different bot and all. So let's add in here this div, and inside this div I'm adding in here this button component, and this one let's add in small info icon. Size of this, let me set this to 16. Weight, let me just make this one bold, and below this I have this button, the button text, let me add in the text as the change bot. We'll just add in what needs to be done. I'm clicking on this, and also to delete this one as well, just the placeholder, I'm just adding in all of this. So let's add in here this trash icon. Size, let me set this to 16, and weight of this to be bold. Okay, this is what we have now. We will be showcasing if current session is having a bot, and let's just quickly make this to look better. Make this to be flex column, have this gap of 2 items. Let me try to center this, and this text that we have, let's try to make this one to be a smaller, and medium I want this one to be a base text. Let's make this color to be zinc like 800, and dark screen, let's say this one to be white, and the font I want this one to be of medium size. So now this description also, let's add in some styling, text to be extra small, just smaller than the title, the name, and text I want it to be at the center, and medium, let's say maximum width it can take medium onwards 400 pixel, and text color, let's say this I'm going to apply this gin color like 500. So this is the thing, and the buttons that we have, let's also make this one as flex, and flex row have this gap of 1, the button. So if we just give this variance and all, it should start to look good. Variance outline size of this, I'm just going to set this to icon small, and for now on clicking, let's not do anything, just the empty placeholder. And this change board text, the variant, let me pass in here this outline size of this to be smaller, and on click, all I'm going to do is try to pass in here this public thing. So we're just going to open this bots, and this trash simple as well variant, let's make this one to be outline, and the size of this, let's have this also as a small icon. On click, I'm not going to do anything for now, the placeholders. So this is what we are showcasing, and you can see now. So if I just click on this, you can, yeah, so if I, okay, why is it disabled? Okay, I'm not able to perform any on click operation. Okay, that's fine for now, but this is the change that we have just added. And also inside this chat input, let's add in this bot condition as well in the UI that we are trying to display. And here I'm just going to add in this current session dot bot as well, and only then we'll have this thing. And below, let me just copy this one where we are trying to render based on this new session this text that I wanted to showcase. So let's add in this condition as well. Okay, this small change, and looking good. And now whenever we are trying to ask some question, let's say this is the bot that we have, and if I just ask some question, this icon also I wanted to change, so that we can do inside our AI bubble component, where we have this model for message icon. Now instead of this, let's try to use the current session. So let me just import this one from our this chart context, current session, and again let me just add in here, if this current session we have this bot, then I'm going to use this bot avatar component size, let's say 24, and this name, let's try to set here this current session dot bot dot name, and let me just close this one. And if that is not the case, whatever we have this icon we are going to pass in, you can see now we are passing in that respective assistant or bot icon, which is looking good. That's what we are seeing. So slowly, this is how we try to add in the components that we want. And in navbar also, let's try to add in option to open our bots. So here I'm just going to import the same context that we did for our prompts, use bots, and here let's try to get this open function, and let's have this renamed as open bots, and this one where we have this bots. Now I'm just going to yep, and here wherever we have this coming soon, and I'm just going to remove this one, and the on click that we have, I'm going to open this, call this open bots, and here we can just remove this adding soon as well. So if I just go here, it should open now. So that's the reason it didn't open before. We just did not add this one, and here you can just change it here, this name as you want, prompts library or prompts or whatever, we can just keep that. Okay, that's how, like, now we made it as a part of our the neighbor as well, and we are able to see these things which we just added and inside this prompts context that we have. So let's try to add in here this actions as well, the optional param public, local, or to create. Okay, and this the provider also, let me just try to refactor this a bit. So whatever we have here, I'm just going to remove a lot of these things because we will be using this create prompt and also the prompt library components that we have, and try to use inside this one. So whichever I don't need, so I'm just going to remove all of those things. So let me just remove all of those things, and also now let's try to create here this tab local state, so which it's going to be of like public or local. By default I'm going to set this one to a public, and this all of these things, let's try to remove these functions, the query and everything. So I'm just going to remove most of these things which we don't need now, and instead and also this open, now let's change this to action, which we are going to pass in here either of public or this local or the option to create, and simple like if this action is equals to create, then we are going to show this create prompt to true, and else I'm going to set this like the action, and here let's try to set this tab value accordingly, the action value. So, and I'm just going to set this as usual to open this prompts, and this save prompt and all, let me just remove these things and dismiss, we need this one, and render create prompt and all, I'm just removing all of these things. So here instead of this render create prompt, I can just now import this create prompt component. So let me just So like we just created here for bots, I'm just going to create in the same way the prompts, and whatever we have there I'm just going to add it here, this create prompt, so that you just whatever we just removed, I just have a note of it, so I'm just going to use that here. I mean just paste it in here, so you can just take a reference from the inside these components. Same way like we just designed for the bots, I'm just going to create in the same way, so you can just take a reference from there, or else whatever I just removed from the component, uh, that you can just copy and paste it inside this component. But I'll just have a walk you through. So simple logic, but we are just trying to separate and keep it in a separate components like we just did for our bot section. So inside this create prompt, so let me just walk you through. So same prompt title and set prompts, whatever we have created a reference for title, editor whatever we just had that code, and after this save prompt, clear prompt, and all those things. And here this button to create whatever we had for text editor content and all. So I just moved that code whatever we removed into this separate component. That's the only change, nothing to worry about. And here as well, this prompt library, same way like we have for bot library, I'm just going to take a reference from there and add it here inside this component. So in here I'm just adding this as well. So same thing, open on type change on create local prompts query, calling to our prompts, and the command input button to just change the tab to public, and here to local, and then the icon to create if there is no prompts, and this is simple. So now we have this components, and inside this prompt provider, all I am going to do is import this separate components that we just created. So this create prompt I'm just going to import, open, let's try to show this create prompt, and on open change in the callback function, let's try to set this to is open, and this if it's not open, let me set tab of this to local, fine. And I'm just going to close this one, then we should be good. And here as well, so this is what we just moved into this separate component. So I'm just going to remove this completely, and inside this, so let's have this prompt library component, the open, let's pass in here this not show create prompt, and also this tab value which we have created on tab change, let's attach in here this set tab, and on create I'm just going to add in here show create prompt to true, and let me just close this component. So this is the change and all, and this bots provider and all, let me set by default these values to false, so that it is not open. So now we can just see the same thing whatever we had, this prompts, and here this list of the prompts library that we have, and here this prompt that we have. Same way I can see this assistants or bots and all. So this is the change and all, and now looks good to me. So we have just created a bot and we are able to see that one, and you can see the icon as well. So if I just try to create one more thing, so here let's say this is, I'm just going to name this as a coding bot, and this is the bot. I'm just going to say like this is the bot that can help with coding related task, something like that. And this one, let's say hello, I am expert at coding, you can ask me anything related to coding and I can help you, something like that. Like I'm here for you, something like this. This is the greeting message. And for now in the system prompt I'm just not adding here. And help me, like let's add in simple, like help me with coding. So later you can just add in whatever you want. So just to test this reloading and all, we will take care. But ideally if we just go to this, we should see this coding bot. And if I just select this one, ideally I should just close this, but in this example also we can just hide it. And here if we ask same something like this, like what is Bitcoin mining, so you can just ask, and the icon and all just changes to whatever the bot we have, that is what we are displaying, which looks good to me. And all the refreshing the sessions and all, I'm going to take care this refetch current session. So basically I will handle. And now let's try to refactor a lot of our code, like chatbot input editor, like we just did for the prompts, creating a prompt and also the prompt library. Similar way I'll just do for chat input editor and run model function and all. And also we will fix these minor issues. So we will refactor those components. Just a minor fix here inside our the LLM in this prepare prompt function. So just going to this prepare a prompt, I would like to add this bot as well to this param. So I'm just going to make this one as optional, add in here this chat session of this bot. And now the system prompt, let's also add in here this bot.prompt as well additionally to this. Yep. And just minor tweaks to a messages. Let's just remove this if needed and all. I'm just improving this thing. And also now the prompt that we are trying to prepare inside our, so let me directly, yep. So here now we can pass the current session dot bot as well to this. Okay, that's the small improvement. Now we should be good. now let's try to refactor these things. And I wanted to for now just create a placeholders like Superbase, DBs and all those things. So let me create in here this new file called superbase.ts. so this so we will store the prompts, bots and everything whatever user creates in DB. I'm not going to add those immediately now, but as a placeholder for that. So let me just try to just create a simple client so that we can add in a placeholder in our bots API endpoint. So for that we need to install a dependency. So let me add this Superbase JavaScript client. So just adding this client, and then we will try to create a single Superbase client for interacting with our database. And here I'm just creating this one, and also let's try to I'm just going to disable this one. Fine, sure. And here let's try to create this Superbase URL. From this environment I'm just going to create this Superbase URL, and let's add in this NN key as well, so which it's going to be env dot Superbase NN key or empty or string if you don't have. And then I'm just creating a client. Let's try to create this client, pass in here the Superbase URL and Superbase NN key, and then we can just try to export this. So let me just try to create a simple env file. So I'm just creating not in this library, in a root. So in here we should add those Superbase URL and Superbase NN key. So let me just add in this thing. So just go to Superbase dashboard projects and try to create. I have created a ChatHub project, and I'm just going to for now take in the details that we want. So all I need is the URL and this NN key. So I'm just going to opening this one, let's go to the settings, and here this is the URL. So I'm just taking this URL and this NN key. So let me just add this thing. So from this is how you can just get this variables, and once you get that, let's just try to use this client. So like I said, I'm just going to add in a placeholder for now. So inside this bots, assuming like we have now bots table and all, I can do just import the Superbase client and try to talk to bots table, and whatever the data that we get, we can return from this endpoint. So what is it that I'm talking about is inside this, let's try to import the Superbase, so that I want from the library and the super base that we have, and here let's try to destructure this data and error. So super base dot from bots, and I'm just going to select this one. So if we receive any data, I can just add in here this data or array, though we don't have any tables, anything inside that, but this is how we are going to change this one. And the others, let's try to refactor a bit. So let's create so if I try to create a new session, so this footer, whatever we have, your data is stored locally and all. Let's try to create a separate component for that, like footer, so that I can use in multiple components. Just I'm adding in here this as a footer.tsx. So let's add in here simple type for this, and let me just close this terminal. Footer, this is going to be of type boolean, and this const let's mention this is of t-type footer, and if there's no show, so we are not going to return anything else. All we are going to do is let's just search for this thing, your data, and whatever this component is there. Let me just copy this one and go to this footer, try to add it here. So same thing, that is what we just wanted to move this into a separate component. And now we have this footer, whatever it is here, I can just use this the footer component inside this chat input. So I'm just going to replace these things with so let me just add it here. So this is going to be this component. We need to still refactor a lot of things, and here I'm just going to create here is fresh session. Of course we don't have now, so let me try to add that, and then that I'm going to pass to this component, which I will add eventually. Let's so simple, whatever the condition that we had, I'm just moving that into a single variable, that's all. So here this fresh session, so this current session dot messages dot length, and here this current session dot bot. Okay, that's the simple component, and also the whatever we have for option to create a new prompt, new bot, and showcasing all bots and all. So I am going to create a new component for that also, like prompts bots combo component. Here let's try to create here this prompts bots combo component, and here basically what is it that I am going to have, like I said, just a combined component like popover, where we will have an option to create a new prompt as well as to create a new bot. And if we have a prompts, we are going to show that, and if we have a bots, we are going to show this thing, which is going to be like combination of both of them. So let me just create this one and you will understand where we are going to use this. And here let's add in a few properties that we are going to pass into this component. And as usual, this to showcase this popover not boolean variable, and on open change the callback function, we are going to pass in here this open of type boolean, this is of type void, and this on prompt select. What is it that we need to do? So let's just pass in whatever this prompt is selected to the parent component, whichever is consuming. Same thing on bot select. Let me send this prompt, whatever it is of type bot, to this parent component, and on back callback function, I'm just going to add in here a callback function. So now we have these properties. Let's just create this component. I'm just going to name this accordingly, like prompts bots combo, and inside this one, let's try to destructure here this open children, whatever we just added, on back, on open change, on prompt select, and on bot select. Okay, fine. So inside this, let's try to capture what is this command input. So I'm just maintaining one single simple local state for this. So initially let's set this to empty string, and also let's try to open this prompts and also the bots. I'm just going to import this from our context. Let's try to destructure this open. So I'm just going to rename this into open prompts, and I'm just going to export from here this all prompts as well. A lot of changes so that I can just iterate and try to showcase here as well. And in here this bots, let's try to same thing. I'm just going to get this open function, and also let's try to get this all bots, and then this assign bot. So let's first try to change this so that we don't receive an error. So simple, let me just go to this here along with whatever dismiss function we have. I'm just going to export this prompt array types, and this one we need to include inside this provider so that we don't receive an error. So let's try to handle that logic here. So let me just maintain this local prompts, in which it's going to be of type this prompt array. Initially let's set this to empty thing, and from this use prompts, let me try to get this prompts, and from this chat context, I'm going to get this editor, which I'm going to refactor that component as well. And here let's try to create in the query function and all to just get that. So let me create in here using this use query hook, and simple whatever we have this prompts, the prompt array, and in here we are just going to create the query key for this prompt. So we are going to clean up the other places and all these things, so that we can take care of changes quickly. Here the get the endpoint, we know that API slash prompts, and in callback function, let me have this. Okay, so now here in the use effect hook, just whatever we were doing in the other component, I'm just moving into this thing. So here let's try to get this prompts and update into our local prompts. So I'm just adding in here, fine, and this needs to be triggered whenever this open changes. And finally we need this all prompts. All it is going to be of this local prompts combined with whatever we get from this query data. So this query dot data, the prompts, or else let's just pass in here this empty array. So now I have this all prompts, and I can just pass in here this all prompts, and then we should not see any issues. And also let's try to change in here this minimum width like 640 pixel, just making this a little bigger. And also the prompt library whatever we have, and I am going to tweak this one as well. So we should pass the local prompts and also public prompts for this, and whatever the code that we have, this we just moved up to this parent. So this data needs to be passed from to this section. So let me just remove all of this state we were maintaining, so because I need this in the component. So instead of this calling here, we will pass that as a props for this thing, so that there should not be any error. So let me just add in additional properties for this, like on prompt select this prompt, which is going to be of type prompt. This is going to be of type void, and the public prompts which we are going to send, this is going to be of t prompt array. Local prompts, this again, this is going to be of t prompt array. Now here let me just get those on prompt select whatever this prompt we are selecting, we need to send it to the parent. So here this is that callback function, and then this public prompts that we will be sending in. So yeah, let's just, yep, and the public prompts and the local prompts. So now we have these things, almost there should not be any error. So in here the condition that we are checking, so let me just, instead of this query or data that we have, I'm just going to change this one to public prompts, and everything should be as it is. So yep, so whatever the name that we're showcasing, content, and just it stays the same. But here in this on click, all I'm going to do is pass in this prompt that user selects to this callback function. And I think, yeah, this is a minor tweak inside this, the prompt library. Yep. And yeah, so now just going back to this, I need to change this just to pass in the prompts for this, public prompts and also local prompts and callback function handling, and then we should not see any issues. So I'm just going to add that here on prompt select. Let me just pass in here the prompt that we receive. Use this editor, and of course, so to get this editor, uh, so you might have understood now why I need this editor, because we wanted to set whatever the user selects prompts into the editor's input. So from this use chart context, let's try to also export the things that we need additionally this editor, so which it's going to be of type this editor or null, and this open prompts bot combo, I'm going to add in this a boolean and set open prompts bot combo, so just a function to toggle boolean value to open whatever we are trying to add this prompts and bots combo together. And what is this error? Let me just try to import this, and whatever this run model that I have, let's try to rename this to for better convention and run model. And here this props, I'm going to add in the extra function as well to clear. So here let's add in this thing, and this one let's return type, it's going to be what. Okay, so now these are like minor additions that we're doing to our just chart context as well, and now we need to take care of those things inside the provider. We are going to see a lot of errors and all. So first things what I need is, let's try to get what and all we need inside this to handle those things. So let's create first the local state variable to handle to whether to showcase this prompts bot combo popover component. So this is that variable prompts bot combo. Let me set this one to false. Okay, and also I need the local state variable for context value. Let me add in here this context value. This again is going to be of type string. Let me set this to empty string, and few more things that we need in here, because we wanted to export the editor related things. Let's use this preferences hook and try to get in here get API key and also get preferences that we need, and also the toast message I would like to show. I'm just importing what and all I need, and then we will try to handle that logic, and then we will export from this thing the use settings as well. Let's try to get this open settings and renaming this one. Fine. And also this model, let's try to use this model list, and from this I'm going to get this get model by key. So now these are the things that we need, and I'm going to create two functions that we wanted to export from this one. First is the handle this run model. This is going to be of type run model, and here this clear callback function, and inside this, if this props doesn't have this input, so then I'm just going to return this. So let's try to change this definition of this as well. So here I'm just going to rename few things instead of this prompt props and all. So I'm just like I said, a lot of refactoring to make it very easy for other components and even for us to add new things. So input, I'm just going to add in here, and then this image, let's add in here of type string. So these are the things. Now of course we need to handle inside this component, and whatever we are not using, let's just remove those things. Prepare prompt, let's now we change this one. So I'm going to change these things as well. In here, let's try to destructure those things, and here it's, let me just move these things into these types, and additionally let me add in this context, which is going to be of type string, and here this image, which is going to be of type string, and here let me just destructure those things: context, image, history, and this bot. Now we have this, so I just need to change this one, simply whatever we were referring to, props.context to context, and also the image, let me just change this one to image, and here as well let's just change, just we have changed the variables and all, and here the run model, let me just have this props alone, and inside this thing let's try to get from this props. So this props, I'm just so let's get here the session ID, the message ID, the input, and also the context, the image, and the model thing from here. And now in here let's change this to the new name, the input. If there's no input, we're just going to return, and here instead of the props, let's remove these things and pass in here this new things, run model props, and I'm going to attach in this props, and raw human, we just need to change this one to input. Okay, and yeah, in this preparing prompt, let's change these things, the context. Let me attach in this context, and also the image. Then this is going to be the history, current session, messages. We are just going to filter and all, and then the bot. So let's pass this as an object of this properties, and then we should not see any issues. Yep, like these are the changes, and here as well the stream, this thing, whatever this context, so I can just pass in here this context and then input, so that we don't have to pass new names and all those things. And minor change here in the chat message, this one as well, let's change this to input, and then we should be good. Yep, so don't worry about the below typing. So these are the changes inside this, and also this chat session. Let me change the name of this. The type that we have, the prompt props, I'm going to change this one to input props, and also let me the chat message that we have, instead of this props, we can just make this naming more better, like run model props, and this one it's going to be of type t run model. Okay, fine. So this is the typos and all the changes. Of course we are going to receive a lot of the errors, and the helper functions. I will first create this helper functions, and then we will adjust this imports and all. Here let's try to create this tip tap extensions that we had in our chart input, like shift enter to line break and enter key and all. So I can add in here tip tap extension, and in here whatever we have inside this chart input component, of course we are going to see these errors. So these functions I'm just going to move into separate components, and then we will import from that component this yep, the shift enter and the run model and all. So let me just copy these things, and let's try to import this, the editor from this tip tap core, and also the extension from this tip tap react. And here I'm just going to copy these things, and let's just change these things. We are going to export this so that I can use inside that. Let's rename this to shift enter to line break. Okay, so that it makes more sense. And this one I can just add in this as an enter key. Let's also try to export this thing, and in here what we are going to do, the extension dot create, let's receive here the params, and also then we are going to create in here. So here I'm going to receive the on enter, the callback, so this of type editor, the void, and in here we are just creating this extension keyboard shortcuts and whatever we have. And instead of just calling this handle run model, we will just use this on enter thing, and let's remove this callback function. Inside this I'm just going to pass in here this editor, and these are the simple extension that we need. And also I'm just going to create a simple helper uh, to convert file to base 64, and then we can use inside our chat input component and all. So whatever, let's quickly add the simple function. So all we need in here is the file as the input. So let me just add in this input props the file, and on change callback function the base 64, which is of type string, and return type should be void. So inside this function, just let's simply first check for this file, and I'm just going to throw in here this alert, not any tools or something like that. Let's say if there's no file, I'm just going to say please select your file, and then we will return from this function. And then let's just create a simple file reader, and from this let's handle this on load callback functions, the event, the progress event of type this file reader, and inside this let's try to get this result and store into this base 64 string. Let's make this event dot target the result if we have, and just typecast this to string and pass in this one to on change callback function the base 64 string. And if there is any error, let's try to handle that as well. The error, which again it's going to be of progress event of type this file reader. And now I'm just going to console this whatever the error that we received, and also just try to show this alert message. We can say something like error reading file. So fine, so these are the helpers that we have just created, and now let's try to make changes inside the context of things and all, and then eventually we'll move on to components. So in this prompts provider, what is this issue? Okay, yep, the editor we need to pass in here. Now we will have this commands dot clear content, and then I'm just going to set this content whatever the prompt that is selected, pass in here this prompt dot content, and also this editor commands. Let's try to focus this at the end, and then we are going to close this one, dismiss. Okay, and other things now, the local prompts, let's pass in this local prompts the public prompts, the whatever the query the results that we get, I'm just going to pass in here, or else this empty array. Now this should be fixed, and now let's clear this thing, and same thing we will yep, yeah, these are these minor changes, and going to this chat context and provider, let's remove this import so that we don't receive an error. And going to this provider, now I'll have to handle this logic where we were trying to add this new things. So now inside this, let's try to get this preferences, and in the callback function, let's get this preference, and this selected model I'm going to get by passing in here this preference dot default model, or if we have this props dot model, or the preference dot default model. So this is going to give us the selected model. And for now, let's just check if there is no selected model dot base model, and then I'm just going to throw this error, let's say like model is not found. And after this, like, let's try to get this API key using these functions which we just imported, whatever we need. And all I'm going to do is pass in here the selected model dot the base model. And now here, if there is no API key, we will just showcase this toast message, and that's why we just imported these things. Just similar way we were just trying to showcase, we are just refactoring a lot here. And here I'm just going to say this API key is missing, and in here let's just say like please check your settings. And after this, the variant, let's set this one to be destructive. And in here we need to open this settings and pass in the selected model dot base model, so that it just opens respective settings page. And here we are just returning this from here. And if that is not the case, let's try to set this context value to empty string and call this clear function, and then we are going to run this model, pass in here this session id props dot session id to convert this into a string, basically whatever the props that it needs. Remove extra spaces, the props dot input, and also this context. Let me just try to remove this extra spaces, and then passing this context image, pass in here this props dot image, the model selected model dot key, the message id, let's pass in here props dot message id. And after this, all I'm going to do is try to fetch all sessions. So this is like handle run model function. In similar way, let's try to create the editor. So simple, we are just moving this one. Anyhow, let me just add in quickly the extensions that we want, the document and all. So all these things that we need, let me just import all of these things that I need from here, just copying this one and going back to this. Let me just try to import all of these things that I need in here. The document, paragraph, text, and this placeholder, and let's just add in this the placeholder whatever we have. So I can just move that component we have in that chat input, but that's fine, so that it will be, we'll get more used to this. So now here, let me add this shift enter to line break which we have, and this enter key which we again created here, and in here I'm just going to pass in the editor, and in the callback function I'm just going to handle this passing the function which we just created, handle run model. Let me pass here the input, this text that we have, and the session ID and typecast this to a string, and then this callback function, what is it that we are going to do? Just try to clear this input and all those things. So clear content, and then let's try to insert this content empty string, and after this I'm just going to set this focus at the end. Okay, that is the thing. And then this highlight that we have, let's just add in the same thing that we had, the HTML attributes, where we were trying to add this user inputs needed as the prompt highlight. And finally let me just add in this hard break. Yep. So the other things, let me just the chat input, where we can just add in these things simply in there, so don't have to again. Yeah, so okay, after this thing let me just add in these things: content empty string, autofocus to true, and in transaction. Let's just handle the same thing, and here now instead of open I'm just going to open prompts bot combo to true, and everything it's going to be same, and this as well. Let's change this to this prompts bot combo variable. So now we have this editor and all those functions, and we are going to export from here and remove this run model also. We just change this to handle run model and the editor, and also set open prompts bot combo, and we should also pass in here this open prompts bot combo, and this now everything is sorted in this chat provider. In same way, let's try to refactor like we this, of course this needs to be fixed, this prompts bots combo component and all. So this also needs to be fixed. So let's try to, like I said, we will go from this libraries, hooks, context, and then we will make changes inside our components. So this bots context, let me add in these things which we need, all bots, which this is going to be of type the bot array, and the assign bot function. Here we are going to pass in this bot, and let's have this return type as void. Okay, so now we need to take care of that inside this provider. So let's create the local bots variable. So like we did inside, same thing for bots, we have this thing. I'm just going to move this logic and everything inside that section. So let me just copy these things and go to our provider, and let me try to add these things. So we need to just import these things. Axios I'm importing, and use effect, let me just import these things. Use query, import these things, and also use bots from our hooks. So I'm just importing. So now we have this get bots query, and normally like whatever we have, and this one, the open, let's remove this thing, and after this add in this all bots, the local bots combined with this query results, like we normally just changed the prompts thing, and here let's just have this as a bots. Okay, yeah, let me just change this to bots, and then we should have this. Fine. And the function for assigning this bot, in here all we are going to do is, first let's check if there is no messages in our current session, and same thing the logic that we added. So I'm just quickly adding in here the update sessions current session, and pass in here this bot, and in the callback function let's try to refetch this current session. Else let's try to create this session bot to true. Okay, and here I'm just going to call this dismiss function. So now we have these things that we need. I can just now pass these things, all bots, and also the assigned bot, and here as well. Let's try to increase this minimum width, and this assign bot logic, whatever we had here inside this, I'm just going to remove this one. Let's pass in here this just the assign bot function. In this one also we are going to change things. I'm going to pass in here this local bots, because we are going to remove all those things inside that, and also the pass in the public bots. I'm just adding in here this query data, pass in here this bots, and also I think, yeah, like these are the things that we need to pass in now, and everything should be good. So going to this library, I'm just going to remove all of these things, and now if I just add in these props which we just created, the local bots which is of type this tbot array, and the public bots, again this is going to be of this tbot array. Let me just get this local bots and the public bots. Now inside this, wherever we have this query, let me just replace this with the public bots. Okay, and here also let me just change this to small case. Let me change here to bot, and here we are assigning this bot, this one to bot. Fine. And here this bot avatar also let's make sure I'm just going to modify this component to basically if we have avatar, I'm going to showcase using image component of our next, else we'll show this avatar component. So to handle that, let's add in this avatar optional string and the size. Let me make this as a small or medium or this large or number. Okay, now we have this one. Let me get in here this avatar, and the way that we are rendering it is going to change. And also let me make this styling also as dynamic. So I'm just going to import this cnutil function, and let me just close this sidebar. And now inside this, whatever we have, let's just keep it as it is. But here, depending upon this size, if size is small, then I'm going to have this rounded to be large, and else if size is medium, let me have this rounded to be extra large, and if size is large, let's make this rounded to be like 2 times extra large. So this is our like dynamic based upon size. And now here let's check if we have this avatar, then I am going to use this image component, and let's just set this width and height to 0. The alt, for now I'm just going to add this as the avatar, and other properties, sizes, let me just pass in here 100 vertical viewport width. And this source, let's add in here this avatar, the styling of this. Also let's make this one dynamic, so let's add a flex shrink 0 object cover. And again, depending upon size, we will try to adjust this width and height. So if it is small, let's add this minimum width to 6 and height to 6. And again, if this size is equals to medium, I'm going to adjust this minimum width to 12 and height also to 12. If this size is large, we will just add in like minimum width to be 16 and height also to 16. And then if I close this, and if else condition, I need to just move this avatar component into inside this thing. Okay, fine. There is this the bracket. What is it that we are just closing this one? Yep, I need to add in here. And now fine, so this is the thing, and here the size as well. I need to change this thing, whatever which I just set this to 40. Now I'm going to change. If it's small, it's going to be 24. Else if size is medium, then it's going to be of 48. Else the size is large, then this is going to be 64. Else whatever this size that we have, I'm just going to pass that one, and the rest let's just keep that one as it is. And this is like small bot avatar change, and inside this bot library, now I can pass in the size that I want. So instead of this number, let me set this size to be like medium, and this avatar I'm going to pass in here this bot dot name. Let's send this the bot dot avatar, and after this, if we just change these two things to small case, then we should be good. So this is the change of this component. We just moved up the callings to parent component and passing these prompts inside these things, and create bot and all. Let's try to handle uploading this file as well. So I'm just going to handle in here. Let's create this upload file functionality. So basically the refactoring plus addition of few things whichever we've missed. So let me just make this help of this convert file to base 64, and in here this callback base 64. I'm going to set this field value the avatar, this base 64 that we have, and everything. And here also this model select, I'm going to change this styling. I want this full width, so let me just tweak this component as well. So going to this model select, in here let's add in this full width. Let's make this one to be a boolean, and here let me get this full width inside this. So simple inside this content component, let me add in this align to be at the start, and the styling. So since we want it to be dynamic, let me just import this cn, and here I can make this dynamic depending upon the full width. So let me just remove this minimum width, and now we will control this using this variable. If it is a full width, I want this width to be full, else whatever we just had 250 pixel. So that's the change fine, which looks good now in our. So if you just wanted to see what is it that I'm talking about, so whenever now let me just try to refresh this thing and create bot. Now you can see the difference in a width and all, and also aligning. So that's the small change that we made inside this create bot component. And in here now this bot avatars and all, let's try to make this size to be large, and also the avatar, let me pass in this formic dot values dot avatar. Okay, and the upload avatar as well. Here on click, I'm going to try to get this element by id. Here this avatar, and trigger this click event. Okay, and then for us to trigger below this, let me just add in simple input, this type, let's have this as a file, and here important this id avatar, and let's hide this one and also on change. All we need to do is first check this target dot files of 0, and then if we have, we are going to pass this value to our upload files function. So I'm just going to pass in here this thing, and let's close this thing so that we don't see an error. So this is how we can handle now these things. So though I'm not so ideally this should trigger this one. That's because I need to call this click function, and then it is going to, you can see now. So I'm not going to add in avatar and all, that's fine for now, but this is how we just changed to handle this input as well. So fine, still a lot of things that we have to complete. So going to this, let's come back to this bubble chat messages and all. Now this prompts bots combo, let's try to complete this component. Here we are going to wrap everything inside this popover component and attach in here this open and on open change. Let me add in here this popover anchor and the styling, let's make this to width and height to be like, let's set this width to full. And here I'm just going to add in a children, so let me just close this so that I get some big space. And this popover content side, I want it to be at the top. I'm going to show you at the end of this just component completion. Fine, width, side offset, let's set this to 4, and styling for this minimum width like we just added. For other things I'm just going to add this minimum width, and medium, let's set medium screen onwards like 700 pixel, and padding of 0 and rounded 2 times extra large overflow. Let's just hide this. Fine, now inside this let's use this command imports. So I've just have this command import, so I'm just going to copy from this other component that we have. This is what we need: empty, group, input, item, list, and all those things. So quickly I'm just going to add in this command and try to, first component is the input, of course placeholder the search, so I'm just adding in here. And styling for this one, let's just set this height to 10. The value, let's pass in here this command input, and on value change, let me pass in this set command input callback function. On key down, inside this thing, so if e dot key is equal to, or delete, or e dot key is equals to backspace, and command input, we don't have a value, so let me just try to handle this one. And now here inside this, if that condition is true, I'm going to close this one. So on open change, let me try to close this one, and also I'm just going to trigger this back function. And here let's just close this one. So this is the command input, and after this one let's add in this command empty. Here I can just say like no prompts found. And after this, let's add in this command list component. Simple. So this one, let's add in some padding of 2, and the maximum height I'm just going to restrict it to like 160 pixel. And inside this, the command item component on select, we are going to open the prompts section. So here we are going to use this open prompts and pass in here this create, because this is the create command item. Here we'll have this the plus icon. Size, let me set this to 14. Weight of this, let me set this to bold. And the styling, flex, shrink 0. And here I'm just going to have this text as a create. So same way, let's try to add in similar command item below for bot. And so I'm just going to change this one to open bot, and pass in here this create, and everything it's going to be the same except that. And here let me just add in create new prompt, and here I'm going to add in this create new bot. So that's the change, the list that we have. And after this, the command group, and inside first this heading, it's going to be the prompts. And here we are going to iterate through this all prompts that we have and try to get this prompt the index. And then let's try to show that each prompt in the command item attach in here this key, which is going to be unique index. And on select, let's just pass to this prompt select the prompt. And now inside this, let's try to showcase this prompt dot name, that is for all prompts. Okay, similar way, let me just copy this prompt section, and below I'm going to change this one to bots. And now instead of this all prompts, I'm going to use this all bots and change this thing accordingly. On prompt select, I'm going to pass in here this bot. There's no prompt to select here, so this thing needs to change the assign bot. We need to set this to bot, and also on bot select, we need to pass in this bot, and also on open change, let me just close these things. And here inside this, let's also try to this along with this bot name, I'm going to showcase this avatar component as well. The name, let's attach in here this bot dot name, and also this size, let's add in this as a small. The avatar, I'm going to pass in here this bot dot avatar. Okay, fine. So yeah, this is the prompts bots combo component. And this thing we need to include, import into the chat input component, and then try to showcase this one. So a lot of changes we are going to make. So this chat input, so let me just close this thing. So inside this, let's just try to clean as much as we can. This enter run model editor, shift enter. I'm just going to remove everything because we just moved everything to separate components, and don't worry about this errors and all, which we are going to take care. And let's also import the right values that we want from this chart context that we have. Where is this chart context? Yep, here let's remove this run model, and this is going to be handle run model, and alongside the create session current session that we have. So let me add in this open prompts combo and to set this thing, and also the editor that we need. In handle run model we have another function, that's why there is an error. So let me, whatever this logic we had, I've just moved up to that chart context. And also let's try to remove whichever we don't need anymore. So like this command input I don't need, this to open I don't need, and like this opening this prompts, let's just remove whichever we don't need, and get preferences and all we just moved up to context things, just clean up whichever we don't need. And now accordingly we should try to import respective things so that we don't see the errors that we are seeing currently. So let's just check out the errors that we have in this thing. Let me just replace this run model with handle run model function, and in here let's remove all of these things and pass in just the input, which here is the text. Yep, now there is no error in this. And also now below wherever we have these errors, just try to replace these things with the new changes that we are trying to add it. So going directly the start voice recording and all, I'm just going to handle. First let me just minimize this so that we can just cover all of these things inside here. This tab button, attached image, selected context, file upload, and all. Now this thing we can just change it to this fresh session which we just added above that thing. And this, after this thing, let me just remove all of these things, greetings and all, whatever I have and whatever I have just commented, and also this chat examples which I have here. I'm just going to remove this one for now, so let's not worry about showcasing these examples. And here this pop over section and all, let me remove all of these things. And all I'm going to do now, let's check if we have this editor. Then I'm going to import this prompts bots combo and try to render this component here. Let's add in this props for this open prompts bot combo, and on back, what is it that we are going to do? Call this clear input function and also focus to input function, and then on prompt select what are we supposed to do, get this prompt and try to trigger this editor commands that we have. So all we are going to do is set this content of this editor, whatever the prompt is selected, and like normally we just try to insert this content or a string, the editor, and then have this focus at the end. So adding this focus and then this set open prompts, I'm just going to close this thing. So this is what we do on prompt select. And on open change, let's just pass in here set open prompts bot combo thing, and then on bot select. So let's get this bot, and in here this editor that we have, I'm just going to clear this content, and also this focus, let me just set this value to be end. Okay, and inside this prompts combo, the editor content and all, let's just for now you will not see anything because I just removed all of those things whatever we had, those sections. So inside this thing whatever we had, this motion.div and all, I just have this as a copy, I just copied that one. So I'm just going to replace inside this prompts bots combo component, let me add this div completely, and then let's see how this is going to look like. Just it should be pretty much the same as it was before, just we have just refactored a lot, and in here I'm just adding in whatever we had before. So the editor content, recording controls, and then button, model select, plugin select, and all those things. Okay, fine. And here we do have an issue, voice recording. If we just fix this one, then we should be good. Let's import this thing that we need. So the API key, so this alone, if I just have this one, we should be good, and there should not be any issues which we just removed. So let me use this preferences hook, and here I'm just going to get this function API key. Yep, and then we should not see any issues inside this input. Fine, now you can see finally the chat input is not throwing an error. So now if I just see here, you can see we have now prompts along with the bots whatever we have created, and that's what this is, the combo of prompts and bots. And if I just click on this one, it's going to take us to create a new prompt, and back it should just take us to this things, and here you can just create and all. And even if you just click on here, use this button, so it is just going to add in this same thing for coding bot or something like that. You can see everything, it's here. So I'm just going to add in here Python code to add something like hierarchy style subtitle to video something. So you can see now it is looking good, and this is how the code that we have it is generating in the thing that we are trying to populate in here. So the only change here is this prompt, and we have still a lot of work to do. We need to fix a lot of components. So this AI bubble component, we have an issue here. Of course, I don't have the run model, so let me get this handle run model, and here I need to change this accordingly. And also let's try to adjust this bot avatar. Let me change this padding to 0, and this bot avatar, instead of this number, I'm going to pass in here this small, and this name alongside. Let me pass in this avatar. I'm going to have this bot dot avatar. Okay, so we don't have anything, so that's why it is just the same. And now this, whenever we are trying to regenerate, I just need to change this one to handle run model, and remove this props, and add it this input, and this chat message dot AI. Okay, so this is the change, and then everything should be back to what it was. So yep, now there's no error, so you can just ask it to regenerate, and let me use different model. Let me use this flash model. Okay, there is some error. Yeah, we will fix all of these things. So yeah, inside this chat messages we do have a lot of problems. Yeah, that's why a lot of issues. So first of all, the render things, let's change the props or types to the run model which we have. And also inside this thing, current session, and also let's try to get this refetch current session from this chat context. And also I need the update session as well from this use chat session hook. So let's input, destructure this update session, and scrolling to bottom, let's add in back this depending upon this messages that we have. Okay, now this render messages, let me change this props to run model props context, and here as well I'm just going to change this run model props dot context. Here this messages, everything wherever we have this props, let me change this run model props, and here as well I'm just changing this to run model props. We are almost getting there, and this bot avatar also, let me just make this size to be a medium, and this avatar, let's change this to current session bot dot avatar. Okay, fine, just minor changes. I think we are all good, and this messages that we have, let me try to wrap this one inside this tooltip component. So here I'm just going to add in this content as like bot info, and inside this I'm just going to wrap this button that we have with the info icon, and everything should be same, like we just added this as the thing, and even the option to delete and all, where we have this thing. I'm just going to wrap this into tooltip component content, let's say remove bot, and in here let's move this thing into this one, and in on click, what is it that we are going to do? Let's try to update this session, this current session.id, and here to remove bot, all we are going to do, set this bot to undefined, and we will try to refetch this current session. Okay, that is the thing. And here let's remove this prompts which we just removed, and this chat messages also should look good. So now let's try to refresh this one, this component. Yep, it is looking good. And even if you just try to use these models, okay, there is some problem in this LLM hook, which I will take care. That's fine. We will make those changes and then have it here. So if you try to, so let's just test this delete bot. So if I just click on this delete button, it should ideally, yep, you can see create a new session, and then we have just deleted that bot, okay, from this current session. And the problem inside this LLM, I'm just going to check, and there are like a few more errors that we need to fix, and still a lot of refactoring. We will just do that and try to make everything to work better, and then we will focus on adding import, export, or configuration option or feature. So in use LLM hook, there is a problem which a model doesn't support tools, but we are also trying to pass in the tools. So let's try to fix this thing here. What I'm going to do, so let's try to create a simple agent executor object, so this one, or it can be of undefined, and here we will just check if this available tools dot length, then only I'm going to call this logic inside this, or whatever we have, this available tools LLM model and all, and then this agent executor also, let me just try to call this inside this thing, and let's remove this const thing, so then we are just assigning it to the above variable agent executor. And now where we have this stream, let me in here change available tools length, and also I'm just going to add in here this agent executor, then we will just have this agent executor, else this chain without tools. So this is the issue. And now if I try to refresh this and try to ask with the model which doesn't support tools, which it should ideally work. So let me just ask using this model, and you can see now it's working and there's no issue, and that was the problem which we have trying to fix, and we did fix. And let's try to refactor a lot of things like sessions, providers, preferences, and also there's small issue in while creating a session, so that one first need to fix it inside this whenever we are trying to create a session. Let me add in here this props, and I wanted to in here let's have this as a props, and this is going to return promise of type void, and also let's add in the function to send a message. So now I wanted to fix this create session, so going to this providers, the chat context, like I added from here. Let me just try to get this refresh as well, and we will try to whenever we are trying to append to current session, like the function that we have, I will try to trigger this fetch all sessions function call as well whenever we are trying to append, so that it just showcases the updated list. And also whenever we are trying to fetch the current session in here, I'm going to refresh this one as well, so that we see the session updated thing, and the create session function that we have now, this it's going to be a props of just the way that I'm passing it as an object, the same bot redirect and all. And here let me just try to destructure this bot, and the redirect the props. I'm just getting this, and here instead of this fetching all sessions, new sessions and all, let me remove this, and here if there is a redirect, then whatever this push to this respective session ID page, and then I'm going to call this refresh function so that we see the updated session. Okay, so this is the change that we are trying to fix in, and yep, and also this what is in your, yeah, in the editor. For now let me just try to comment this enter key 1. Let's not worry about this thing, and finally in here let's try to, and also the function to send a message. So this one, let's make this as asynchronous. If there is no editor, let's just right away return from this one. And here we need to just for checking, you can just console this send button click. I'm just going to add in here the session ID, and now we need to trigger this handle run model, and inside this just whatever we had in that enter. So I'm just moving this one into this function, and so that I just wanted to trigger on button click also, so that's why I'm handling in this separate function. So there's nothing big change here, so you can just now trigger this respective commands on this editor, clear this content, and also just inserting this empty string and call the focus function. Okay, and here fine. So this is send message thing, and here I'm just going to expose this send message, and now we should not see any issues. Yep, so that's the change. And now let's try to adjust in all of the things wherever we have. So this filters, the error is in here, this create session. So I'm just going to remove everything now. In this, all I'm going to do in here, this redirect, let me set this to true, and after this I'm just going to call this onClose function. Okay, and now we should not see any issues here. So this is to delete, so let's call in here this dismiss function. Okay, and here the above thing also, let's just set in here this redirect to true, and here I'm just going to call this onClose function. So now we're just trying to fix this, and also in this open function which we have set filters open, and in here I'm just going to add in one more like to refetch these sessions. So this one we can just add in here this refetch sessions, and I'm just going to call this one so that it's going to refresh and update the sessions, and we have this updated results. So there's no error in this thing. And just going to this bots provider as well, where we have this create a session, and here let me set this one redirect to true. This has to be now object, not just the properties. And now here also we should not have any issues. So fine, so just going to this, all the components that we have in the sidebar here as well, let me set this redirect to true, and going to this component sidebar, let me, the error here we do have in here, so let's just remove this thing, and redirect I'm just going to set this to true. So even in this navbar, so wherever we have this function call, we should fix this thing now. In this as well, let me just set this redirect to true. Now there should not be any issue. So now going to this, the chat input component, in here whenever we have this, the on click, I just wanted to first let's handle this on click thing. So instead of this handle run model, I wanted to use this send message function which we just created. So let's remove all of this logic which we are trying to handle inside this send message. I'm just going to import that. Of course we are going to see the error, and also this editor content that we have. Let me add in here this on key down, and here if this e dot key is equals to enter, and there's no shift key, then I'm just going to trigger this send message which I'm just going to import. So with enter as well we are handling here, so I've just removed there. So all I have to do is just go to here this chat context, and here try to get this send message function, and then we should be good. And these are these things as well. Let me just change in here this redirect to true, so here there's no issue and we are good inside this thing. And that's the change. And also in the message I have to the AI bubble component, a small change I'll have to make inside this component. So I should send the human message whenever we are trying to regenerate, and instead I'm just sending here AI message, and that's a small mistake. So let's add in this one, and now it should be good. And also the page, main page where we have this, let me just close this, and here as well let me change in here to redirect, and I'm just going to set this to true. So now it should fix new session issue. And also, so if I just first let's I'm just going to create a new session. So let's try to create a new session here. So ideally it should redirect me to, yeah, we do have here this session. Okay, this in the navbar component, going to this navbar, we just added in here plus to redirect to true, and that's what we just added inside in here. But still we are trying to create new session and refresh this. Okay, that's fine. At least we are able to see. Okay, there's nothing working for me. Maybe it's time to just refresh the application. So at least let me try to switch. Okay, fine. Let's at least see in here Python code to generate various resolutions of videos. And here I'm just trying to check the regenerate as well, and here we have generated this one. So let me just try to regenerate this one, and it should just pass in the this question that we have, then the users I mean the AI generated content. Okay, fine. So these sessions, at least we are able to see these things populated. Now I'm able to go. So just you need to refresh, and then you should be good. So if I just ask in again Golang code to implement real-time queue messaging system, and if I just and yeah, you can see the consumer receiver. And let me ask in one more question, like which framework in Go is better, is Gin better. I'm just asking here. Then there is Echo, Fiber, G, Rebel, and a lot of things. And if you see history, you should see the updated sessions and all. That's what we wanted to see. Fine. So everything looks good to me. Whatever we just added for fixing the create new session, it's working. And now let's try to refactor the settings component. That settings thing. So what is it that I wanted to do first of all? And also settings and preferences. For preferences, like we have here this context, let me try to create a new context for that. So I'm just going to create in here this. So for a while it will be just a refactoring, just bear with me, just to keep everything clean and also make it easier for us to implement new things. So I'm adding in here this context and also the provider file, just this standard thing. So quickly let's make this one client and this type, let's name this as a preference context. Here this is going to be return type of the type of this use preferences, which we have here this hook. And also let me add in a simple context. Let's name this as preference context, and we'll use here this create context function, and this is going to be of type undefined or preference context. And here let's pass in this undefined initially, and let me just create a simple hook that we can use inside our components. Same, just the normal standard check context. Let's use this context and pass in here this preference context. So if this context is equals to undefined, let's try to throw the error saying that you need to use this preference within the preference provider, something like that. So must be used within a preference provider, and then I'm just going to return here this context. Okay, so this is simple the context. So let's just move this into context file, and now in provider let me also make this one as a client side component, and here simple will have this children preference provider, the children of type the react nodes. And now in here let's just create in here this preference provider so that we can wrap this children's preferences provider. And inside this let's try to get this preferences using this preferences hook that we have. And here I'm just going to try to provide preferences context dot provider, and value, let me try to wrap in this preferences and the children here. Okay, the preferences provider, fine, this is the provider. So now we have this, of course. So now I'll have to import into our layout this provider. So this one, whatever we have in this settings, I'm just going to try to wrap in here this preference provider, and let's move all of this settings related thing inside this. It should be, yep. Now the other things, let's also like I said, we will try to refactor like settings thing. So first thing, I'm just inside this components folder settings we have, let's create a reusable setting card. So this setting card .tsx, so this will be simple div under wrapping the children inside this one. So here I'm just adding this children, which is again of React node, and this optional stylings we wanted to style for the div where we are trying to wrap in the children in. So this thing, let me try to use this type that we just added, setting card, and get this children and the class name. Okay, fine. And now here let's try to return a simple div, and here let's try to make this one dynamic. So I'm just adding with full just the standard styling. Background, let's have this zinc 50, and for dark I want this background to be like white color 5, and rounded let's make 2 times extra large, minimum height to like 12, and I'm adding in here this class name, and here let's just wrap the children. So this is the setting card component, and now I'll have to use this thing inside of our this common data components and all, and also this settings component. So let me just the voice input and everything, we need to now make this reusable and all those things. And also this I didn't add anything, now I'm going to add in all of these things. And also for this I'm just going to create 2 reusable component, one is flex and another is a text component. So I'm just adding that, so you can take a reference from here. Text is simple component, and also so this text component, so simple, all I'm going to do is a component wrapping children inside the p tag, and we'll have the standard variants like size, text color, weight, and all those things we can configure. So I'm just adding, please do take reference from description. So this is the thing I can just walk you through. So type variants, text, just various sizes, small, extra small, base, text color, primary, secondary, white, and tertiary, weight, default variants, and this prop standard what we have the other reusable components. So this is the thing. Similar way, let me just add in the flex component, and that also please do take a reference from description. So this also, it is going to be simple reusable component. So all we are doing is preparing here this direction, which row reverse, column or column reverse, and gap how do you want to have, like depending upon the sizes, and justify, start, and around whatever the items, default variants, and simple div, and just wrapping in this accordingly, flex direction and all those things, gap and variants. So now I have these 2 components. So let me just go to this voice input where we have this empty div. Now let me try to add in something inside that, um, which we will create, and also let's try to first work on the hooks of the preferences and settings related things, and then I'll come to this components. So going to this preferences, let me add some properties additionally to whatever we have, and change few things. Message limit, let me change this to number thing, and also since we wanted to handle for voice input as well, so I'm just going to add in here whisper speech to text enabled. So this it's going to be of type boolean, and also I'm just going to add in here default web search engine option. So we have now Google, and the one more option which is DuckDuckGo. So this is like additional properties that we added, and now we need to adjust this default preferences accordingly. Message limit, let's say 30 is what we are adding, and additionally I need to pass in here whisper. By default let's set this to false, and default web search engine I'm just adding in here without API key engine ID these things. And now inside these preferences, let me try to add in few more functions like preferences query and all those things. So preferences query, so let's use this use query, and inside this the query key, this is going to be a preferences, the query function. Let's try to call this get preferences function that we have, and the same thing I'm just going to create a query. So API keys query, let's use this use query from this TanStack, and the query key I'm just going to attach in here this API keys query function. Now we are just going to call this get API key, so this is going to cache better, so we are going to prefer in this way. And also I'm just going to create all the mutations also whenever we wanted to set this preferences. So let's name this accordingly as the mutation, and we are going to use this mutation hook, and here this mutation function simple this preferences that we get, which is going to be of partial of type the preferences type. And now in here all we have to do is call this set preferences and pass in the preferences that we receive as the input for this one. And after this let's try to handle this callback functions on success. So let's try to console that like it is refetching in this preferences query that we have. I'm just going to call this refetch, yeah, so this preferences query. So similar way, let's all try to refactor, make it as good as possible. And now this API key mutation, let's add in this mutation, the mutation function, again asynchronous key value. We are going to call this set API key and pass in here this key and value, and on success callback function. So in here for now what we are going to do, API keys query, I'm just going to call refetch function on it. So this is API key mutation, and also let's create reset to defaults mutation. So I'm just going to create in here refetch to defaults mutation. Again, let's use this mutation, the mutation function. Now it's just we are going to call in here reset to defaults, and on success what we are going to do is just whatever this preferences query that we have, I'm just going to call here this refetch function. Now this get preferences and all everything. Also let's remove this default preferences, and here let's try to typecast this to preferences, and setting this preferences, let's try to return here this new preferences as an output from this function. And yeah, I think we should be good. And from here let's add in the other whatever we had it, preference query set API key mutation, set preferences mutation, reset to defaults mutation, and API query. Okay, so these are the 5 things. Now we just try to refactor, and everywhere wherever we are using this needs to be changed. So going to this use tools, ignore that type. So inside this use tools, let me now, instead of this preferences, I'm going to use this context, and here get this preferences query. If you want, you can just console this and everything. So, and now we need to handle these things, and also the definition of this. I'm just going to add in additional property to our tool type which we have. Let me add in showing in this menu. This is going to be a boolean. So this thing, so for now, to just testing purpose, whatever we have, let me just try to comment this, and this web search and all, instead of this Google, let's be generic and say this is going to be web search. And I need to add in this additional show in menu. So the preferences query dot data, the default web search engine, if this is equals to Google, then we are going to show this one in menu, else no. So that is the change. And here this result message also, we can just make this one generic. So let's change this to results from web search. Now this DuckDuckGo search, I need to add this show in menu. Same thing, the preferences query dot data, default web search engine, if this is equals to DuckDuckGo. Okay, and also this loading message, and let's change this one to like fine. And also this one, I'm just going to add in this thing, and the remaining this also I'm just going to make this common to web search. Fine. And this read website, of course we do have a problem. For now let me just remove this. I was not able to scrape using this puppeteer due to some Chromium browsers. And Yeah, I think this is what we want, the changes inside this one. And here anyhow this tool calling I'm not using, so let me just remove this thing so that we don't see any error. And here while we are trying to get tools key by key, instead of just checking in this way, let me try to check if this includes this key, and if that is so I can just remove this one now, get tool by key, and here as well I'm just changing it to use this include functions. I think we are almost, yeah. So in here, to avoid this error, for now you can just say it as any, so that there will not be any confusion like if there is any error or not. So that's the change. We just added this preferences query and all the things inside this use tools web, the hook. And also now the model settings, where we have all of these things, I need to, from this I need to change this to preference context. So let me add in, instead of this one, preference context, and from here let's also get this preference query. And here this format I can be very specific and mention here this types, it's going to be of this preferences, and of course message, if I set that to all, it's going to throw us an error. So I need to change that one. So instead of this thing, let's set this to 30, then we should not see an issue. And also this default web search engine, let's set here as a Google. Fine. And inside this use effect, for now let me just try to comment all of it, and also here instead of this refresh or the preference query that we have, I'm just going to add it here. And let's do one thing, I'm just going to comment all of this for now, and later we will just change back to what it was before to just test these things. Instead of this, all of these things, let me just comment in here, and here I'm just going to add in this formic dot set values, the preferences query, whatever this data that we get, and pass in your or default preferences. Okay, and let's check if it's working. I'll just remove whatever we have, the other things. And also let's try to update the plugins, whatever we are trying to pass into our models list. So I just wanted to remove the calculator, whichever we just commented, so that we don't see any issues. Let's just remove the calculator wherever we have. So let's just have this search things for now. And here let me just remove everything wherever we have calculator and read website. section and all. I'm just removing this and then we should be good. Okay, so I'm just taking care that we don't see any issue or whatever we just added. And also in the so mostly the hooks that we wanted to change we have taken care, and now the components and all, like some styling changes, I'm just going to make them and then we will see. It should not cause any bugs again for us, and it should still be the same as what we are experiencing now. So a lot of refactoring guys in the UI and other hooks and all, whichever we don't want, like contextless, trying to keep all of that in a single provider and all those things. So for a while again it's going to be a lot of refactoring, like I just said earlier. Now going to this UI section where we were trying to like this settings provider, let's now change this a bit. Let me, so whatever this settings component that we have here, let's try to change this p text with the type component which we just created, and also let's make this 2 times extra large surrounded corners in this p tag where I have this general. Now instead of this I'm just going to use this type component which we have, and size, let me set this to extra small, and also the text color I'm going to set this to tertiary. The in here let's have some padding. Weight of this I'm just going to make this one medium, and here whatever the general that we have we can just add in here, and then this. So this thing, so if I just try to refresh this, we should see the change that we are adding. Opening this, so you can see now, and then I'm just going to remove this things, and the below general looks good. So same way the other thing, we are just going to change these things, and here again let's try to make the text size little smaller, and then this models also. Now let's try to replace this with the type component. Again size, let's have this extra small. Text color just the tertiary, and padding of 2. Weight, let me set this one to medium, and here the text that is models, and I'm just going to remove this one. Whatever we had looks good to me. In this also let's change back to because we are changing the about title size, so this, let's make this as well as smaller so that it doesn't look hard. And all we have now is this plugins, and if I just add in this plugins we should be good. Size, let's add in this extra small. The text color tertiary, and here padding I'm going to add in this 2. Weight of this, let me add this one to be medium, and here let's add in this plugins. Fine. Yeah, now you can see the difference, which is looking good. And here also I'm just going to change a little smaller to this one. Yep, so this is a small change in this settings provider. And then we were trying to add in the voice input component. as of now we just don't have anything, just the title. So let's try to use this type and flex component which we just created and add something inside this voice input component, and inside this thing let's try to use this preference context. Later I'm just going to refactor this one as well, but for now just let's try to test this. Like we'll get this mutation which we just created and then preferences query, and inside this container let's me remove this thing and we will wrap everything inside the setting card. This class name, let me add in this justify center flex column and padding of 3, and inside this I need to add in this children, then we will not see this issue. Justify, let's make this one between, and items I'm just going to make this one center, and here let's add in this direction as a column, and again this items. So you can just use normal flex in those things also, but it's up to you. And now the type, let me just add in the text color which is the primary, and let's say the text that I wanted to add in, like enable whisper speech to text. So I'm just adding in this type, and after this one let me add in one more text size, let's say this one to be extra small. The text color I'm adding this as a tertiary, and inside this let's add in like OpenAI API key required, something like this. Fine, and below this I'm just going to add this switch to enable or not this component, and this checked, let's try to pass in this value. I'm just going to add in the preferences query dot data dot whisper speech to text enabled, and on check the change. Let's try to add in here this set preferences mutation, and try to call this mutate function, and inside this whisper text to enable. So whatever the value that we have in this checked, I'm going to pass it, and now if I just close this, then everything should be good. So this is the voice input component. Now you can see that whether it's enabled or not, and we should be able to change this and all, and which is the way to enable voice input, and you will use the whisper and all. So yep, now opening this the settings container also, let's minimize this padding in x direction to 5, and also this whatever we have in y direction, I mean in top I'll just have more than bottom, so I'm just going to use this respective top and bottom, just minor changes that we added, whatever this setting card, the wrapper which we just added. Okay, and also now the web search plugin also, let's try to change this thing, and in here we wanted to add in like for Google, then DuckDuckGo and all those things. For now we just added for Google, so we need to take care those things as well. So let's do one thing. So first let me get this mutation to update our preferences, because once the user tries to update, we need to update our preferences. So this mutation helps us achieve that. So let me just close this, And after this, let's maintain a local state variable. What is the default search web search engine that user has chosen? So I'm just going to name that accordingly, default web search engine. And here let's try to set this default web search engine, and this one, it's going to be of type preferences of the default web search engine. And in here by default I'm going to set this one as Google. Okay, and after this inside this use effect I wanted to load those default preferences. For now, let's not, we'll handle this one, so I'm just leaving this as a placeholder thing. And let's just create a simple reusable component. So I'm just going to name this as render web search option so that I can use this one at multiple places. And this is just the drop down menu wrapper. So inside this drop down menu wrapper, let's add in this menu trigger. The trigger, I'm just going to add this one, the button component. Just we'll add in this Google and the DuckDuckGo in this drop down, and the variant, let's make this one secondary. By default I'm just going to have this as the Google text and get this caret down icon size, let me set this to 12. Weight of it, I'm going to set this to bold. So this is the triggering point, and after this trigger we are supposed to have this drop down menu content. So inside this, let's add in the width. For this I'm going to, like, let's say a 200 pixel, and the align, let me set this one to be int, and here we'll add in these two items for now. One is the Google and another is DuckDuckGo. So let me just import this menu item, and here I'm just adding this Google, and below this let's add the one more this DuckDuckGo item. So this is the rendering web search options, and I'm just going to use this thing, and also whatever we have, this settings container div and all the default all of this. Let's try to refactor this a bit. So inside this I'm going to wrap this setting card component that we have, and inside this I need to add in a component, then it will not throw me an error. So okay, fine. So this settings container, the setting card, whichever we are trying to add in, let's try to make this a flex, and the flex row items, let me center this, and also justify, let's make this one to be between. And now this flex that we are trying to add in, I'm going to add this to occupy whole width, and to justify, let's make this one to be like between. And the items, let me try to center this thing, and inside this let's use this type component, and the text of this, it's going to be just the default search engine text that I'm going to wrap inside this. Let's add in this as a default search engine. Okay, that's the title, and after that I'm just going to add in this drop down menu now. So we can just for now let's create this component. Later I'm just going to use that whatever we have just added and add in this as a child component, the button component. Let's make this one size to be a smaller variant. Let's have this as a secondary, and inside this we will use this formic and the values default web search engine, whatever we have that value. And after this let's showcase this icon in here, and this size, let me set this one to 12. Weight of this I'm going to set this to bold. Okay, fine. So that's the triggering point, and after trigger we are going to add in this drop down menu content, and inside again let's make this as 200 pixel. Align, I'm just going to set this to end. Okay, and here this drop down menu content, the item. So I'm just going to add this on click trigger. So this one, the item, it's going to be for Google. So in the on click function, so what is it that we are going to do is basically set preferences mutation. Let me try to mutate this default web search engine, add in here this Google, and this formic dot set field value the default the web search engine. Let me set this one to Google. Okay, fine, that error should be gone. In similar way, let's add in the item for our DuckDuckGo. So all I need to do is change this Google to DuckDuckGo text, and here as well when the user is trying to select this one, we need to update this one to DuckDuckGo. The title as well, let me change this to DuckDuckGo, and here you should see now. So yeah, you can see that is the thing. Now we added this menu item inside this thing, and after this this one, the formic dot values, if default web search engine is equals to Google, then we will try to render whatever we have in this thing. So now we just wrapped everything inside this setting card. So I'm just going to use this one, the setting card, and whatever the styling we have here. Let me just take this, and I'm just going to remove all of this below divs. Let's make this one and also add some padding in y direction, and here we'll use this flex direction. Let me set this one to a column gap. I'm going to set this to small, and the class name width I'm going to set this to, and also this type, let me set this one to extra small, and class name make this flex row gap of 2, and the center this items text color, let's add in this as a secondary. And now inside this whatever the text we have, I'm just going to take this one and try to add it inside this thing, and the input component, let me just take this input component and try to add it here below this type section. Just it's going to remain the same whatever we have, everything instead of this set preferences we are going to use this mutation and call in here this mutate function, and whatever this Google search engine ID, I'm setting this one. Fine. And below this, let's add in one more the type for key and all that we have these things. So whatever, I'm just adding, and I'm just going to remove these things, and finally that is what we wanted to do. So in here, this whatever this type is there, let me add the same thing, flex. So since we created a separate component to make it cleaner, so that's what we are trying to use it here, or else you can just keep it that way it is. So it's totally up to you how you wanted to keep your code base. And here let me just add in this type whatever it is, and instead of this engine ID, we'll have to change this one to the API key that we have. And after this, the input whatever I have, I'm just taking this, and in here I'm adding in this input component, and here let's change this one to mutation dot mutate, like we just added on the above one. And it should be just the same. Now we can remove this div as well, and after this the flex component, let's add again the one more flex gap. Let me set this one to smaller, and inside this, let me just move this buttons whatever I have in here, these two buttons I'm moving into this flex component. The run check just the same, I'm not making any changes, it should be pretty much the same. And now this div, we can completely remove this one because we are rendering everything there. So this is for now the Google, because only for Google we need the inputs. For DuckDuckGo we don't need any users inputs. So you can see now, if I just select this thing, Google, I should see that, and if I select this DuckDuckGo, we should not see this one. So that is a change that we are trying to make, and make it look as clean as possible. So like this, it just applies to everything, all of the components. So we'll have to do tweaks in all of these components. So in this data also, let's try to replace everything that we have in here with these components. So inside this, whatever this we have now, so I'm just going to, of course, sorry, there is an error, so we will fix this. And inside this, let's try to use this setting card component. Now we should not see error. And in here the direction, I want it to be a column, just, and this gap, let's say a medium gap, and also we want this width to be full. And now we should see this one width full, and this one let's have this padding of 3. And inside this thing, let's add in again the flex component items. Let me try to center this one, justify, I'm just going to make this between, and let's add in this text, I mean this type component which we created. So this text color, let's make this one to be a secondary, and here just the text whatever we have, I'm just going to move into this components in button, clear all whatever we have. Let me just copy this one, and just below this type, I'm just adding in here, and clear all, let's just keep this one simple, like clear all. Yep. So this divs, now I'm just going to remove this div and button. Yep. And after this thing, let's add in here this div like margin y, and height I'm going to set this to like 1 pixel. Background, let's add in this zinc color like 500. Thing width, let's make this one to be full. And here I'm just going to add in here again one more flex to just like delete all data and also reset all settings. For now I'll just add the placeholders, but we are going to add that functionality eventually. Let's make this items as the center, and justify, I'm just going to make this one as between, and inside this the type component, the text color, let's make this one as a secondary. So I'm just going to delete all data and reset all settings. The new thing in this button, for now let's just keep this as a placeholder in here. This thing, let's add in this text as reset. Fine, so you can see now we have this clear all and reset, and that's the change inside this data component, which is looking clean and good as well. And the same thing we'll have to do in our the common section. We are seeing this multiple issues in this common section, so let me first import the preferences query and also the set preferences mutation. From this preference context, and in here the preference query and the set preferences mutation, that two functions. And now let's try to make few changes. Whatever we have, all of these things, this the reset to default function as well. Let's do this variant. I'm just going to make this to outline, and the size, instead of this link sm, let's try to make this to icon extra small, and rounded, let me make this one to be larger. And the text also, let's change this one to like, I'm just going to add in this icon arrow clockwise. Size of this, let me set this to 14. The weight of it, I'm just going to set this to bold. So this it is capital S, and then we should not see any issues. So now you can see the icon just to reset that we have. And let me just create simple reusable functions like on input change, just handling that I can use here. So I'm just going to create in here this function on input change here, this minimum, the number, and also this maximum. Let's add in here this number. Key, let's add in here this key of preferences, and inside this let's try to add in this change event handler of this input element, and close this one. And inside this thing, the value, let me just try to typecast this whatever we have. So I'm just moving this into reusable function so that we will just replace whatever we have added. And here, if this value is less than minimum, let's try to use this mutation and update the respective key value. And here I'm just going to pass in this minimum, and also after this let's try to return from this. And here this else, if value is greater than max preferences mutation, I'm just going to mutate this key add in here this max, update this one, and then set preferences mutation. Let's try to mutate the respective key. So this is just handling on input change this thing, and also same thing, let's add in the changes that we are making in the slider as well, so that we can just add in this callback function whenever we are changing. Same way, and just let me just copy this one, just we will change a few things, and then we will have the same thing for slider change as well. So instead of this input change, let me just rename this to on slider change, minimum maximum key whatever we have, and here instead of this event, let's add in here this value, which is the number array, and let me just remove this value that we have here, because the input is that, and here instead of checking for this, the first index value, that is 0th index value, we are going to check, and if it's less than minimum, I'm going to set this, and same in here, just check this 0th index value. If it's greater than max, we are going to update that this value, and here let me just set this. So this is on slider change function that we added. And first thing, the div that we have, let me try to change this thing, the common section, the title that I have in here. This div, let me completely this one, I'm going to change this to so let's just keep this the p tag, whatever it is that we have, or we need to change this one to type component that we have, and also I'm just going to change this padding. So let me just add in here below this type, and then I'm going to remove the p tag content. Just make this text color or secondary, the styling just the same, make this flex row, and items, I'm going to make this center gap of 1, and inside this one, whatever the text that we have, this thing, I'm just going to add it here. Okay, now we should see the change that we have added, and I'm just going to remove this p tag content, and also let's try to remove this reset to default system prompt, and then this text area, we'll just have that one as it is, because there's nothing to reset that one. And after this thing, that div, we need to wrap everything inside the settings component, the settings card. So a lot of refactoring. So let's add in some padding in all direction, and also margin top, and in here let's add in this flex justify. I'm going to add in this between flex direction. Let me make this column items. I'm just going to add in here this start section, so you should start to see this settings component, and here basically whatever we have, all of this, I'm just going to use this components and then move into this. So first thing, the context length that we are trying to take, I'm just adding in this thing, and also the text, like number of previous messages to use as again text. Size, let me set this one to extra small. The text color, let's make this one secondary. The message here I'm just going to add in here as number of previous messages to use as the context. So I'm just adding in this one, and you should see this content as well. And after this the flex, let's try to add this flex items center, and the gap, let me make this one smaller, and inside this the context length, let's add in whatever this input component that I have, this messages limit. So I'm just going to remove this thing, and inside this flex I'm just going to use this, the message limit number size, let's make this one bit smaller, and also width I'm going to restrict this one to, like, let's say 100 pixel value, whatever in here. Instead of this formic, we are going to use this preference query, the data dot the message limit that we have, and in the on change, instead of this thing, we are going to use this mutation, the mutate function message limit that we have, and I can just remove this setting this field value as well. Now you should see in here this is the simple thing, just trying to make it look as good as possible. So that's what this thing is, and after this one, now let me add this render reset to default and pass in here this message limit, whichever we had here, these things. So we are just trying to remove slowly all of these things, and after this flex, now for let me add in small div separator, margin in y direction, and also height, let's say 1 pixel. Background I'm going to add in this gene color, and width, let's make this one full. So I'm just adding in this div, and after this again the same way that we try to add this flex component, let me just take this and add it here below, and now I'm just going to change this accordingly. Now for this max output tokens, and this one, the text will change this to maximum number of tokens to generate. So that is what it is going to be, and here this names and all, let's change this one to max tokens, and width and all, everything will be same, and we'll just change this message limit to max tokens. And here instead of to message limit, we are going to add in this max tokens here as well. Let's change this to max tokens. Fine. Now you should see here, yes, max tokens which we have, which is already looking good. So let's just copy the same thing in here. I'm just going to add in here as well the div separator, and after this one, this is the temperature. So I'm just going to change in here this temperature, and here this title also. Let's for now let's set this to temperature configuration, so you can add in anything. So I'm just going to add this temperature configuration, and this thing we'll have to add in the slider component. So let me remove this, the slider, whatever it is we have. Let me for now add this slider. And this one we are supposed to provide in here array values, the number of preferences query dot data, the temperature, the value, and the styling. Let me set the class name or styling, like margin in the y direction, and width, let's say I wanted to keep to 80 pixel. So just minor styling. Minimum, like we normally set this to, let's just set, I can take it from below, just let's make it quick. Maximum to 1. And on value change, let's use this on slider change which we just created, and pass in here this minimum and maximum, and the value to temperature. So this is how we are trying to make it look simple, that we have the temperature, the slider. You can see this one, though we can still make it look better, but that's fine for now, which we will try to improve this eventually. And after this thing, let's add in here this input component, this name. I'm going to add in here this temperature, just the input field, the type, let me set this one to number, and the size of this, let's set this to small. The styling, again I'm just going to add in here 80 pixel, and this value, the preferences query data, the temperature, I'm just going to add in minimum, let me set this to 0, the step value to 1, and the maximum to 100. Autocomplete, let me turn this off. And on change, we are going to use this on input change. Again let's just, like, two ways we can adjust using the input or the slider, and that is this. And in here we are going to change this one, the temperature value that we have. Okay, you can see now. So even if I just try to change this thing, we can just try to change using this slider or even this input, which is good. Then after this, for top P and all these things, just a lot of the changes we will have to do. So just take the same thing that I have, and we need to add in for top P and top K, and then we should be good. So let me change in here this type to the top P, and here let's add in here as the top P configuration for now. So I'm just adding something like this configuration, and after this the same slider and all that we are having. So instead of this temperature, I need to change this one to top P, and minimum 0, and step, let's change this one to 0.01, maximum to 1, and here this name, should we change it to top P on value change? Yep. And here this input, let's change this one to top P, number and everything. Here let's change this to top p value minimum 0, step 1 maximum 2. I'm going to change this to 1. In this one, let's change this to top p, and here as well let's change in here this to top p. Okay, fine. So we can just change it to whatever that we want, this top p. And finally we just have one more thing to add in, the top k, and then we should be good with this component. And then we will just remove whatever we have below this one. Let's change in here this title to top k, and for now I'm just adding in this as top k configuration. And this slider, let's change in here this to top k minimum to 1, step let's say to 1, maximum I'm just going to add in here this 100. And here let's change this to k, and here let's change this one to minimum to 1 and maximum to 100. Let's change this name to k, number small, width, this as well I'm just going to change the input component, whatever it is, we are just changing that one. And also in here let me change this to 100, and also this one let me change this to k, and here as well I'm just changing this to k. I think we are almost there, and whatever I have all of these divs, I'm just going to remove all of these things. Now it should start to look better, and all these things now you can see it is way cleaner. And also this values, let me change this maximum to 100. Okay, and yeah, so in here, yeah, in here so we can set this to tell 100 and all. So this is the change, and for now let's just use this formic to set this thing, formic dot values dot top k. Later I'm just going to, even in this slider, let me use this formic values for these things, even this top probability and all. Let me just use this values, and here as well I'm just going to use this formic values, whatever we have. Fine, I think yeah, so this is the change now, which is looking good. I mean a lot of changes, that's for sure, but that's fine. This is how it is going to be. So we change this data component and the common component like this. We'll have to change a lot of things, and even the quick settings, whatever we have, I will have to change this quick settings and a lot of places. So let me make those changes as well, and few other preferences and the sessions components related refactoring, and then we will focus on the new feature. So let's go to this quick settings component. So let me just close this things and this quick settings component. So here as well we need to use this type and flex components which we added, and try to use this preferences query and all those things. So let's try to import those things, preferences, context, and add in here this preference query, and also use model list from this one. Let me try to get this model by key, and I'm just going to remove this selected models, and now fine. So of course we are going to see these issues and all which we will take care. This variant, let me make this one as outline, in this one as well let's change this to icon, extra small, rounded. Let me make this one to the large thing. Okay, and this one as well, let's just change it to this icon, arrow clockwise size, let me change this to 14. The weight of it, let me change this to bold. So that's small change, and here let's try to collect this model, the using this preferences query dot data dot default model, and then if we have that, I'm going to use this model by key and pass in this data. So this default model that we have, and now of course wherever we are referring to this selected model, if I just change this to a model, we should not face any of this problem. And also this thing, let me set this width of this to like 300 pixel, and here I'm just going to change in here this to model, which should be good, fine. So and now I'm just closing this, and all that we have here below, let's use this flex components and all, and I'm just going to try to wrap inside this direction. Let me set this to column, this one, this widthful padding of 3 in x direction, in y direction let's have this 1, and here this items, let me try to center this, justify, I'm just going to make this one between this class name, let's have some widthful, and then this we will use this tooltip, whatever we have this max tokens and all. Let's add in first the temperature. Let's let's keep in the same order, this max tokens, and now this type component, let's make the same thing, flex flex row items. Let me just center this thing, and I'll just show this in a while. And the text color, let's make this one to be like secondary, and in here the same thing, let's have whatever I have in here. So I'm just going to copy these things and try to move it here, this max tokens in this values, and after this tooltip, inside this flex component items, let me center this one, gap, let's make this medium, and inside this whatever the slider component that I have. I'm just going to take this and try to wrap inside this flex component, and here let's set this width to like 80 pixel, and this selected model, let me change this to model, set preferences and all, let's just keep, and this one as well, render reset to default. I'm just going to move this one into this thing. Okay, so like this we'll have to take care of all the divs, so we can slowly get rid of the things whichever we are moving into this formats, the flex these things. So I can just try to duplicate these things and change the contents accordingly. This one, the tooltip content, let's add in this as the temperature. This type, let me change this one to temperature. Let me change this one to temperature. Fine, and also below whatever we have, it will be just the same. These things I just need to change this to temperature, the step value to 0.1, minimum value also to 0.1, and maximum value I'm going to set this to 1 instead of this token. So I'm just going to remove this thing, and here this max tokens and all need to be changed to temperature, and here also let me change this to temperature. This thing as well, let me change in here to temperature. I think, yeah, this is for the temperature, and same way let's copy this thing and add in for top probability and the top k values. So let's change this to top probability, and in here I'm just changing this to probability, the value also, let's change this to probability, and this just replace with this temperature with this, and the step value, maximum value, it's just going to be the same, and in here this thing should change to probability, and here as well this thing, and let's change this to probability. Okay, and I think one more thing, if I just add in for top k, then we should be good inside this component. So I'm just adding in here, and let's try to change this to k, and here as well let me change this one to k, and this width and all just will be same, changing this one step and all, let's just keep this thing here, changing this to k, this one, and also here I'm just changing this to k. Okay, fine, and now I can just remove all of this whatever we have inside this thing, and now we should not see any issues. So if I just try to refresh this thing, we should just see whatever it was before, and let's see how this quick settings is going to look once we have changed. So this quick settings, you can see now the same way, the icon and this and all looking good for me, and that's what, so the change and all we have made, and others also like this plugin select also, just we will need to use this preference query calls and all. So in here let's change this thing to preference context and get this preferences query, and from this preferences query let me try to get this data and rename this to preference, the preferences query, and then this available tools, whatever we have this tools. Let's try to filter this one tool dot show in menu, and also this available tools key. So in here this available tools, let's try to add in here this tool dot key. Okay, fine. And inside this use effect where we're trying to set this to this default plugins, so let's try to filter in here the available tools key. This includes p or this empty array. So that's the only change, and now instead of using this tools to iterate, we can just add in here this available tools. So there should not be any change in the UI and all, it is just going to be the same. So now you can see only the web search that we have, and that's what we are showcasing. So that's the small change inside this. And also in the models select that we have here, also we need to update this to use this preferences query. And let me try to change this thing, whatever we have, get and set preferences, and use this preferences query and this mutation that we have created, and of course this use preference and all we don't need now, so I can just remove this thing. And this active model, let's try to use this preference query, this data default model, and this then only we will try to get this model by key by passing this selected model. And also here this on click we have this issue, so instead of this one I'm going to use this set preferences mutation, use this mutate function default module, and here instead of this thing here, all we need to do is move this thing into this callback thing, and I'm just going to remove this one, and we should not see any issues. So in here this mutate function, in the callback in the mutate, let's do one thing. I'm just going to let me add in here this bracket and try to remove these things and add in this close bracket, and then I'm just adding this thing. Yep, basically here this on success callback function, let's add in, and inside this I'm going to add these things, and then we should not see any issues. So this is the minor change inside this model select as well, and you can just remove whichever we are not using, which is the use effect. So I'm just removing that. And also now in the chat messages also, let's try to use this the type component that we have just created, and also remove few things, the new session and all those things, and whatever we have just commented, you can just feel free to remove all of those things. The messages by date, I'm just going to remove these things whichever we are not using, and I'm just removing this thing. So now the title where we are trying to showcase this name, let's try to use this the type component, and for this one add in here this size to be base weight. I want this one to be like medium, and this text color, let's set this one to primary, and we can just remove the styling class completely, which we are covering in the inside that component. So let me just close this one, and then we should not see an issue. And even this description that we have, let me just replace this with this type component, size extra small, and this text color, let's make this one to be a tertiary, and the styling, let's just keep what this text alignment like center, and maximum width whatever we have, so I'm just adding in that thing. So, and rest will just have this bot description, so though we are not having this bot, so that you don't see any difference. So that is the small change. I've just moved it to the types thing, and here we can, whatever we have just commented, I can just remove these things which we don't need. So I'm just removing this. So these are like minor change inside this, and just remove whichever we are not using. And even in this chart input, we need to use this preference query. So inside we have to use this preference query. Let's use this preference context. So I'm thinking we will move this one into single file like provider and remove this context. Let's see. I mean, again, bear with me, a lot of changes guys, and this is how it's going to be. I'm trying to provide you with a real experience of what it takes to build a product, and that's really the intent of this channel. I hope you understand, and by now you should have understood me. Okay, you should have understood me. Sorry, my English is pathetic, that's fine. And now inside this, the voice recording function, where we have this start voice recording. In here, let's try to do one thing. So use this preferences query, and this data, and in here this white whisper speech to text enabled. Only then I'm going to call this start recording, else we will try to showcase in here this toast message to just enable the whisper speech to text inside our settings section. So let's say this is going to be speech to text, and the description, let's add in here this recordings require speech to or text enabled, and let's say please check settings, and in here let's add in this variant also as destructive. And after this, we need to just open this settings section, and here I'm just going to add in here this voice input, that's the key. let's remove the start recording. So this is the just minor change. So if you wanted to just test it out, you can just click on this mouse and you see we have not enabled, so that is why it opened us the voice input section and the toast message and all. That's what we wanted, and these minor things makes a big difference. And also inside this bubble component, this render markdown, so I just made minor change into this use mdx component. You can just refer the description. I don't want to walk you through that because that's just minor change. I'm just created links and I'm just exporting from that. And let's try to make here few changes. Let me remove this gap, and also padding, let's just add in this padding of 0 and medium, whatever it is. Let's say I want this padding to be 3. You can see the difference. And the tool used and all, let's try to wrap this one inside the flex component that we have. And the direction, let me set this one to column, and this gap, let me set this to medium. Items, let me set this one to start, and in here let's just keep this rounded to XL, padding of 4 in all directions, width full, and we can remove this flex related thing. So, and let's add in this dark color, like background to be white, and on our, let's say this background to be like zinc color. Okay, fine. I think we have in here this, fine, that we will fix it. But this is, we are trying to change it to this components which we have just created to make it reusable. And this one also, let's try to use this type component size. Let me set this to extra small, and this one flex row gap of 2. And let's just remove all of these things which we are taking care inside that component, even this text color. And here I can just add in this as the tertiary. That is what it is. And even this thing, let's change this one to span, and let's remove this styling and all, just keeping it simple. And even this one, I'm just changing this to span, and let's try to complete this type. In this thing, whatever this div we have, I'm just removing this and I'll try to render this. And we need to add in here this additionally the id, and then there should not be any error inside this render markdown function. That's fine. So I'll just try to reload this, and then we should not see an issue. And same thing below sections, so wherever we have all of this, I'm just going to convert this into flex. Justify, I want this one to be between items. Let me just try to center this one. In the styling now, let's just remove this flex related styling, width full, and justify between. I'm just changing this. Let's add only padding at the top, opacity to 70. Let's just keep whatever it is, fine. And these things, I think we should be good. All these things, whenever it's not loading and all that. In here below, let me just add in one more condition as well. If this tool is not running, and then we will show this name. And here if I just add in here this flex, we should be good. Okay, what is this problem? Okay, the problem is I'm just trying to add in here this brackets. That's the problem. Now we should be good, and now if I just refresh, it should be back to what it was before, and hopefully we shouldn't see any issue and see some difference here now. So yeah, let me just refresh this thing. Yep, so now you can see which is just the same on hovering, the styling that we just added, which is starting to look way better for me. This is what matters, the user experience that we provide and all. Okay, so and still we have a lot of refactoring left, guys, and what is it that I'm trying to think is whatever this we just added this preferences, context and all, how about I try to add the context, all of this into provider file, and so basically inside this as of now I've not added anything. I mean this the complete code, let's try to keep it in single file is what I'm thinking, so that there will be less number of files and a lot of less confusion for us whenever trying to change. Like I'll have to change in multiple files. I'm just thinking, let's see how it's going to look like. I'm just trying this, and if it is okay, we'll stick to this. In here, let me just copy these things and remove this use client and multiple imports, whatever it is. And this preference context, I can just remove this thing now. So basically it should not make big difference, just your choice of how to keep these things. So the preferences that we are trying to, of course we are going to see a lot of issues, that is for sure. Let's see, I'm just trying to import what and all I need from this alongside this use preferences, the default preferences that we have, these API keys, and then this type for this preferences that I need, and then from React let's also import this use effect and use state hooks from this that we want, and this type for this instead of this things return type. In here let's add in the preferences, update preferences function, callback function, API keys and update API key callback functions. So I'm just trying to check this thing, the preferences and this update preferences callback function. Let's try to get this new preferences, which it's going to be of partial of this type which we have of this preferences, and then the callback function to handle on success the preference. Again this is of type preferences, add in here this void, and I need to complete this return type so that we don't see an issue. the API keys. I'm just adding in this API keys, update API key callback function. Let's add in, this is going to be a key of type this base model, which I've just imported from this models list, and then this value, which is going to be of type string. Okay, fine. And now we have this use preference context, which we need the same thing, whatever it is, we are moving into single file, and from, of course, this we are going to have it the errors. From this use preferences, let's try to destructure this preference query, set preference mutation, API keys query, and set API key mutations, instead of just having this single preferences. And in here, whatever we have just added for preferences, API keys and all, I just need to create local states that we can store and expose to the components where we are trying to wrap in set preferences. This use state, this is going to be set preferences. Let me add in the default preferences, and then the API keys. Let's add in this again local state variable. This is going to be of type API keys, and by default let's have this as empty dictionaries, empty object, or whatever it is. And inside this use effect block, use this preferences query.data. If we have, then I'm just going to update this default preferences along with this whatever data we have in this preferences query.data. So this again, it should run with the data change in this query. So that is this thing, and same thing for API keys as well. So let's try to handle these things using this API keys query dot data, and inside this simple the API keys query dot data, we'll check if we have, and then whatever the local state that we have, I'm going to update this into this state, the API keys query that we are getting. And then the other functions that we have to update the preferences, the function definition. Let me just try to create this one, the input params, new preferences, which is partial of preferences on success. Let me add in here this preferences, and I'm just adding in this blueprint of this function, and then we need to update what is this error. Okay, and here let's try to update our preferences, whatever the preferences that we have, and append this new preferences to this object. And then this mutation, I'm just going to call this mutate function, pass in here this new preferences, and on success callback function that we have inside this, I'm going to try to trigger this refetch thing, and if this on success, then we are going to pass for this function the preferences that we have. So this is how we are going to update these preferences, and then the function to update API key. These are all the things that we'll be exposing to this from this provider. So update API key, again this asynchronous, which key of type this base model, the value is going to be of type string, let's try to set this API keys, whatever the API keys that we have, and then this new key that we are receiving. So I'm just going to set these things, and we have this mutation. Let's try to call this mutate function and pass in here this key and value. And now instead of this thing preferences, we just destructured, so then we will pass in accordingly preferences, then the update API key, update preferences function, and then this API keys. These are the things that we are exposing from this provider. And of course we will see a lot of issues, and we need to again make changes in a lot of the files. So I'm just going to delete this thing now. So now I think just trying to keep in a single file the context and also the use context things, and trying to expose this to the components. And now a lot of places we'll have to make changes and all. So let's again start with this hooks. So inside these things, let's try to import in here. Let's try to change the preferences that we have, and I'm going to use from this context preferences provider, the thing that we have used preferences context, and here this use preference instead of these things that we are trying to destructure. Let's try to add in this context the API keys and the preferences. I'm just going to get these things, and now we need to just remove wherever we are trying to refer this function. In here first this preferences, so I'm just removing this, and let's just go to this section, and even in here where I'm trying to refer these preferences, I'm just going to remove these references, and also just here now instead of this await API key, we can do one thing. Now just use this API keys that we have and try to pass in here and try to get access by providing in this model. This is how the change that we are trying to make. And then generate title here also, let's just remove this preferences reference, the API key here as well. Let's use this API keys, and now just use this model to access from this API keys. And now we should not see any issues. This is just the typo, so you want to just ignore this one. Let me just typecast this to any. So that's the change in here, and even other hooks that we have. Let's just try to change this inside this models list, these use preferences. Let me just remove these things, and now instead of this get preferences, in this preferences I'm going to use this context and get this preferences, and change this thing. Only this change, this should fix inside this thing. Okay, yep. And going, what is this model settings? I'm just going to delete this completely. the model settings whatever I had, you will see this difference. Just I'm going to change all of these things and then we should be good. So let me just a lot of, like I said, I'm just saying it well in advance so that you guys don't complain like we are changing a lot of things again. Okay, so in here let's use this preferences context, and here let's add in let's destructure this API keys, and wherever we are trying to refer this API keys, so all I can do is now instead of this use this API keys and the API keys dot OpenAI, that should give us the values that we want. So that's the change in here, and the other in this hooks as well, the preference context, now instead of this context it is in the provider file, and even the values that we are trying to destructure from this context, we have changed this thing. So I'm just going to change this to preferences, and this updated preferences that we have exposed, we are taking this, and now instead of this preferences query, let's use this preferences dot default web search engine whatever it is, and let's just remove these things, and in here we can just check, add in some conditional check and all those things. And here as well I'm just changing this to preferences dot default search web search engine, and then we should be fixed inside this thing. Okay, yep, so fine, I think we should be good here. And also now go to the other places, this chat provider, let's the import that we have, use preferences in here, the hooks that we are taking the reference from, I'm just removing this, and let's try to use the context and change in here this to the preferences and the API keys that we want. And in this file, in this function where we are trying to run this handle run model, let's make this asynchronous, and inside this let me just close it, these things. So all of this callback function, this get preferences and all, let's just try to comment that, and inside this whatever we have the selected model, let's just try to move these things out, and this one it's going to be the preferences dot default model, and all of these things that I have inside this, let me just try to move this one to outside, and I'm just going to copy these things in here and move in these things, removing this get preferences. Okay, and of course we are going to fix this instead of this thing, and we are going to use this API keys and try to access using this base model value. We are going to get this API key, and if there's no API key, the same thing whatever we have, I'm just going to keep those things as it is. Just those are the changes where we were trying to refer, and the rest of the things it's just going to stay the same. So this is the change inside our the chat context, and all of the other components we'll have to adjust. So you can see the issues in all of this quick settings, plugin select, chat input, and all of these sections. Let's try to fix one by one. So even in this settings you can see in the plugins and voice input and all. So here let's change this to provider. Okay, and now let's just remove these things and destructure whatever we exposed, the preferences, and update preferences, and here this chat. Let's try to use this preferences and also this one, the mutate. Let's change this thing to update preferences and pass in the same thing. So this should be fixed, and in the plugins, the web search also we should change the imports, the model settings and all. I just removed this one, so let me just delete this thing, and also this one. Let me change this to a provider. In here now, whatever we are trying to refer, this default web search engine and all those things. So let me just try to remove these things, and from just use this context and get in here the things that I need, preferences, and also this update preferences. Okay, and the formic, now directly I'll use this preferences instead of this formic. That's why we removed this use model settings hook as well. So inside these things, even here wherever we are trying to refer this formic dot values, let me change this to preferences default search engine, and on click we will just use this update function that we have, update preferences, and I can just remove these things, and it should, the functionality it's going to be just the same. We're just changing and making it more optimized and refactoring a lot. So even this one, I'm just going to remove this things, and wherever we are trying to refer these things, formic dot values, let me change this to preferences, and in here this one, changing this to preferences, and this one let me change in here to update preferences function. Let me change this one as well, and just below a few more changes, add this one as well, preferences Google search engine. Let's change this one as well, update preferences. Then I'm removing this, the formic thing as well, and then everything should be same, and we should not see the issues inside this thing as well. And in settings and everything, all of our providers that we have, everything we need to change here as well. The use preferences hook, I'm not going to use it here. Instead we'll use this context, change it here, the API keys, the update API key, and then we can just remove this use effect, instead of this thing, let's try to set this key whatever we have, API keys.openai, or else let's set this to empty string, and here let me add in this API keys.openai. Okay, yep, and below this, wherever we are trying to use this input section, let's just remove this thing and we will just use this set key, and here set API key. I'm just going to use this update API key function, and then it should be same. So like this, we need to change in all of our providers, Gemini. So same thing, let's just remove this use preferences and add in this preference context. Let's change this one to API keys, update API key, and here as well let me change in here just to setting this key whatever the API keys dot Gemini, or else to empty string, and this should trigger whatever this Gemini value in this API keys changes. So in here let's change this thing, and here also use this update API key, and then we should be good. Let's go to this common component, and here also I just need to whatever we are referring to this model settings, and then this context, we just need to change this folder to file to provider, and here let's just get the preferences, and along with this the update preferences function. Then I can just remove this formic whatever we're getting from model settings, and this on click. Now what is it that we are going to do? Just use this update preferences, the key, and setting this, and remove this formic references. So same thing, wherever we are trying to use this mutate function, all we need to do is try to replace this with the update preferences, the function, and all those things. So if we change this thing, then we should not see any issue. So I'm just updating here as well this one to update preferences function, and wherever we are referring this formic values, so let me change this one to preferences dot system prompt. Here as well let me change in here this to update preferences, the formic. I'm just going to change this one, and then we should be good. And here let's just try to expand this, and everywhere let's just try to replace this with preferences dot things. This mutate, let me just update this one to update preferences. Even inside this thing, let's change this to preferences dot max tokens, and here as well let's just change this one to update preferences, and here let me just expand this. Here also let's change this to preferences. Here this one also to preferences, and this formic values also we are going to change this to the preferences, the top values, and here also let's change this to preferences dot top p, And one last things, this alone, if I change, I think we should be good inside this component. So here I'm just adding this one as top key. Yep, so I'm good here, and this common, there's no error. And now the Anthropic provider also we need to change here. Remove this use preferences, and here let's use this use preference context hook, get the things that we need, which is the API keys and the update API key function. And here inside this use effect, let's just use the set key and whatever we have, the API keys dot anthropic. I'm just going to set this, or else the empty string, and in here this is going to trigger whenever the value in this anthropic changes, and that is the thing. And let's remove this set API key, and this one we need to change this one to update API key. Okay, so and then we should be good, and that's the change inside this. And the other components also, wherever we are seeing this issues, we need to update these things. Model settings we no longer need, so I'm just changing this. And also this one, let's try to change this one to a provider. And now instead of this query, let's get this preferences and then update preferences function. Remove this completely, this use model settings reference, and wherever we are trying to refer this one, I just need to change this, and instead of this set preferences, we need to use this update preferences. And here I'm just calling this update preferences, and this model as well. Let's use this preferences dot default model, and even this one preferences dot default model that I'm changing. And here also, wherever there is a reference to uh, formic values, we need to change this one to preferences dot max tokens. And here also I'm just going to change this to preferences dot max tokens. This one, change this one to update preferences. Just the same thing like we just removed in other sections. Just try to replace this wherever we have these things. And this one, the preferences dot temperature. And this one also, let's try to replace this preferences dot temperature. The update preferences, remove this formic references that we had. And quickly I'm just going to change these things also here. Preferences dot top probability, and here as well preferences dot top probability. Let's change in here this update preferences, changing this thing. And here also let's change in here this preferences, and here as well I'm just going to change in here this preferences, this to update preferences. And then we should be good. I think this should be the last issue that we have inside this quick settings. And you can see now there's no issue in here. And this inside this plugin select as well, let's just change this the import to this provider. So I'm just changing this one to provider. And now inside this whatever we are trying to refer in here, so now just try to get this preferences, and then this update preferences. And this query, let's just try to remove this one. And in here let's try to add in here the selected plugins whatever we have in preferences, and just the change here. And in the switch component where we are trying to refer this get preferences and all, what we should do is basically I need to change this thing. Instead of preferences, whatever we have, let's do whatever I have inside this thing. I'm just going to move this thing into outside of this. Okay, so now we'll just update this one. So default plugins preferences, what it's going to be, and here let's make this one as asynchronous, and await that is going to just be the same, and if checked inside instead of the set preferences. Now we need to just replace this one with update preferences, and even here in the else condition, if I just replace this one with update preferences, now we should be good inside this. Just yeah, there's no issue. And also now in the model select also, let's try to not refer to this use preferences, and instead of that we will use this preference context, and from here let's try to get this preferences and the update preferences thing. Then this active model, it is going to be the preferences dot default model, and I'm just going to get that active model in that way. And here wherever we are just trying to call this mutate function and all, you just need to replace that with this update preferences function that we have, and then we should be good. And also inside this success thing, now all I can do is try to remove these things in just remove in here and handle in this way. So that's the change here. And now if I just take care inside this chart input, we should almost be good, and then we should not see any issues on the right side of our screen, the output. So let me change this one to a provider, and now from here this preference context, let's get here this preferences, and also the API keys. Okay, so now I have this API keys and preferences, the selected model. Instead of here this R coding, I can change this one to preferences dot default model, and inside this start voice recording, where we are trying to get this API key. Instead of this one, let's remove this thing. I'm going to check for like OpenAI API keys, and here let's try to use this API keys dot OpenAI, and here we can just check for this OpenAI API keys, and if there's no thing, that is how we are going to handle. And here also let's just use this preferences dot whisper speech to text enabled, and I think yeah, you can see now on the right hand side also I don't see any issues, and then we should be good to test it out. We okay, now you can see it just loads, and it should just be the way it is it was, and we just moved up and removed the context completely and moved everything into provider, and wherever we were just importing we have changed it, and same way I'm going to try to refactor these sessions, and we'll add in a sessions provider like we did add in like preferences provider, and we will try to refactor that also a bit, and then we will focus on import export config functionality. So to create a separate sessions provider, let's create a new folder inside our context section where we have all of those things. So in here I'm going to create a new folder for sessions, and inside this let's have this provider.tsx, and this now we have all of this in this context. So let me just copy all of these things, and I'll just try to filter and rename it to accordingly, which just makes sense. In here, whatever the chat context that we have, let me just try to rename this to sessions context, and we'll just have all of these things. Sessions is all session loading, is current session loading boolean, then current session. Let's make this one to be at any cost, this to be, and also the optional, then all of the things, whatever I just want. You can just remove few things whichever it's not related to sessions. So basically the editor, it's not related to sessions, so I'm just removing this, opening this prompts, and even this open prompt bot combo, send message as well, it's not related to this, handle run model also, let me remove this, stop generations and all, I think, and then rest of the things should be related to these sessions. So we have the sessions, then refetch sessions also, let's make this one as optional, is all session loading boolean, is current session loading boolean, and the current session of this type, which is also optional, create sessions, so which, let's change this to return just the type to be of void, and then to set the current session, let me add in the callback function to update that the current session. So here I'm just going to have this one to be of type dispatch react dot set state action of the chat session or the undefined thing. So I've just added that, and then we will remove this session function, I don't think I need this, and even this clear chat sessions, let me just remove this one, and remove message, it's just going to be a simple thing, and we have here this refetch current session also, let's make this one optional, and just the return type, not the promise of void, just the void type, and I'll add in this add message to session as well in here, the session ID and the string, the message that we want to add, which is going to be of type chat message. So I'm just adding in this thing, use chat session, that is what we added. I think we should be good, and also let's try to add a function which is going to help us get the session by ID. So these are all the things that I wanted to be part of this sessions provider. So this is going to return a promise of type the chat session or undefined, and let's try to add in additionally the return type of this use chat session that we have. Okay, yeah, I guess for now this should do. And if we just missed something, we will just add those things again to this thing. And now instead of this chat context, let's rename this one to session context, create context. This, let's rename this to sessions context, and here as well the chat context that we have, I'm going to change this to sessions context. Let's change this one to session context. And now instead of this chat context, we need to change this one to sessions contest. This should be sessions provider. And I think, yep, that should be it. And now this providers logic, whatever we have in this chats context and providers logic, we are just going to move this one into this. But let me just create a simple type where we are going to wrap in this children. So sessions provider, here let me add in here this children, which are type React nodes of course. And in here let me just add in simple sessions provider, get this children from the above type that we have just created. And inside this let's maintain the sessions, current session, and all those things which I want, these things which we are going to get all of these things from the chat session is what I wanted to expose. And that is where we have all the things related to the sessions logic and all. So I am trying to expose using this use query and use mutations like we normally did and all those things. So let's try to, and also whatever this sort sessions that I have, let me try to create a simple move this one to helper file, then to have inside this one, so that it will be like we segregated the core functionalities and this sorting and all to this helper. So I'm just going in here and add it this logic that we have, import this types, the chat session, and inside this also let's try to import this for a moment. And even this going back the sort messages also, I'm just going to, let me just remove these things and go back to this helper and add in this sort messages as well. And so now I have this here, and we are going to see this error which we will take care, but we just moved this one, and I need to import these things now. So wherever I'm just referring, so let me, okay, I'll go to this, I need to export this thing, then we can import inside this chat session. So here let's import this one, and now we should not see any issue. And here as well I'm just going to import this thing and we are good. So now all of these things, let me quickly create the functions. First is the sessions query, so we are going to use this query, and inside this pass in here this query key, which is this chat sessions. The query function it is going to be just the wrapper for our get sessions function. So same way we'll have to create mutation. So set session, the mutation, use in here the mutation hook, the mutation function. We are going to get in here this session, which is going to be of type chat session, and here call this set session and pass in here the session that we are getting. And on success, what are we going to do? And in here all I'm going to do is the sessions query that we have, I'm just going to trigger refetch function in on that, so that we'll have updated sessions, and then adding the message to session mutation. This use this mutation, and here the mutation function, let's make this asynchronous, and here I'm going to receive the session ID and the message to add, which the session ID it's going to be of type. So I'm just mentioning here session ID, it's going to be of type string, and let's specify this string, and this message it's going to be of type the chat message. And here now we should not see any issue. So inside this, all we are going to do is try to call this add message to session function and pass in here the session ID and this message. So, and also I need to handle this on success callback function. So in this again we are going to just call this sessions query dot refetch function here, and then updating session mutation. Here again let's try to wrap this functions calls that we just added. So quickly let's add in this types, the session ID, same thing, the string, and then the session. This type it's going to be a partial, and I'm just going to omit the ID from this chat session. So this is what it's the type it's going to be. So let me just destructure this session, and inside this thing we need to just call this update session function, pass in here the session ID and also the session thing, and in this on success callback function let me just try to call in here this refetch function. Okay, same thing for removing session mutation by ID mutation, and a lot of things we need to add in. So let's add for all of these things sessions mutation, and here this mutation function, session ID which is going to be a string, and here wait, let's call this remove session by ID and pass in here the session ID, and on success callback function. So let's just try to call this refetch function. So this is to remove the session, and same way I'm just going to copy this and rename this one to session by ID mutation, and let's just have this same thing, and after this to get the session by ID query, So here we are going to receive the ID. Let's have this as optional. Use this query, and the query key, let me set this one as chat session, and this, and add in this ID value the query function, which is the asynchronous call. So if there is no ID, we will not do anything else. Let's try to call this get session by ID function, and here I'm just passing in this ID, and here this will be enabled if we have this ID. Okay, so this is get session by ID query, and also we need to create in other things, create new session, mutation. Let's again try to create in this mutation function and handle this callbacks. So here we are going to receive this bot and calling here new session if we have this optional thing, and the on success callback function, I'm just going to again same thing, try to trigger this refetch functionality. Same thing whenever we are trying to clear this sessions mutation. Let's add in this mutation function. Let's just call this clear sessions function, and on success just try to refresh our sessions query. Just we are trying to refetch, and then we need to have this removing message by ID mutation. Again use this mutation and the mutation function, same thing, let's pass in here inside this the session ID and the message ID, which both are of type strings. So I'm adding in here session ID and the message ID, and trying to destructure this session ID and message ID, and inside this let's try to call this function remove message by ID, pass in the session ID and this message ID, and after this the callback function on success. I'm just going to call this refetch function. I think we're almost done with this queries that we wanted to expose, and finally get session by ID mutation. All I'm going to do is mutation function, receive in here this ID which is of type string, and here we are going to pass in here this ID. Yeah, for now let's try to expose this thing and let's see. And I don't want all of these things, we have all of these wrappers now, so let's try to expose the things that we just added in this thing. So set session mutation, add message to session mutation, then update session mutation, remove session mutation, remove session by ID mutation, get session by ID mutation, and this get session by ID the query, create new session mutation, clear sessions mutations, and then remove message by ID mutation, and get session by ID mutation. What is the problem? Okay, we already added here this thing. Now we should be good. So this is what we are exposing from this chat session, and of course we'll see a lot of issues, and these things I would like to use inside our new sessions provider that we are trying to create. So inside these things, let's try to of course let's complete this logics and refactoring, and then I'm going to use this inside our components. Let's try to get this session ID using this params, where we have this dynamic ID. So this is going to be the session ID, and the local state variables to maintain the set sessions. So this is going to be of list of the chat session array. So I'm just going to by default set this to empty array, and also we need to keep track of this current session. So this we have all of this inside our chat context provider. We can just take that from here, but that's fine. So in here, this the chat, it is going to be of type chat session or undefined. So now this we need to set default value. So I'm just going to pass this, and also from this chat session, let's get this props. And if we want to be very specific, let me just try to destructure what and all I need. So from this one, the sessions query, and the create new session mutation, remove message by ID mutation, add message to session mutation, get session by ID mutation, get session by ID query. So these are the queries and mutation that we need, and then whatever the logic that we had, we need to expose all of this from this provider. So I think this should be simple. Let me just create this session query. So whatever we have, this get session by ID query, whatever the ID that we got from the param, let's try to typecast this to string, and then we are going to get this current thing. And also let's use this router that we normally have from this next navigation, and just to navigate under redirect the user or refresh our page, I'm just taking help of this. And inside this use effect block, if we have this sessions query dot data, then I need to set the sessions that we have this local variables sessions query dot data or the empty array, and this one I need to try to trigger this whenever this changes. Okay, what is the problem? Sessions query, the use effect block. Okay, I need to add in double ampersand, and then we should be good. So same thing for our other local state variable that we have. This is how we are going to update the current session query dot data. Then we should update our current session local variable to whatever we have in this current session query dot data, or else let's set this one to empty array, and this one needs to be triggered on change of this current session dot data. Okay, and the one more thing, if this current session query dot error, then I'm just going to create let's try to create a session. For now we'll just create this function here. I'm just going to create this function here, and I'm going to trigger that function. Let's here only trigger on this error, so I need this create new session function. So let me just create a here, and then I'm going to consume this one inside above use effect block. The create session, let's try to make this asynchronous and here the same thing we just had in the definition of this optional bot, and also this redirect, which is the boolean. And inside this, let's just try to destructure this props, the bots, and the bot and the redirect. And now here this create new session mutation, call this mutate, pass in here this bot, and here on the callback function on success, let's try to receive this data. And then if redirect is true, then I'm going to use this push function like we normally did in other place where we are trying to just refactor this one, pass in this data ID and refresh the page. So this is the create new session, and this is what I wanted to do here, create new session. So this create session and pass in here this redirect true. Okay, that is create session, and also create this function to remove this message where we are going to send in this message ID as a prop for this function. And inside this, if there is no current session ID, then I'm just going to return, else we are going to use this remove message by ID, call this mutate function, and in here pass in this session ID, which is nothing but this current session dot ID, and along with that the message ID. And now here in this on success callback function, we are just going to call this refetch function on this current session query. So this is to remove the message, and this is the function that will be exposing. And now let's also create this add message to session. This is again asynchronous function, the session ID, and also we need the message ID, which is this of type the chat message. And inside this thing, we are going to use this add message to session mutation, and for this let's simply pass in this session ID and the message for this. Okay, and then this getting this session by ID, and here we are going to pass in here this session ID, and try to get the session by ID by using this get session by ID mutation. And let's make this asynchronous, and I'm just passing in ID. So this and all I wanted to expose from this context dot provider, the value that we wanted to expose, or the sessions that we have, and then is all session loading, which is nothing but sessions query dot is loading, and is current session loading. This again is going to be current session query dot is loading the value. And then the functions that we created, create sessions, set current session, then this current session, remove message that we have, refetch the sessions, sessions query dot refetch current session is going to be current sessions query dot refetch, that we are trying to expose add message to session, and also get session by ID, and then the other props that we wanted to expose from this sessions context provider. So now I have this provider ready, and the functions and all the variables that I wanted to expose. Let's try to wrap our children inside this provider. So let's just go to this layout file, and whatever we have here, this settings provider, and this settings provider, before this settings provider, let me import this the sessions provider and try to wrap all of this inside this thing. Okay, so now whatever we have, it will be available in all of this components, the children's that we have. So we need to now start fixing a lot of things which we just going back to this sessions provider where we try to expose and in other things also, even in this the chat session also, where we changed all of these things needs to be updated, then there should not be any issue. So let's go to first this LLM hook that we have, and let's try to import these things that we are missing. So first thing is the sort messages, this from the helper, and also this use sessions context from our sessions provider. So these are the two things that I need, and also this use chat session, let's just remove this one. Now inside our use LLM, wherever we are trying to refer this chat session, we can now just take the help of this sessions context, and here all I need is same thing, add message to session, get session by ID, and we can just remove these things, sort messages and all those things. And also I need this update session mutation. So let me just close this so that we can fix few issues here. So inside I just wanted to rename one thing also to just make it aligning. So instead of this current session, I can just rename this one to selected session. That just makes better sense. And here I'm just going to change this one to selected session, and below as well this history and all. Let me just change this thing to selected session, and also where we are trying to refer this update session function. So all the way bottom needs to be replaced with this update session mutation, mutate callback function, and here I'm going to add inside this the session ID. In this session, let me add in this new title and all of whatever we have. Okay, so this is the change, and there should not be any issue inside this thing. And now the other components, wherever we have these issues, let me try to fix those things, and then we should be good, and we will just check it out how it's going to look. And also this query provider, let me try to add in this retry count, this default options, the queries retry. For now, let's set this one to 1. Okay, and these filters I just need to update this provider, the import, the chat context that I have. Let me change this one to the file name. Instead of this chat, I'm going to change this one to sessions provider. We are going to get this sessions context, and here instead of this chat context, let's add in this sessions context. In this one, it is going to be clear sessions mutation, and this one remove session mutation. And let's remove this sort sessions as well. And in this open refetch sessions, let's try to check and only then try to call it. And now this current session where we have this remove sessions, we can just use this mutation that we have, and the mutate function I'm just going to call in, pass in this ID, and now the callback function inside this the on success callback function. Let me just add these things, creating a new session, and let me just remove this callback function. Now we should be good. And this sort sessions, let me just import this from our helper. Okay, that's the thing. And also now this the provider and context, I wanted to again try to remove this context file like we just removed for other just context, and try to have those things inside this provider file itself. So I need to change this. Let's change this imports. Okay, and now this chat context, let's try to keep only whichever we need. So the editor, I need this thing, and the return type, it's going to be this type of use editor. So we need editor, and also the whatever we have related to our sessions and all. Let me just remove these things in this refresh sessions, current session, create session, and all these things. I'm just going to remove these things, and even this remove message, refetch this current session. I think we should be removing this, clearing this chat sessions as well. Okay, fine. So stop generation we need, and this handle run model should be same whatever it is, and then just keep whatever we have, send message, and also I wanted to add in this context value, which is going to be of type string. So adding this, additionally the context value, the callback function to update the above value. Yeah, these are the things that we want as part of this new chat context types. And if we are missing few things, we can just add in and then try to handle that logic accordingly. So this chat context it is just going to be the same, use chat context. So let's try to remove this thing so that we don't see these issues. This one, the context, it's going to be the same, and now all of these things, whatever we are importing and anything related to session state and all, let me just remove all of these things, and also the session, current session and all. I'm just removing because we moved it to separate sessions provider, and I think we should be good. So in here we'll just clean up all sessions related thing and have only what it is related to new types, I mean the remaining things that we have inside this thing. So I'm just going to quickly make changes to this and then try to fix all of the errors that we are having in other files. So we are missing these functions, and that is why these errors. So let's try to import this one using the sessions context which we created, and from this one I'm going to get this set current session, the refetch sessions function, and also the current session, the things that we need. And here let's try to check for it and try to call these things, and it should be pretty much the same. And here as well, let's try to check and then try to make a call, and the functions, whatever we have related to the fetching sessions and all these things. So fetch current sessions, this use effect block, fetch all sessions and all these things. Let me try to remove these things from this file. So I'm just removing all of these things, and even this fetch current session, and even this remove message function. Let me just remove this. And now we need to adjust this one, the send message. If no, and also I'm just going to check the current session ID, and let's remove this console statement. Instead of this session ID, we are going to use this current session dot id dot to string. Now whenever we are just exposing here, just let's remove whichever we have removed from here, and just only the send message editor and all. I can just remove all of these things in this current session also, and from here we should just expose whatever we have, the context value, set context value in this stop generation function. So these things I have to, so this stop generation, let's, what is this problem in here as well, let's the fetch all session, we are seeing this problem. Instead of this one, it is going to be just refetch sessions call. And what, yeah, and there is one more issue here. Yep, this fetch all sessions. I'm just going to change this to refetch sessions functions call, and then we should be good. In this top generation, the issue here, this top generation function, this alone, if you fix here, we should be good, because we added here twice of them. And yeah, so this is the change inside this chat provider. And now we should try to fix in this bots provider and all those imports that we have. And now this one, let me change this to the sessions provider, and this one, let's change this to sessions context. And here, if I just change this one to sessions context, then we should be just as usual, current session, create session, refetch current session. And also let me try to get this update session mutation. And now these things, now whenever we have this refetch current this update session, let me use this mutation, try to use this function, and in here the session id, pass in here this current session dot id, and the session, let me, and I'm just going to remove these things, and there should not be any issue. So after this, we are just going to call this refetch current session function, and then there should not be any issue. So I'm just going to remove this thing from here, and then we should be good. So this is the change inside this one. And now all the places that we have, we need to update this from this chart context to sessions context. So this sessions, let's change this one to provider, and this one, it's going to change to our sessions context. This also needs to change this to sessions context, and everything should be same here as well. Let's change this one to sessions provider, let's change this to sessions context, let's update this one to sessions context, and in here whatever we are not using, let's just remove those things. So we need just current session, create session, and all of this not needed. So let me just remove this one as well. In the error, let's just try to import this one from helper function, and this should fix the issue inside this. So, and the navbar, the settings, and every place we need to change this. And here inside this thing, let's try to remove this chat session hook that we have, and instead of that, I'm going to use this sessions context, and this one is going to be create sessions. So it should be just create session, and here this should be clear sessions mutation. And instead of these things, all I need to do, we need to just, instead of this, use this clear sessions mutation, call this muted function, and in here in the on success callback function, let's use this toast in this push and also the dismiss. So I'm just, instead of this thing, let's try to use this create session and redirect. I'm just going to set this to true and call this dismiss function. So now we can just remove these things and it should be fixed the error that we have in this file. So same thing in other files, whatever we have in this prompts library also. Fine, there's no issue inside this. Then I have any issues inside this navbar and all these components. All we need to do is just update this to sessions provider, and here I'm just going to change this to sessions context, and here let's change this one to sessions context, and we should be good inside this component. And now going to this chat messages, here I need to import this again, same thing. Let's change this one to sessions provider. Let's change this one to sessions context, and here let's update this one to sessions context. Here along with this two, I'm going to get this update session mutation, and let's just remove this thing that we are receiving the error, and wherever we are using this update session, all I need to do is just remove these things, the update session mutation, and inside this mutate, pass in here the session ID, which is going to be current session.id. The session bot, I'm just going to set this to undefined, and here in the on success callback function, just call this refetch current session function. Okay, so now there's no error inside this chat messages, and inside this chat input also we need to update this import. So let's change this thing, the sessions provider, let's change this one to sessions context. Okay, so now in here let's change this one to sessions context, and we have a lot of changes here in this sessions context. Let's just remove all of these things and only get the current session from this sessions context, and other things we are, so let's just do undo whatever we just did. So this one from this chat context, whatever we have, let's just keep them here and remove whatever we don't have, so that we don't receive an error for other things. And from this use sessions context, let me try to get the current session, and we have an issue here whenever we are trying to create session, and also I'm just going to clean this component. We will try to create separate hook for image attachment and other so whatever it's related to that, and also recording related things also we will try to move to use voice control things so that it looks clean here and I don't have to see much error here inside this. So this render new session, anyhow I'm not using this, so I'm just going to remove this one, and then it's going to be no issue inside this. And I need to refactor because it's already a too big file, and if you wanted to tweak something and all, it's going to be very uncomfortable for us. And this chat context, let's change this one to the provider. And now from this we don't have this current session and all, so let's try to remove this one. Since we try to separate this one to sessions provider, I'm going to get these functions from there, and everything should be back to what it was. And also now this page, these things we are having a problem, and now instead of this chat context we need to get this one from the sessions provider. So let me change here this one to sessions context, and if I change this one to sessions context there should not be any issue, and then it should be just the way it was. And also in the page ID of ours, this charts page here as well, let me just change this one to the sessions provider. Let's import this sessions context. So here I'm just going to change this to sessions context, and then now this page should load as it was before. We almost fixed the issues, and in the prompts provider I do have here these issues. So use chat context. So where are we using this exactly? Okay, the editor, just it should be provider, and then it should be this the same. Now we should not see any issues. So like this is how just we are refactoring and trying to segregate and all. So you can see it is just back to normal whatever it was, and it's going to work. You can just test it out and play with it and all. So just the input component, like I said, the chat input component, I would like to try to make this one smaller. So for that for image specific related things we will just try to create separate hook, and also the voice related things we will just move the logic whatever it is related to voice into record voice, and from there we'll try to import and reduce the number of lines of code that we have in this chat input component. So let's try to create separate hook for attaching the images functionality and all. So going to this hooks folder, and in here I'm just going to create a new file called use image attachment.tsx, and in here I'm just going to export a simple image attachment hook, and here let's just create in here the local state for storing this attachment value, and here you state this is going to be of type attachment, and I'm just going to have this one, and let's import this toast that we need. So I'm just using this toast. Let's try to restructure this toast, and let's try to go back to this, and whatever I have related to this files and all, I would like to move those logic here. This file upload, so going to this image, let me just paste it here, this file upload thing, and also this attached image function. So I'm just removing this, and this one also let's just move into this function, and the other things that we have related to the image, I'm just going to, yep, this handle file select also, let me just move this one into this hook. So this handle image upload as well, let me just move into this section, this resize file as well, I'm just moving into this hook. Okay, fine, I think mostly this should be things. So now let's try to fix here this imports and all other things. So first is this resizer. I just need to import this from this respective library. So this the resizer from this react image file resizer. So just, yeah, this resize file, whatever we have, the same thing. Now there's no error here, so there's no error in this. So let's just try to move it here so that it will be very clear for us this is having not any problem. And in this image upload, let me just import this change event of this input element, and then file reader and all the logic, whatever it is. We should not see any issues, just attaching in here. Fine, so this is also not having any issue. Image upload, in this rendering this attached image, let's try to import this icons, and this image component, let's import these things. I just need to import this image component now in here, and also this button component inside this, and this on click. For now let's just remove this thing so that we don't see any issues. And this icon, I need to import this from this phosphor icons, so I've just added that, and then we should not see any issues. And this paper clip also, let me just try to import this thing. So rendering attached image, there's no problem. And this paper clip Also we should not see any issue. Okay, so almost we all have all the things that I need. So, and from this hook, let's try to return this attachment, then this handle file select, handle image upload, render attached image, render file upload. So these are the things that we need. And now just going to this section, let me just remove all of these things, the local state variable for attachment and all, and I'm just going to use this new hook whichever we have just created related to files, and we are just going to use that. So let me try to import this use image attachment, and from here let's just get whatever the functions that we were just attachment, render attached image, render file upload, and yeah, so these are the things, and now we should not have any issue. In same way I wanted to move, though we are not using a lot of these things, let's find this recording controls listening indicator start voice recording to our, so I'm just removing all of these things. So let's go to our record voice hook, and inside this I would like to just import all of these things in here. So this, let's just minimize these things, and here I'm just adding all of these things, and also the return type and all I'm just removing this for now because we are going to return many things, so I don't want to update for now. Just let's return whatever we want. And here these new things we just need to import the things in this open settings and all. This one we can just get this one from this preferences context. So preferences context, I need here the preferences, and also open settings, we are going to use this settings hook, and here I'm just going to get this open. Let's try to rename this one to open settings. So now this other sections, buttons, import this one, the stop circle, let's just import the tooltip component, import from this components, microphone, let's just import these things as well, the audio wave spinner, let's just import. I think we're almost done. This alone, if I just import these things, we are good. And now from this, what and all we wanted to add in this additional things, this render recording controls, render listening indicator, and this start voice recording. So these are the things that we wanted to export from this, and now just going to this chat input, where of course we will be seeing the issues. So all I'm going to do is just import from this voice controls, the record voice. Where is it? So just search for the record voice, and from here let me just try to get the new things which we just render. Listening indicator, recording controls. I think we should be good. Yeah, so this is how we just try to clean it and move into separate things and make it like maintainable. So now you can see very less number of codes and I can easily maintain this. And if I just refresh, we should just see the way it was before. And almost now the refactoring part is done. Then I will focus on adding import export config feature, and then the option or feature to rename the history title, and the feature to like related to prompts deletions and also bots deletions and all those things. So we will now start to add those features. So let's add import and export config functionality. So for that I need a helper function which is going to help me to generate and download a JSON file. Like we have this helper file. Let's try to create inside this one a simple function. It should be a quick one. So let's name this as generate and download JSON file. So here this data, let's for now specify this type as any, and this file name which is going to be string. The JSON, I can just try to stringify this data whatever we are receiving and create in here this blob object. So new blob of the JSON that I have this type. Let me specify this as application slash JSON, and the URL, let's try to create here this object URL by passing in this above blob, and we are going to create an anchor tag element. So document dot create element of this anchor tag, and try to attach in for this the URL and the on download the file name. Let me add in. So this document dot body dot append this as a child and trigger this click event, and then I'm just going to just the way that we normally download. So then we are going to remove this as the child of this documents. Okay, so this simple helper function, and now exactly where should I configure this one is inside our the settings data component. So the data that we have here, so I should add these things. So going to this settings folder where we have this components, this data. So let me try to add these things. After here I'm just adding one more the setting card, and let's add in some padding in all direction 3, and again let's try to wrap this one inside this flex. The items, let me center them and justify. Let's add this one the between, and now inside these things the type of this one I'm just going to specify two options. First let's have to import data, and in here let's have this input component the type which is going to be the file. on change, we don't have a function here. I'm going to create that, and let's hide this one. In the styling for this, I want this to be invisible, and ID, let me just create a unique ID for this import config, and below this I'm just going to have this button component variant. Let's make this one as outline. Size of this, let's say this is going to be small, and on click I want this to just try to find this element by ID, which we have this import config, and trigger this click event on it. And then this button text, let's say I'm going to say this one as the import. So this is for the import section. Then after this flex, let's add in some separator like margin y, height of this, let's say 1 pixel, background, let's say like zinc 500, and width I'm just going to add in here this full. So similar way, let's try to create the new flex thing for exporting. So I'm just adding in here the same thing, but we'll just try to change the title of this. This is going to be the export data, and instead of this input, all we are going to have is this button component. In this on click, we need to trigger the function which we have created, the generate and download JSON, and in here I need to attach in here the sessions and all, which we don't have. So for now, let me first create all of these things, and then we will add in this on click what needs to be there. And let's have this button text as this export. So this is the component that I added. So let me try to refresh this, and then we should see these things inside this data component. Opening this settings, the data section, you can see import and export. So here let's first create the schema for our import schema, and also all of these things I'm just going to create a schema so that we can handle these types in a better way. So this import schema, let's use this jar. So import okay, so this is going to be an object, and here this API keys, let's create API schema for this one. So whatever we need for that, let me just try to create a schema. This is going to be an object with first this OpenAI. This should be of type string, and this is optional. In the same way, let's add in, for now we'll add in grok and other things, all the providers eventually, but once we figure out for one thing, it's easy for others to add in. So anthro pick, let me just add in. So this is like API schema, and we need to create for other things whatever we have, the preferences schema. So this is going to be an object, and so that's fine. Let's, and in here we'll need to have this default model, which it's going to be of type of string, and add in some condition here. So this the models should include so I need models list. So for us to have this models list, let's try to expose them from our models list hook. So where is this hook? So this models list that I have, whatever this key we have, let me just try to convert this into const models, and I want this to be a list. So I'm just going to move all of these things into these things and try to replace all of this with comma, and here alone if I just change this, we should be good. Okay, now we have this list, and of course I'm just going to have this model key again created back, but with the help of the above list that we have created, type of models and this number. So it should be this the same. Now we have this models, so here I can just import the models list which we just created. So this models dot includes this value. Okay, fine. So just the validation for this default model, then this system prompt, which let's try to again make this a string, and optional the messages limit that we have in our data section. This is going to be number, and I should make sure that this is going to be positive, and also add in this as an optional. Then this temperature, this is going to be of number, and optional default plugins, this is going to be an array of the string values. So let's specify this, and also this can be optional, so I'm just adding this one, and whisper speech to text enabled, this it's going to be the boolean value, and also the optional, so I'm just specifying this one. Then the maximum tokens, this is going to be a number, and the same way let's make sure this is going to be int, and also the positive, and this is going to be optional. Okay, fine. And then this default web search engine, this one let's try to make this one as a string, and here again let's try to validate only it is part of this either Google or this DuckDuckGo. So I'm just going to call this includes vals, just the checking, and also make this one as optional, and then this top probability, this should be of type number, and also let's have this as optional. Top key, this is going to be of type number and also optional. Then we have two more things, Google search engine ID, so this is going to be of type string and optional. Then this Google search API key, and this should be it in our preferences schema. This is again of type string, and of make this one as optional. So this is preferences schema. So like this, let's try to create for other things, run model props schema, the object of this properties context, make this one string, and optional the input, which again it's going to be string optional, image. So this is again going to be a string. Make this one optional. The session ID, this is also a string. An optional thing, not optional, it should be mandate. So let's just make this one. And then this message ID, let's make this one as optional. And then the model, so that should be it for this one. String and optional. Okay, fine. So this is like the running models props schema, and then this chat message schema that we need. So again, this an object, the ID of this chat message, the model, which is again a string, the image string, this is optional, raw human. So this is a string and optional, the raw AI, which is a string and optional. So like this, the session ID, so whatever we have in our schema, so I'm just going to add in here this run model props, which we just created, this run model prop schema. Then this tool name, it is going to be a string and optional. Then this tool result, string and also the optional is loading. Let's make this one boolean, and also this can be optional value. Is tool running, this is again a boolean and optional thing. As error, this is again a boolean value. Make this one also optional. Then this error message, which is a string, and this of course it is going to be optional. And finally this created at, which is a string. So this is the schema for chat message. And then this bot schema, so I'm just going to create for this bot. This should have this prompt and the name for the bot, the description, this is again a string, and then this greeting message, which is of type string. And this can be optional, so I'm just adding in here. Then this ID of this bot, then this avatar, let's have this string value, this is again optional. Then the status of it, let's make this string optional, and this default base model of that bot, let's have this one as string. So this is for bot schema. And now we have one more thing for session schema, and then the import schema, we should be good with that. Okay, so this is going to have this messages, which is the array of this, the chat message schema that we have. Then this bot, the bot schema, let's specify this is going to be an optional. And then this title, this is going to be a string and optional. The ID, let's make this one as a string created at, or let's make this one as string, then this updated at, which let's make this one as a string and optional. Fine. So now we have all of those things and the API keys. This is going to be API schema. I'll make this one optional. In the preferences, this is going to be the preference schema that we prepared. Optional, the sessions, which is going to be the session schema, and this is going to be array, and let's make this one optional. So this is the schema for import, and like this we have these things. So now we have here the import schema here, and whenever we are trying to handle a file select and trying to import a schema and all, we need to handle those things. So here let me try to create the function called handle file select. So this will be just simple function, the change event of HTML input element, and inside this let's try to get this. So the input, the event dot target, let's try to type as this to HTML input element, and this file we will be having in this input dot files of this 0. So if we have this file, so let's try to create in here this file reader object, the file reader, and reader dot onload the function that we have, the content. Let me try to get this content target dot result as a string, and now inside this try catch block let me try to handle this logic. So we will try to get this JSON data. So let's try to just JSON dot parse and pass on this content, and the parsed data, we use this import schema which we have, and I'm going to parse this the JSON data that we have, and here the parsed data I'm going to check for this API keys. If we have API keys, we need to update our API keys. So these functions I need the use preferences hook help, so I can use here this preferences context and whatever the functions that we need. Let's try to get this, the preferences, the API keys, the update preferences, and update API key. So I'm just going to create this function there, and also I need update API keys functions. So here the update preferences. Okay, fine. So this API keys we don't have, so I need to create this one inside this preferences provider. So let me just add in here the one more function, the update API keys. So here this new API keys, which it's going to be of type API keys, return type, let's have this one as void. So now I'm just going to create a simple function here, const update API keys, a new API keys. I'm just going to add it here and update the API keys, pass in here this new API keys, and from here we are going to expose this update API keys from here. So now we should not see any issue here. So inside this, whatever I need, I have just imported, and now we need to use this one, API keys. If we have this API keys, then I'm going to use this update API keys function and try to pass in this whatever the API keys that we have, and same way if we have this past data preferences, then the update preferences functions. Let's try to pass in here past data dot preferences. I'm just going to typecast this to the preferences, and now same thing, if this past data dot sessions length, then let's try to add this sessions mutations. So this also, like I wanted to create this one out of our sessions context thing. So let's do one thing. So all I need to do is try to go to this use chat session hook that we have. So inside this thing, let me just create a new function called add sessions mutation. So let's try to wrap this one inside this mutation, the mutation function, this sessions, which it is going to be of chat session array, and inside this whatever we have this existing sessions, let's try to get them using this get sessions functions, and the same thing, the new sessions, try to append to this existing sessions whatever we receive here the sessions, and I'm just going to update the chat sessions key value to this new sessions and return here this new sessions, and here this callback function on success we are just going to sessions query call this refetch function. So this is the one, and let me try to expose this one, add sessions mutation which we just added, so which I just added inside our sessions provider. Let me add this sessions mutation, and going to this settings data file. So I'm just going to inside this one, let's try to get this value now. So I can just in here use sessions context which we already have, and here all I'm going to do is try to get this sessions mutation. So let me just remove this thing. Okay, so now we don't have any issue, so I can just use this thing and session mutation mutate, and the pass data, the sessions, try to filter the session by this messages length. Okay, fine. So we just, what is this issue? Okay, Yeah, that's fine. So, and after this I'm just going to show this toast message in here. Let's say I'm going to show this data as imported, and the description of this I'm just going to say like the JSON file you uploaded has been imported, and this variant, let's set this one to default. Okay, fine. This add sessions mutation will fix this. Fine. And if I just try to add this catch block in here, let's add in this catch block. If there is any error, let's again show this message. The title, let me say this as invalid JSON. The description, let me add in here this, the JSON file you uploaded is invalid. Okay, and also this variant, let's make this one as destructive, and then I'm just going to return from this catch block. So this is the simple function, and after this one let's try to read as text and pass in here this file. So I'm not sure what is this issue. Add sessions mutation. All we are doing is we are adding the sessions, chat sessions, and then trying to okay, I think I'm not seeing any problem, but here looks like we do have an issue. The sessions, let's not worry about this typo for now. The handle file select which we should call now. So in the import button call, so below here this import, let me just inside this input section, let me just call this handle file select function, and here in this export let me add in this things, the sessions, the sessions thing, and preferences. Let me add in here this preferences, API keys. I'm going to add in here this API keys, then this name of this, let's say for now this charts.json, and this is the okay, it should be sessions. I'm just going to import these things, these values, these sessions. All we need to do is try to get this from our sessions context. So here let's add in this from this context only here. This add sessions mutations, there is a typo, but so for example if I just try to go to settings, the data. Let's try to check this out, and again small changes inside our model select and all those components. So here this active model check and all, let's just remove these things. I'm just going to directly try to, so that we don't see any typo issues. And even in your our quick settings, there is this issue with respect to the model, because we are specifying this cannot be this can be null. So I'm just changing this so that we don't see any issue. Now let's try to test this thing. We should not see any issues. And also so if I just try to click here, we have the chats file, and let me try to clear all thing. So now we should not have anything inside this. Okay, so going to this the settings, the data section, let me try to import in here this downloads. I have here this chats file, so importing. So I see here this JSON file upload is invalid. So this is the problem inside our settings data file. So once we fix this, we should check it out. The problem inside the file that we are trying to add in, the error. So I can just try to console this one, the error, and we can just try to check this thing. So inside this console section, we can check this thing, settings, data, import, chats. So the import, not able to select this file. So let me just refresh this thing. Okay, so going to the settings, data, import this. Okay, let me just check this. There's a problem with I'm not able to import the file. So now I'm able to import and export thing. The problem was with this preference schema, the message limit. I just changed this into any. Now let's try to test this one. So here I have one message here, and let's try to ask one more question, like Python code to transcribe video or something like this. So this is what we got. Okay, I'm just clearing this and try to create a new session and ask in here the questions like what is Solar City or something like this. So now we have ideally so if you just see the history, we have in here these two sessions. So now if I just go to our settings and this data, let me try to export this data. So I have this chats2.json file, and I'm going to clear this all data. So I'm just clearing this data. So we should not have anything. This is like new session, the untitled. So if I now try to go to settings and this data section, try to import this thing, the chats2.json, and now we should see the success message as data imported and the JSON file you uploaded has been imported. So going to this, now closing here the history, you should see the same thing. And if I just try to open this, whatever we have, this should be there. So this is the feature of exporting data for all the sessions and importing this data over all sections. Now let's try to focus on renaming the history, title, and also deleting boards and prompts logic. For that, let's start with the hooks of those respective things, where I'm just going to this use prompts section. This is where we need to create those functionalities. So for deleting the prompt, so we are going to receive in here this id of string, and let's try to get this prompts using this function, and this new prompts we just need to update, filter with this id and remove that from this list. So this prompt.id is not equals to id or the empty array, and then we should update this prompts key value. So this is what the function to delete this prompt, and let's try to create here this prompts query using here so that we can refetch those things. So the query key, and let's have this as a prompts, the query function, this is going to be the get prompts, and same way the create prompt mutation. Let's try to use this mutation hook, the mutation function. This is going to be a set prompt, and on success, inside this all we are going to do is try to call this refetch function, and also let's create here this update prompt mutation, use mutation function, inside this the id and this prompt that we wanted to update. So let's try to restructure them. So this prompt, it's going to be the partial of and try to omit this prompt type that we have, the id, and now this thing, let's try to pass this to update prompt function, and in the on success callback function, let's try to refetch this prompts query. Okay, so this I just need to change this to string. So this is the update prompt mutation, and also same way we need to have this mutation for deleting. So delete prompt mutation, use mutation hook, the mutation function, we are going to attach in here this delete prompt, and on success let's just refetch this prompts query. So these things needs to be exposed. So the prompts query, create prompt mutation, update prompt mutation and the delete prompt mutation. So these are the things that we are exposing from here. And from bots also we need to do the same way. So go into this bots file. In here let's try to create similar way bots query. So I'm just creating in here this bots query. Use this query from this TanStack. The query key, let's have this one as a bot. The query function, this is going to be the get bots function, and then this create bot mutation. Let's try to use this mutation hook, and a simple, we will just pass in this mutation function the create bot function, and on success callback function. Let me just try to call this refetch function on this bots query, and a similar way to delete this bot mutation. I'm just going to again use this mutation function. Let's attach in here this delete bot function, and on success let's again try to call a refetch function on this. So this delete bot I'm just going to create, and the same thing for the other updating and all. So this delete bot, let me just try to create so that we don't see an error. This asynchronous, we are going to just same way whatever we did for prompts. Let's try to get this bots using this get bots function, and then this new bots, we will just filter the bot by that ID, leaving that alone, that ID or this empty array. And then I'm just going to update this bots with this new bots. So that is the delete bot function, and let's try to create the update mutation. So this one, same way, the mutation function. I'm just going to pass for this update bot function the bot ID and this new bot function. And here let's add in this bot ID, which is going to be of type string, and then this new bot, let's try to omit from this tbot type the ID, and this one, if I just destructure, we should have this params, the new bot. So this is and this update bot, the function that we have, and this delete bot, let's all just create in here. So I'm just adding in here this delete bot, and the update bot, we need to fix this one. So here, instead of this bot, let me change this one to new bot, and here let's add in the same type that we are trying to omit the ID from this tbot, and inside this, instead of just returning here this thing, I'm going to return this new bot from this, and here let's try to set this thing with this new bots. Okay, fine. So that is the thing to update this bot. So if you we should not see any issues in this update mutation, and need to handle this on success callback functions just to refetch those things. So bots query dot refetch. So these are the functions that we need for now. So the get bots, create bot, update bot. Let's expose the other things. The bots query, create bot, mutation, update. Let's name this one to update bot, so that it will align with the other functions. Update bot mutation, and then this delete bot mutation. So now we have this mutations and the queries that I need. So this needs to be handled. So basically whatever the components that we have for respective. So if I just open this your prompts and this prompts library and assistants boards library and all those things. So I need a way for this respective components where we have inside this prompt library and all, and create prompt. Let's update these types of this. So I'm adding in here this prompt property. So this is going to be of type prompt, and also add in this on create prompt callback function. So here let's try to omit this prompt id from here. So I'm just omitting this id, this void thing, and on update prompt here let's add in this function to update this specific thing. So now we need to take care of this callback functions. So in here the function that we have, let's try to destructure the other things. Open change the prompt, and on create prompt on update prompt, which we just added. In this prompt title, let me set here this prompt dot name by default. In this callback functions and also this content, if we have this prompt content, I'm just going to set in this one, or else the empty string. And whenever we have this save prompt, and also we need to fix this thing setting this prompt. Let's add in here this condition check. If there is no prompt title, let's just return here, and then I'm going to check for prompt. If we have a prompt, I'm just going to trigger this on update prompt, and this name I'm going to set this to prompt title, and whatever this content we have. Else we will trigger this on create prompt function, attaching in this name the prompt title and then the content of this one. Okay, fine. So this thing, let me remove this set prompt, and this clear prompt and on open change will just be the same, and the button where we have the default create new prompt, let's change this text. So let's try to make this one dynamic. So if we have this prompt, then this is going to be like edit prompt, or else this we are going to say as create new prompt. So fine, so this is the change inside this thing, and now inside this provider we have a problem. So because we just updated this, so we need to take care inside this thing. So from the use prompts hook, let's try to get this prompts query and create prompt mutation, delete prompt mutation, update prompt mutation. So now we have all of these functions. Let's try to do what let's try to create or maintain this local prompts query. So this one, whatever we have in this prompts query, and this query that I'm trying to make for this one, let's change this one to public prompts query. Okay, so now we have this public prompts and local prompts, and whatever this use effect that I'm trying to handle, let's remove this, and inside this all prompts, let's do one thing. So here whatever this local prompts query dot data, or else the empty array, and here we'll use the public prompts query dot data dot prompts, or else the empty array. So now this we have all prompts inside this. So going to this create prompt function, let's attach in here this prompt value, which I'm going to create one local state variable to capture this editable prompt. So this editable prompt, which it's going to be of type this prompt or undefined. So by default, let me set this one to undefined, and whatever this local prompts that I'm just going to remove this one. So now I have this editable prompt. So for this prompt, let me set this editable, pass this editable prompt for this prompt variable, and we need to handle this callback functions on create prompt. Whatever this prompt that we have, we are going to pass to this mutation function, this mutate, pass in here this prompt, and on update prompt, whatever this prompt that we have, we are going to check if this is editable prompt is having an ID. So if that is the case, for this mutate function, I'm going to pass in here this ID, which is editable prompt.id, and then this prompt. So this is how we do fix it, and here this local prompts and all, let's change this to query dot data or empty thing, and this one, let's change this to public prompts query dot data dot prompts, And also here this prompts library also, let's try to add in a function to edit as well as to delete and all. So this needs to be like updated inside our prompts library section. So let me just go to this prompts library and add in these prompts, and we'll handle those things inside this component. So in this function, let's add in this callback functions on edit whatever the prompt which is of type this prompts, and also on delete we need to handle this one. So these are the two callback functions. So let me just destructure them in our props. All we need to do is try to add, so basically let me just in here I'll add in a drop down menu to edit or delete. So let's use this drop down menu, and here I'm just adding drop down menu trigger, and the button component variant, let's make this one ghost, size of this icon smaller, and inside this I'll just have this .3 icon, and the size of this let's set this one to 24, and the weight of this let's set this one to bold. Okay, and that's the triggering section. And here let me just add in drop down menu content. So inside let's make this minimum width to be 200 pixel, text to be smaller, and medium text let me make this one to be base, and align I'm just going to add this one the end, and let's add this first menu item. So on click, this is for editing. So all I'm going to do is try to pass in the prompt for this function, and we will try to stop this propagation. In the content of this, let's have this pencil icon, and size let's say the 14, weight of this let me set this to bold, and here the text of this it's going to be edit. So same thing, we will add a below a one more drop down menu item, and here instead of passing in to on edit, we are going to pass this to delete function, and the icon let's change this one to trash a simple icon. The text of this let me change this to delete. So this is the function that we just added. So now going here, we need to add this inside our prompts provider to this prompts library. So I'm just going to handle this one on edit, the whatever this prompt that we are going to receive, let's set this the prompt as the editable prompt, and we are going to show this create prompt, and this is what I'm going to do. And on delete, whatever this prompt that we have, let's try to trigger this delete prompt mutation and pass in here this ID for this one. Okay, and now we should not see any issues. So to just check this one, prompts libraries. So if I have here now 3 dots here. So if I wanted to edit here it is just here, so I can just change this one as I have edited and try to save this one, so you can see this one. And let me try to create this, create prompt. Okay, this should be fixed. So whenever we are trying to create the prompt, whatever it is, okay fine. So let's say I'm just adding in here this thing, try to, okay, this is just changing this thing. So the creating, yep. So I'll just refresh, let's see. So going to this prompt sections, trying to create, yep. Now let's add in like prompt title, something like this. I'm just adding prompt content. Let's try to save this. So we have this one. So now if I try to delete this, yeah, you can see now we have just deleted that. So this is the logic to edit and also to delete the prompt. So we need to do the same thing for the bot section. So let's go to this bots components as well, where this bot library and all. So let me add in here this callback function to delete. So I'm just adding in here the option to delete in here. So now let's destructure this delete callback function same way like we just did. I'm just going to add here below this description the drop down menu, and here I'll just add in this drop down menu or trigger. Inside this, let's add in here this button variant. Let me set this to ghost, and the size of this, it's going to be icon smaller, and same thing, let's pass in this .3 icon size, let's say 24, weight of this to be bolder. And after this trigger, the drop down menu content, so this also minimum width, I'm going to set this to 200 pixel. Text to be smaller, medium, let's have this text base, and the align, let's set this to end. And now inside this, let's add in drop down menu item, and on click, all we are going to do inside this, let's pass in this bot to this on delete callback function. Let's try to stop this event propagation, and inside this, the trash simple icon size, let's say 14, weight, I want this to be bold, and the text of this is the delete. So this is the bot library change. And for creating also, let's try to add this callback function on create bot. So here let's try to omit the id from this bot type. So this is the callback function. Let me get this thing, and all we need to do is basically instead of your create bot, I need to change this to on create bot and pass in here this values for the callback function. And we don't need this one, so we can just remove this thing. So now we need to change this inside the respective bots provider. So fine, going to this bots provider, we do see here the issues, so we need to just fix this. So whatever this local state variable that we have, let me just remove this local thing, and here from this I want this bots query, and create bot mutation, and also delete bot mutation. So now we have this functions, and also to just update, let's use this use router hook, and from here I'll just get this push and refresh function, the query whatever we have. Same way we'll just maintain here local bots query, which is this bots query, and let's try to rename this one to public bots query, and let's remove this thing, the use effect call, and the all bots. Let's so this one, let's use this local bots query dot data, or this empty array, and the public bots query as well. Let's try to get this data dot bots, or else the empty array. So now we have this all bots. Let's try to pass this function. So whenever we are trying to inside this create bot, I need to pass in here the callback function on create bot, and for this the create bot mutation that we have, I'm just going to pass this bot to this one, and this bot library or the local bots, let's pass in here local bots query dot data, or this empty array, and this one just the public bots query dot data dot bots, and we need to handle this on delete functionality. So which is of type this bot, use this delete bot mutation, call this mutate function, pass in here this id. So this is the on delete callback function handling, and small change inside this assign bot function, this current session dot id, and we're trying to call this update session mutate, and also here let's add in here this updated at moment I wanted to update this updated at, and also let's try to remove this thing, and inside this in on success callback function we are going to call that thing, the refetch current session. So we can just, and also I wanted to refresh the page, so this is how we can handle it, and yeah, and here also we can just check if it is not null, and then we are going to call this one. So these are the change now for bots as well. So just to give it a try, let's open here this assistance. So this is the bot, so let's try to the bot first. So if you wanted to just delete, we can just delete that one, and you saw that it just refreshed. And to create a bot, let's just create in here okay, I'm not able to change this base model, so that means there is something, this selection. Okay, so let me try to refresh this one and see this ones. So we need to fix this one, so which I will. So trying to create this, no, I'm not able to change this model. So I'll fix this and then we will check out this creation. Anyhow, we are able to delete this one, but overall this is the way that if we wanted to add in this deletion, editing and creation of bots and prompts. So I've just tested it out, just trying to console. We are able to get this values that we're able to change here. So if I just change it to, we can see, but the problem is here there is a typo, due to which I'm not able to update this value. That is the reason that this, I need to change this one to default base model. The typo inside this in here, and now hopefully, so let's try to fix. I mean, I'm not worried about this typo for now. The chat input, we need to just change this to correct spelling, and I think we should be good. Fine. So now you can see it just updates. So if I just choose this one, bot 4.0, and I'm just adding in here, this is test bio, and let's just add in I am for model and something like this, and let's try to save. You can see now bot 4.0, and we wanted to start testing on this, and you can see that and we have this default model and all. So creating works and the deletion also works, which we just tested, and if I wanted to delete this, we are able to delete that. And the prompts also we are able to create, and like if I wanted to create this okay, this one, this, okay, this actually we need to clear this selection, and only then I'm able to like create this prompt. So like this. So if I just save this one, we're able to, and if I wanted to go to this, try to edit these things, just now save this. Okay, yeah, this creating, basically we need to refresh the default selections and all. That's fine for now, but this is how we try to, and now renaming history is what we wanted to do, but related to prompts and bots we just added that. And for this, and also inside this settings data, when we are trying to like in here, I need to change, so let's just change the schema. This one I need to change this thing, that's why the issue. And here you can just set in the default value as like GPT-4o or 3.5 turbo, whatever it is, mini or something like that. And I need to create the prompt schema as well, so let's add in here this prompt schema, which is the object. Initially let me set this thing to empty object, and here this bots, whatever the bot schema that we have in array, this is going to be optional. And also this prompts, let me also add this array of string, this is also an optional. So we additionally added now bots and prompts. And this one, when we are trying to read here, let's make this function as asynchronous, and here this passed data whenever in this here the callback function error map. So if there is any issue, and this context, let's try to console and also return this respective default error inside this one. And yeah, everything should be just same. We just added that schema. And now the history sidebar, we need to have an option to rename this one, so this history sidebar. So as of now we have this sidebar here. So let's do one thing. Inside this components, let's create a new folder called history, and inside this let's have a simple reusable component history item.tsx, and whatever this the sidebar that, so I'm just closing this, the sidebar component that we have here, I'm going to move this one into this history folder, and let's try to rename this one as well. So let's just update this imports and rename this one to like history sidebar, so that it just makes more sense to history sidebar, and also update this imports. And whatever we have here, the each item, basically the content, the each item, this thing, we are going to create a simple reusable component here. I'm just going to add this history item component, and in here it should be simple and straightforward. The props, so the session, the chat session, and also the dismiss callback function, the session, then this dismiss. Okay, fine. So inside this basically let's try to take the help of these things, whatever the input. So okay, fine. So what is it that I'm going to do is, let's try to wrap inside this div, and here the things that we need. So basically, are we editing or not? So that state, let's try to maintain using this local state variable. Let's set this to false initially. Okay, and we need the sessions, current session details, and those things. So I can get this from this sessions context, the current session, and also update session mutation, then the title of this. So this one we will get using the session dot title. So I'm just going to set this to that value, and the router to redirect to that particular page. So inside this div, if we are editing, then this should be like input component. So let's import this one variant. Let's make this to be ghost. If it is not, then I'm just going to, if we have this bot, then I'm going to have this bot avatar component, the size, let's have this as a smaller, and the name of this session dot bot dot name, and the avatar, let me just have this session dot bot dot avatar. Okay, so this is the case. If it is not that one, I'm just going to use this get model by key function. So that one, let's try to use this model list hook. So we are just going to get this model list function, and from here let's try to find this model by key, and here I'm just going to use this function model by key and pass it here this session dot messages, the first value, the model that we have, and that icon I wanted to showcase here. Okay, and after this, the title of this session, so I'm just going to add in here the session dot title. So that is the thing we need to style, which we will. And if it's not editing, then inside the normal, the flex component, let's have this group hover. In here, let's make this flex and hidden by default, and I'm just going to have this button component variant. Let's make this one to be ghost. The size of this, the icon, extra small, and the on click, what is it exactly that we need to do is basically I need to toggle this is editing to true, and let's try to stop propagating this event, and inside this one let's have this icon pencil, simple icon. The size of this, let's set this to 14, and the weight of this, I'm going to make this one bolder, and here this the button to delete this one. So let's add this variant ghost size. Let me set this one to icon extra small, and here this deleting, so though we don't add a functionality but just the placeholder, the weight, let me just make this one bolder. So this is simple history item. We need to style, we will take care. So assume like this component is the thing, and now the in history sidebar we'll have to, so here this one, since we are moving, so I can just remove this thing, and also this thing we're not using. I need to now try to import the so in here also let me add this set open to false whenever we're trying to create new, and this sort sessions instead of this div. So I'm just going to use this history item component, and for this we need to pass in the session which we have the session, and let's whatever the styling that we have, we are going to apply this styling there. So and the on click we have the dismiss. So in this dismiss callback function set open, all we need to do is set this to false, and then let me just remove the styling and also whatever we have inside this. I'm just going to remove this thing and remove this thing as well. Let me try to close this one, the history item. I think this should be it, and we should see so if I just try to refresh this one, of course I'm just going to style this. The history sidebar, it is refreshing, so let's just wait for it to refresh. So now if I just try to open this one, this history item needs to be styled better, and then we can test it out with this editing functionality. So just renaming the history item. So this div styling, whatever we had for that, let me just try to apply this styling. So let me just import this thing, and the key for this, let me set the session.id. So and also make this one as a group, and let's set this height of this as a 10, and whatever we have of our, I'll just keep that as it is. So you can see now, and this input also I just need to style this. If it is editing, and also if it is not editing, we need to style these things. Okay, the span thing, let's just make this text to be width full, and also the truncate, I'm going to make this size extra small. Medium, let's make this too smaller. Now it should start to look good. Yep. And if it is editing, so now if I hover, you can see the pencil in this thing. So now if it's editing, you see now it's the empty input, but this needs to be changed. So let's have this height of 6, and a value we are going to pass in the title, the on change. I need to set this title to whatever this user is entering on change, and on key down, so basically any enter. So let's, if v dot key is equals to and enter. So here let's set this editing to false, and I'm just going to use this mutation, update session mutation, and use this session id, session.id, try to update that title to this one, and here, or else we can just try to update this with this title or as this untitled. So this is what we do on key down, and after this the on blur as well. Let's try to set this editing to false. So set is editing, let me set this one to false, and again here we will try to trigger this, the session dot id and whatever we have in this title. So let me just copy this one. So I'm just going to update the session title, and this should be it. So if it is editing, and if not, we are just showcasing this bar avatar and respective model icon and this title, and if it's not editing, these things. So if you just wanted to see, let's say, so now this is the thing editing. So I can say this as editing title, and if I just press this enter, you should see now this title updated it to editing title. So this is how we can just rename the thing, and here as well you can just change it to whatever it is. So I'm just going to change this one to Golang, and I'm not entering thing, just on blur also we should update. So if I just change, you can see this is updated to Golang. So simple. So we just added a feature to rename the history item, and also the options to delete prompt, to delete bot, to create prompt, and to create bot. So now I wanted to focus on adding Ollama model, like where we can run from our local machine. That is the thing I just wanted to add the model and see if we can make it to work. Before adding Ollama, there's just small bug fix. So while we were trying to edit and then trying to create new prompt, we were just trying to go to the same existing editing prompt. So for that, in this onCreate callback function, I just set this editable prompt to undefined, and then it's working fine. So that's the small change. Now let me try to add the Ollama models, and for that, inside use preference hook, let me add in this type the Ollama base URL. Okay, and default, let me set this base URL to http localhost 11434. Okay, fine. So this is the base URL, and let's try to add it to our models list. So there I need to include this models. For now, let's try to add in smallest model, and here this base model should be this Ollama model, and for this list I'm going to add in the v3 model, which is the smallest model, and later we'll add in Ollama 3 and all those things. And this model, let's also make this one to be a type to be string, and let's just close this sidebar, and inside this hook let's try to create in this query this Ollama models query. I use this use query hook, and here let's set this query key Ollama models, and the query function, let's use simple the fetch, and inside here the preferences.ollama base URL /API /tags, and here let me just try to return this response.json, and this would be enabled if we have this preferences. So this is just the Ollama models query, and this whatever we have this base models, let me add in the max retries. Let me set for everything max retries as 2 attempts. So here I'm just adding for all of this thing, and for Gemini let's just have 1. And now let's add in case Ollama, and here we should add in this dependency. I need to import this chat Ollama from, so import chat Ollama from this Langchain /community/ the chat models, and get this Ollama model. So this is deprecated, so there is a separate package, we can use that as well, and but for now let's just use this. Okay, not much difference. Later if you want we will just install that separate package and use it. So inside this thing let's pass in the same thing, the model dot key, the base URL. Let me add in here this preferences dot llama base URL, top key, and this top probability, max retries, let's set this one to 2. Temperature, let me set this to like whatever the value that we receive. Let's also try to cache this results, and that's how we are going to create an instance of this chat Ollama if it's the Ollama. And let's also now, after our models list that we have, let me try to create all models list once. So inside this one, and this is going to be of type T model array, and we will just going to wrap this one inside this use memo hook, and inside this one, and let's add in this should be run on this value change. And now inside this, whatever the models that we have, along with that this Ollama models, I'm just going to combine here. So this Ollama models query data dot models, and try to iterate to this and get this model. For now let's have this as of type any, and here this T model return type, and here let's have this name model dot name, this key model dot name. I'm just attaching it here. And tokens, let's add this tokens, and also the input price, it is 0, output price, it is 0. Plugins, let's have this as the empty array, and this icon. For now let's add this size as medium, and this type I'm just going to add this Ollama, and let's add this eventually, but we are going to receive this error now. And this base model Ollama max output tokens, let's say 2048. Okay, and here I can specify here this empty array as well if we have an issue. So this one let's return this component. Fine. So this is going to have all models list that we have, and now whenever we are trying to get this model by key, instead of this models we can use the sort models and try to find this accordingly. Okay, and here I need to add this Ollama, and here for now I'm just going to return this smallest model, and here now let's attach for this models all models. Okay, this icon I'm going to add. Also, to add that icon, let me first add in public's folder, in the icons folder we need to add in this Ollama SVG. So I'm just going to add this thing inside this one, the SVG that now I have added. So this needs to be part of our model icon component. So let me add inside this, inside icons folder, this model icon that we have. Let me add this new things, Ollama, and here I'm going to attach in icons this Ollama.svg. Okay, fine. So I've just added here and there's no error in that, and we should be good. So I just added the logic to create instance of that, and also inside our use LLM hook. So in here where we are trying to check if there's no API key and all, let's add this condition as well. The selected model key dot base model is not equals to Ollama, because this doesn't need API key, so I'm just adding that condition also. And now inside our settings we need to add in an option for Ollama. So for that I need to create a component inside the settings folder like we did for all of the providers. So let's go to this settings, and here I'm adding in Ollama file, and here let's create this component. I'm just going to name this as Ollama settings, and inside this let's try to wrap in the settings container, and the title of this, it is going to be this Ollama settings, and inside this let's add in a div, and here I'm just going to add this title as local server URL. So now we just added this, so let me make this as a part of our settings provider so that we can see on the screen. So here let me open this settings folder where we have this models list. Let's add this Ollama model. So I'm just going to add this Ollama key, it's going to be the smaller keys Ollama, and this icon let's add in the just icon which we added. So in here the size it's going to be the medium, the type let's specify here this Ollama, and now this component I'm going to import this Llama settings which we should to build, but this is a placeholder now. So if I just open this settings section and let's try to refresh this thing, and I should see this Ollama as one more models provider added into this list. So let's just refresh and have a look at it, and then we will start developing this Ollama settings component. So inside this settings, you can see now we have this, and I just have this Ollama as local server URL. So we can continue developing this component. So after this div, let's have this input component and this placeholder. So basically this is what the local host 11434 is the port number, and the value I'm just going to attach in this URL. So to capture this one, let's create a simple local state variable, set URL. This is going to be of type string. Initially let me set this to empty string, and let's try to get this preference context, and so that we can accordingly set this preferences, update preferences function. And here let's also use this toast to showcase the message of configured success or not. And here this LLM test that we have, I'm going to use this render save API key button, and inside this use effect, let's try to update this URL whatever we have in this preferences dot Ollama base URL. So this is going to trigger whenever this preferences changes. Okay, so here let me just close this so that we don't see an issue. Yep, and you can see now that is what default URL that we have set. And here autocomplete, let me turn this off, and below on change, let me add this set URL to he dot target dot value. Fine, and after this we will just have that a button to test this. So let me just create this div like we just had in the other components. In here this on click, let's try to handle. So, and here the text of this, it's going to be save, and after this div I'm just going to add in a div with info icon of size, let's say 16. Weight of this, I'm just going to have this one bold, and here in this p tag I'm just going to add the Ollama related info. For now just a placeholder. Okay, later we'll just change. So this settings container and all, to make it look better, the div, this title and all, let's just straightforward whatever we added for other things. I'm just going to add this item sign, and let's have this justify between the text styling of this. Let's make this text to be smaller, medium onwards. Let's have this base text color, let's make this one to be like 500, and this input component, I think that's fine. And this button that we're trying to add in, let's try to make this flex row and items center gap of 2. In this button on click, let's try to handle this logic inside this try catch block. So in this try block, so all I'm going to do is fetch this URL and combine this with /API/tags, and in the callback thing, let's try to get this result and see if this response of this status is equals to 200. If that is so, I'm going to show this success toast message. Let's have this title as success, and description, let me add this URL is valid. Fine. And I'm just going to update this preferences. Ollama base URL, I'm just going to pass in this URL as a base URL, and if there is any error, so I can just try to catch inside this section, and we will show this toast accordingly. So let's set this title as the error thing. The description, let me pass in here this invalid URL, and the variant, let's make this as destructive. Fine. And even in this catch block, if we receive any error, we are going to show this toast message accordingly. So title, let's say this is going to be the error as usual, and description also I'm just going to say for now this as invalid URL, and here this variant, let's make this one to be destructive. So this is what we will be doing, and we will test this. And this info also, let's make this flex row direction and items. Let's have this at the start, gap of 1, and padding in y direction, let's have 2. Text, let's make this one zinc color like 500, and this thing, the text thing, let's have this as extra small. Okay, yep, now it's looking good. So to run this locally, so what you need to do is you should navigate to official website, that is ollama.com/download. so ollama.com/download. So if you go to this section, there will be depending upon the OS you're using, choose that respective OS and then download this. So once you download this, all you need to do is open your terminal, and then in any of the terminal, like try to run the bash script launch ctl set env and Ollama _origins in all caps, and then allow all origins. In strings, just add in a star asterisk and run that. Then it's like we have now set up cross origin access for Ollama. And once we've done that, all we need to do is restart the Ollama service after this completion, and then we can pull whatever the model of our choice. To pull Ollama model of your choice in your terminal, you will have to run Ollama pull and the model names. Okay, so it can be v3 latest, it can be Ollama 3 latest, it can be Ollama 2, or whatever it is. Once the model is pulled, you can just start in the chat. So let's try to test this. So you can see this URL is valid because I have run this and it is set up. So I just instructed this. It is simple, straightforward. So whatever I've just told you, just follow. Also no issues, I will just add in that as a description in our UI as well, and then that should be very clear. So now this is tested and we do have this Ollama, so I can choose this models as well. So these are the models that I have pulled, and you can use whichever it is. So even if I just select this Ollama 3.2 latest or Ollama 3, so if I ask something high, okay, the condition API key is missing, so I think we need to handle the condition there. So So inside this, here also we need to add in this condition, whatever we just added inside our use LLM thing. So let me just add in this selected model dot base model is not equals to Ollama. Okay, and let me just try to test this. So I'm just refreshing the browser, and then we should be good, and we should not receive any error now. And I'm just changing to this model. You can add in this whatever the models that we have. Let me, why is this navigating me to this section? This is strange. I just added this condition as well. That is what we just took care. Okay, for now let's do one thing. In this preferences provider, let me just add in simple inside this user effect block. I'm just going to set this update API key for this Ollama. Let's add in some just random gibberish, and this should be called on mounting. So let me just try to refresh, and then we will test it. So it is refreshing, and let's try to change to this thing, and now you should see it is working. That is, this is running in our local system, and we should receive the response. Yeah, so you can see now, though it is slow of course, and you see this model that it is used. So good. So we have successfully integrated this Ollama as well, which is working. For now we just set this gibberish API key, which we will take care later. And I'm going to add in a simple conform provider that I wanted to wrap all of our children inside it. So let me create a simple context inside this context folder called conform, and let's have this provider created for this. Let's make this one as client side component, and here the type for this thing conform args, and in here this message which is of type string, and on conform, which this is going to be a callback function. This title, let's have this as a string, and also now this conform context. So this is going to have this arguments of type args which I just created above, and then this dismiss to just close this thing. So these are the types for this context. So let me just add in this conform context, create the context, and here this undefined or conform context, and let's set this one to be undefined. Let's close this sidebar, and now here let's have this use conform hook, and So let's make this arrow function, and here this context, the use context, let's pass in here confirm context. So if this context is equals to undefined, let's throw in a error here. Let's just throw this as use confirm must be used within a confirm provider, and I'm just going to throw return this context, same thing like we just had in other things. So now let's create a provider, this confirm provider, and here just the children standard like we just created other providers. And now this confirm provider, inside this let's just get this the okay fine, and here let's confirm provider types, and inside this simple the whether is open or not a local state. So set is open use state, I'm going to set this to false, and the args for this is going to be of type the t confirm args which we have, or else it is going to be of type null. So here this function open the arguments, let's just pass in here, let's toggle this open to true, and I'm going to set this args to whatever we are receiving as the params input things, and dismiss we just need to close this thing. So set is open, I'm going to set this to false, and arguments whatever the variable I'm going to set this to null. So this is the dismiss function, and now this returning the confirm context that we have. So basically this confirm context, the provider, the value that we are going to expose as open, and the dismiss function, and inside this all we are going to do is use this alert the dialog component. So let me just add in from this Shanxian. So this thing, let's add this alert dialog component, and then I'm just going to import into this component okay. There is a problem here, so let me just manually add it here. So you can just take a reference from the ui.shortchain.com to manually add it. So let me add what the dependency that I need for this one. Just I need React alert dialog, so add in here. So we need to fix that peer dependencies version mismatches, and then we'll not receive any issues, but that's fine. Radix UI or React alert dialog, and let's just pass in here this -force, and then we are going to install that. So it is installed, and now here let's create the alert dialog.tsx. So for us to manually install, so go to this thing and search for alert dialog component, and here there's a manual section. So this thing we need to copy, so just copy this thing, and then we are going to copy into this our alert dialog.tsx, and then we are going to use inside our the confirm provider where we need this. So I'm just going to paste it here, this component. So this is the thing, just copy all of this thing. So now going to this one, let's just minimize this thing. So inside this provider, all we are going to do is try to wrap the children that we have inside this alert dialog. So open, let's pass in here, this is open that we have created as a local state on open change. We are going to toggle this accordingly. Then this alert dialog content, and inside this alert dialog header. So here let's add in alert dialog title, and here I'm just going to add in this args.title, and below this if we have the message, so then I'm going to try to showcase that one inside the description. So alert dialog description, and let's try to wrap this args.message inside this. So this is where we're going to show, and then after this header let's add in this footer, the footer section. Let's have this cancel and the continue button, alert dialog or the cancel thing, and on click all we are going to do is call this dismiss function. The text of this, it's going to be the cancel, and here this one alert dialog action component, and here in this on click thing I'm going to do is use this args.on confirm callback function, trigger this, and then let's try to call this dismiss function. Okay, so let's try to close this, and here the text of this, it's going to be the continue. So this is what the thing, and after this dialog let's try to wrap in this children. So this is a simple confirm provider, and now this one we wanted to use it in our layout. So all I need to do is just go to this layout.tsx and import it and try to wrap this thing, this reference provider, preference provider. So let's try to add in this confirm provider, and whatever we have, all of these things I'm going to wrap inside this. So this is how we just wrap all of the children using this confirm provider. Okay, so that is how we just added this Ollama, and then some minor UI tweaks, and then I'll try to add some example prompts and boards as well. So let's tweak some minor UI, and then we'll add the examples so that there'll be like enough info for the end user to just to get started with any of this model or with any of the example that we are going to add. We will add in those examples. Now we just added this confirm provider, and inside this history sidebar we did not implement this delete functionality. So let's try to handle that one inside the history folder where we have this component in the history item. So I'm just, yep, so in here let's see if we can try to complete this functionality. So for us to handle these things, from this session context we need this remove session by id mutation, and also I wanted to create this new sessions this thing. Let's try to create this local state whether to open this delete confirm. So here set open delete confirm. Let's set this one by default to false, and then I'm going to create one history input reference. We will just use this use ref hook, and in here this is going to be of type HTML input element. So here, so basically the inside this use effect, if it is editing, so if the editing is true, then I wanted to call this focus function on this element, and this one will be triggered whenever this is editing value is changed. And also let's use this confirm hook that we have, and try to get this open and dismiss functions. Let's rename this to open confirm, and this dismiss, let's rename this one to dismiss confirm. Now we have these things, and also here let's add in is editing also as a condition, just a small change. And now for this input component I'm going to attach in this history input reference whichever we have just created, and yep, and this title let's try to trim if there is any spaces, just minor change. Even in here this on blur, let's also try to trim whatever the user is trying to add in. If there is an extra space we are just going to trim that. Okay, and here let's add in one more condition. If this is not editing or this open delete confirm, then we are going to show this one, and let's make this one the styling as the dynamic, and here along with this thing, if this open delete confirm, then I want this the flex to be added. So I'm just adding this one. Now this trash simple thing, let's try to handle this thing. Let's try to wrap inside this tooltip component the content of this. Let's have this as a delete, and here I'm going to use this popover component and open. Let's try to provide this open delete confirm, and on open change I'm going to pass in here set open delete confirm, and inside this the button whatever it is, let me just try to move into this popover variant, and let's make this one dynamic. So here if this open delete confirm is true, then I'm going to set this to secondary, else we'll have this as the ghost. Size, let it be icon extra small, and on click what are we supposed to do here? All we need to do is open this delete confirm. I'm just going to set this to true, and then stop this event propagation, and then icon would be trash simple. This is basically the triggering point. So it's better that we need to wrap inside this trigger. So let's move this button section inside this and mention this as the child, and below this one let's add in the popover content, and here let's have this z index so that we'll see this no matter what components we have, and here side to be bottom, and inside this this p tag I'm just going to have like message like, are you sure want to delete this thing, and or something like that. So text smaller, medium, let's say it is text base, font type medium, padding bottom I'm just going to have this 2, and here for now I'm just going to add a placeholder text like, are you sure want to delete this message or session or whatever it is. For now let's keep it this way, and here this inside this div let's make this flex row gap of 1, and here I'm just going to have this button to delete and the button to cancel. So let's add those two buttons. Variant, let's make this one to be destructive. Size, let's make this one smaller, and on click all we are going to do is make use of this mutation that we have, session by id mutation. Try to call this mutate function by passing in this session id, and here in this callback function in the on success, and let me try to call this dismiss conform, and the create session we are going to create new one, and then I'm just going to redirect the user to true, and of course we have this error, and then stop this event propagation. Let me close this button, and this one it is delete session, but that's fine, I'm just going to change this later. And here let's add in the one more button to just cancel this deletion. This size, let me set this to small. On click here let's try to close this one, so I'm just going to set this to false, and again try to stop propagating this event to other components children, and have this text as cancel. Okay, so this is the change now inside this history item, and also this history sidebar, the drawer overlay, let's have this z index, change it to 400. Now let me just test this. So whatever this high we have, you can see now there is this, are you sure want to delete this message or delete this session and all. So if I okay, I just, what's happening, so ideally we should be able to delete this one, but it's not working the way I want. So on click the history item, the delete message, this is not working the way I want. All we are doing is trying to call this remove session by id mutation, and then trying to see if it is deleting it or not, but it's not working. Yeah, let me just check this, and then once we double check this one, so if I just try to delete, I'm just trying to refresh and see once again. Okay, for sure this is not working. I think it's related to the styling that the Z index. The pop over content, this one. Yeah, that's fine for now. Assuming like this is a bug, we will just fix this and then we will move on to other section. As a tentative fix, what I'm going to do is basically whatever this we are trying to call it here, let's just move this one to this. I'll just comment this thing and try to add this logic of removing this session. So this, let's just give a try. So this hi, I wanted to delete this. So once I click this, you saw now it is deleted, and that's fine, it's working. That showcasing the confirmation message and all will take care, but this is the thing. And even now to in this data thing, whenever we want to clear, let's use let's simply create a simple reusable conform popover component inside this UI folder. So I'm just going to create in here this use conform popover component in here. So basically we will just try to wrap the children inside this popover component that we have. So let's name this as popover conform, this title which is going to be a string on conform. So I'm just going to try to add a few props which we need, the conform button string and the on cancel callback function, and also the children. Let's try to add in this React node. Okay, so this one, the popover conform provider. So inside this, first let's try to restructure these things from this popover conform. And the props that we have is the title, and on conform thing, the conform button text. Let's by default add in this as a conform, on cancel callback function, and the children that we wanted to wrap in. So here let's just have the local state, the open conform local state variable. In the use state, let's set this one to false. So I'm just going to use this popover attach for this open conform, and on open change set open conform the popover trigger as the child. Let's add in here this children, whatever we are passing as a triggering point, and this popover content, same thing, whatever we just try to add. I'm just trying to make this as a reusable component so that I can use in multiple components. And here let's add in this title. For this one, the styling, let's just make this text size change to small from medium screen onwards to base. Font type, let's be this one to be medium, padding bottom to fine. And here I'm just going to have this a div, two buttons to just confirm and then to cancel. So here let's try to add in this button component variant. Let's make this one destructive. This is to confirm, right? So this size, let's make this one smaller. On click, and let me try to trigger this on confirm callback function, and then we'll try to stop propagating this event. The confirm button text I'm just going to show here, and then this button and the div which we are trying to have these buttons, let's make this one as a flex, and we'll have small gap between each of this button, like gap of 1. And this button variant, let's make this one to be ghost. Size, let's set this one to smaller. On click, let's call this cancel, and set open confirm to false, and is dot stop propagation, and inside this have this text cancel. Okay, so now we have this one in the data.tsx component. I'm just going to use this one and try to see like wherever we have this clear all, and on click I'm just trying to call this clear all data function, but instead let's try to wrap this one inside this popover confirm provider, and this title, let's add in like, are you sure, something like you want to clear all chat sessions. And I'm just going to add in the same text like this action cannot be undone, and this confirm button text I'm just going to add in here as clear all, and on confirm callback function all we are going to do is just clear sessions mutation that we have that logic, set this one to undefined, and here in the on success callback function, so you can just take from the above clear all data function. And here I'm just going to showcase here this toast message, the title, let's say like data is clear, or this description I'm going to say like all chat data has been cleared. And here this variant, let's make this one to be like default. Okay, and after this, of course, I need to close this one so that we don't see an error. Let's move this button inside this thing so that I don't see any issues. After this toast messages, let's try to create a new session and try to redirect the user to that session, and then I'm going to call this dismiss function. So now we can just remove this on click functionality on this button, and let's see how this is going to be. So if you just wanted to give it a try, so all we need to do is go to this okay, what is this problem? The popover confirm provider, we are trying to return in here inside this data section. I'm just replacing this with this trying to wrap this button inside this popover confirm provider. So let me try to open the settings, the data. Okay, that's fine. So there is this, the child, so there is this issue. So let's try to just comment that part, and we will try to check this again. Going to settings, data section, and here the thing that we wanted to test is this clear all. So if we just click on this, are you sure you want to clear all chat sessions? And now we have this one. So if I click on this thing, we should see this data cleared and everything. So this is what we wanted to do. Even for the reset all sections that we have here, this button. So let's use this confirm provider. The title, I'm going to add in here this, are you sure you wanted to reset all chat sessions in preferences, and I'm just going to say like same thing, this action cannot be undone. In this confirm button text, let's add in this reset all, and the on confirm callback function, and let's try to wrap in this button, and whatever the functions that we have, we'll just remove that thing. And on clear all data, whatever the logic that I have, I'm just going to copy this thing, and okay, so going to this, the reset section on confirm, let me add in these things. So we're just trying to clear this, and inside this one, let me just try to update this preferences to default preferences, and here instead of this one, let's change this to like reset successful, and all chat data has been resetted, something like that. And after this, we are just going to create new session and redirect the user, and here we can just remove this one, the function. Now it should be good. So the same thing, fine. So now we can just remove this clear all data function, because we are no longer using. So this is how we are trying to use that component reusable across this multiple calls and all, and that's the thing that we handled. And now let's try to add in few examples for the bots and prompts. So to showcase the examples inside our chat input component, I'm just going to add the chart example section that we have. So in here let's add for now the chart examples component, where I'm just going to for now add in this as just a placeholder, and let's see how it's going to look like in this show. Let me like set this to false for now, and also the API for prompts, where we have just trying to get in this prompts I have added in here the from library. So let's also change this one, assuming like we have in our database. So here I'm just going to trying to make a call to our prompts table which we will create. So here await, so let me import this super base, and here data and error. I'm just going to destructure the super base dot from the prompts. Let me try to select this one, and here we can just return now this data or the empty array. We don't have anything, no, so that's fine for now. And also let's, for public bots, let's not have this edit and delete drop down menu that we just added. So what I'm going to do is basically let's add in a simple condition here. If this tab is equals to local, only then we will show this one, or else we will not show this drop down menu section. Just a small control on these things. And also in the nav bar component, I just wanted to move this render new session that I have. Let's try to move this thing below here, this history sidebar. Okay, so here I'm just trying to add in it here, the render new session, and just naming conventions, whatever you want, you can just so to just align, let me just change this one to bots, because everything we have it as a bots. And I'm just going to change this one to prompts. And also after this settings, let's try to move this whatever the div in this drop down menu that I have to just above this things. So I'm just removing this. So after this drop down menu item, I'm just going to add this one, and also let's add the same div separator below whatever we have here. So to just see, if I just open this one, you can see now just the difference and all. That's fine. So this is the small change. I've just moved up the about, feedback and support section. And same thing inside our prompts library, we need to just change this one to be showcased for local thing, the drop down menu. So I'm just going to change in here, if this tab is equals to local, only then we will try to showcase this thing. So I'm just moving this one into this condition, so that will not just give the permission for the users to edit the public prompts or public bots as well. And I'm just going to rename this prompts query that we're trying to make like to just align. I'm just changing this to capital P prompts. Okay, so and now the chat examples, I should try to refactor at this a bit to show the prompts and all prompts, I mean all bots. So that needs to be taken care. So let's try to refactor this component a bit. So as of now we are just taking the rules and showcasing it. So what is it that I'm going to do? This one, let's for now not have anything example click and all. So I'm just removing any of this props, and let me just remove these things. So here let's try to get the all prompts using this hook that we have, this context. And here I'm just going to destructure all prompts and also the use bots from this context. Let's try to get the all bots and also to open. So I'm just going to rename this one to open bot, and the let's try to get this editor as well so that I can set whatever we select. So let's try to import the use chat context. So here I'm just going to destructure this editor. So now we have all of this. So I'm going to change this div as well to our flex thing which we have. So and the direction, let me set this one to a column, and the gap have this medium, and justify, let me just change it to center, and items, let's change this one to center. Now we can just remove this one flex column, and all I'm just going to add in here is flex 1, and then the height of this to be a screen. So if I just try to close this, let me just now below thing. So in here inside this all prompts dot length, then I'm going to show this a chat greeting component that I have, and whatever we had below the div, I'm just going to keep that same as it is. The flex column, the gap of 3, whatever it was, and the margin bottom to 2, and then let's just move these things to however it was. So I just added the parent flex component, and this one, let's just keep it the way it is, like whatever the width and all that we have. And now in place of this rules, I need to change this one to use the all prompts that we have, and here let's try to slice like just 3 of them. Okay, and here I'm just going to get those, and whatever we have this div, we are just going to showcase that, and in this on click we have removed this props. So now we can just use directly the editor. So editor dot commands, let's try to clear this content, and this editor I'm just going to set the content whatever we have in this example dot content section, and also let's try to focus this thing, editor dot commands dot focus, and okay, so fine, and we can just remove this asterisk which we just added in this thing. Fine, so the example name I'm just showcasing, and below this let's add in here this button component, and let's make this one icon extra small, rounded to be full, so you can see those prompts already. So and this variant, let me make this one secondary, and this let's make this one to be absolute, the right 4, and also the bottom 4, and inside this I'm just going to have this arrow down icon size, let me set this to 15, and weight of this to be like bold. So this is the button that I have just added here, and after this thing, let's add in the div for bots section. So I'm just going to add in a title is similar to this. So let me just copy this thing, and here I'm going to add in here this motion div. So whatever we have this thing, I'm just going to keep the same styling, so I'm not going to touch anything. So let's try to keep as it is for now. Let's remove this key thing, and on click, what we need to do is just try to call this open bots function. Okay, and in here now, instead of this thing, I'm just going to add in here the text as popular bots, and below this let's try to add the simple avatar component. So let's have this gap small, and if we have this all bots, let's try to get in here this bots, and here let's try to wrap this one inside this tooltip component. The content of this, it's just going to be the bot.name, and the key, let me specify here this bot.id, and inside this I'm going to add in this bot avatar component name. Just pass in here whatever this bot name is. The avatar, let me set here this bot dot avatar. The size of this, let me set this one to small. Okay, so that is the thing, and after this I'm just going to just leave this as it is. Let's just have a look at it and see how this is going to look like. Okay, it is taking more time, so we can just remove the unwanted things, rules and all. So let me just refresh this again. Okay, yep, now you can see there we have this bots section, and this popular bots that we're trying to display it in here. Okay, so this is the chat examples component, and now we should add in a check to when to show and all those things. Now the button is visible and all those things, the styling and all we will take care, but this is just the starting point of adding this one. And the chat greeting component that we have, let's try to make this one to be like item start, and justify start width, let's set this one to 720 pixel. Okay, yep, and this one I'm just going to reduce this size to 2 times extra large and font instead of bold. Let's try to make this one as semi bold. In text, let's make this one as left align, and let's have some margin at the bottom, and leading, let's change this one to 8, and tracking, let's make this one to tight. Text color, let's change this one to zinc 900. Okay, fine, better. So just a small styling change that we did. And now going to this chat input, of course we don't have this one. And also let me just remove this the top session check and the chat examples. Let me remove this from here. For now I've just removed that. And also the editor content, I'm just going to fine. I think I just removed that so that it was not looking. So we should add it only whenever we don't have any messages and all that. We will take care. And this button, let's try to make this one as a default instead of the secondary. Okay, so that in the chat messages I am going to try to showcase this chat examples. So chat examples, and that has to be showcased only if it is the fresh session. So let's try to create in here simple like is fresh session. So basically the current session, the messages length, and if there is no messages, and also the current session not bot. Okay, fine. So now I'm just going to use this condition and try to add it in below this inside this div. So is the fresh session, then we are going to showcase this chat examples. Okay, so this is how we can see, look at the examples of our chats. Let's try to create the new session. So I'm just creating this new session. So now you can see there, good morning, how can I help you today, the chat greeting component and this prompt. So if we just click on in any of this, we should see this editor edited, and this we can just click on it to send it. Though this all prompts are for testing, so we have all gibberish, but that's fine. And then in the history item, I just wanted to remove that this opening of this open call, I mean the dismissing section whenever we try to where is this, yeah, in here. Let me just remove this dismiss confirm because we are taking care that thing. And one more important fix that we like whenever we are trying to the data section import and all, if we have some things, we need to merge those import incoming things with existing things, right? So that needs to be taken care. And here also let me just remove this thing, and then we should not see any issues. So that's in settings data section, we need to take care of these things. So let's try to create a simple function. So in here let me create called a function called merge sessions, and here let's say this is the incoming sessions, which it's going to be of a chat session array, and existing sessions, this one the chat session array, and inside this one let's try to get this updated sessions, just the existing sessions. And now whatever the incoming sessions that we have, let's try to iterate through this and get this each incoming session. And for this, let's try to find in here the session index, the existing sessions dot find index of this, trying to match this ID with this incoming session ID. So if this session index is greater than -1, then we are going to merge messages from the same session. Okay, so the current session, the updated sessions of this session index, and then unique new messages. I'm just going to find this out and collect into this variable the incoming session, the messages. Let's try to filter these things with this incoming message. So if this current session dot messages dot sum is equals to this incoming message ID, then we have this unique new messages, and then we'll try to combine and sort those messages. So this current session dot messages will use this sort messages helper, and in here whatever we have, the current session dot messages with this unique new messages, and pass in here, we will sort by this created at, and we are combining and sorting them. That is how we are going to combine. Else if session does not exist, we'll directly add it. Okay, so to this I'm just going to push this incoming session. So this is the merge sessions function that we have, and I need to basically, whenever we are trying to, so inside this handle file select, we need to use that function thing. Let's try to, what is it that I'm going to do? So let's try to remove this one, and here the incoming sessions, let's get this using this past data dot sessions, try to filter this one. So we are just going to check this messages length, though this is going to be the incoming sessions, and now this merged sessions, all we are going to do is use the above helper function and pass in here this incoming sessions or this empty array and the existing sessions. So this is how we are going to merge both the sessions. And after this, let's try to mutate this, call this clear sessions mutation, and on success callback function, let me try to add this session mutation dot mutate these merged sessions. Okay, fine. The error is, we will tweak this, add session mutation, and also let's try to make this clear all chat sessions and all this width to full thing, and also below import data section that we have, this one also I'm just going to make this width to be full, and even this export data that we have, let me just make this also widthful. So this is the change, and I need to now adjust this, these sessions context, the merged sessions. So all we have to do in here, if I just try to return this the updated sessions, then we should not see that issue. So that's the thing. So this is how we just combine the incoming sessions with the existing sessions that we have. Fine. Now we just handled that logic as well and showcasing these examples. For now we don't have the public prompts or bots, which we will eventually add, and also the confirm provider context. Let's add a few callback functions. So opening this confirm provider, I'm just going to add in a few more callback functions here to cancel. Here let's add in on our cancel callback function, and also let's have this cancel title, which it's going to be optional on a string, and then this action title, which is again a string, and let's try to rename this one to use confirm provider. And whenever we are trying to dismiss this, let me try to trigger this on cancel call on this arguments, and then this alert or dialog cancel which we have in here. I'm going to instead of this cancel, let me add in this args dot cancel title, or this let me add in here this cancel text, so that now it can be dynamic and it can be configured. Same thing here, instead of this continue, let's change this one to args dot action title, or the continue text. Okay, so just making sure it is going to be dynamic, and this is how like we are trying to showcase the examples. These are like now local prompts and local bots which we have. That's fine. And if I just click on this popular bots, it's just going to open this bots section, and then we can choose whatever the bots we have in either the public library or the local that we just created. Okay, and now in the settings section, whenever we are trying to like have an option to save it, but let's also add in an option to remove this API keys. So let's try to add that one inside. Like I'm just going to add that functionality as well. So where we have this render save API key and all, let's add in here this check, like we have in here this key, and the key is not equals to the API keys dot OpenAI. Then we are going to showcase this logic. So I'm just moving into this. Else here, if this API keys dot OpenAI, if we have this thing, let's add in a button component, which we are going to set the key to empty string, and then set the OpenAI key to empty string as well. So this variant, let's make this one to be outline, and the size of this, let's have this smaller, and on click in here, let's try to set this key to empty string. Update API key the OpenAI, I'm going to set this to empty string, and the text of this, it's going to be like remove API key. Okay, and now we should see this remove API key. You can see that on the screen. So like this, all I need to do is try to do the same thing for other providers as well. So we just added for OpenAI. Let's also change it to other providers. So Gemini, let me just add in here, and we need to change this instead of the OpenAI to Gemini provider. So this also the Gemini, and updating this Gemini key. Here also the condition check the Gemini. If we have this key, then we are going to show this button to remove that key. So same thing, let's add for this Anthropic as well. So these are the three providers which needs an API key now, and I'm just going to tweak this accordingly. Let's change this to Anthropic, and here as well I'm just going to change this to Anthropic, and here let's change this to Anthropic. Let me change in here also to Anthropic. So now okay, so if I just check it here, we have this remove API key, and here we have in, yeah, okay. So this is how like now simple logic to remove the API keys. And inside our chart context, let's also like maintain the is it generating or not, that state I wanted to keep track of. So let's try to create a simple local state variable is generating set is generating callback function. Let's set this one by default to false, and this one where exactly are we going to keep track of is basically like how do we have these right values inside this provider, where we are trying to make a call in here inside this in on finish callback function. I'm just going to set this one to false, and whenever we are trying to append to current session the function that we have, I am going to set this one to true. So set is generating to true. Okay, fine. So of course now I'd have to add in this on finish callback function, and here I'm just going to add this is generating exposing, and here let's add in here is generating the value which is of type boolean. And now if I just add in inside this use LLM hook the on finish callback function, then we should not see that issue. So I'm just adding in here this is optional on finish callback function of type void, and let's try to add in this on finish callback function to our props. So whatever this abort control that I have, let's try to maintain this as a state variable abort controller set abort controller. This is going to be of type the abort controller. Let's have this, okay, fine. And now this stop generation, let's try to have this text as the cancel, like just to stop generation, and where we have this run model function. In here, let's try to, like below this one, create this new object of this about controller, new object of this, and let me just update our local state with this current about controller. And now we have this thing, and also after we are checking for this API key, let's change this one, the error message, and as error whatever we have stop, I'm just going to set this to true, and the stop reason, let me set this one to API key, because we don't have API key, that's why we stopped. Just trying to make sure I capture the right reason why it stopped and all. And this create instance that we have, let's try to call this bind, and you attach in the signal the current about controller dot signal to the selected model, and this the stream logic that we have, where we are trying to handle this one. Let's try to wrap this one inside this try catch block. So back to, so here I'm just I have to handle this callbacks and these things. So in the handle LLM start, whatever we have, additionally I need to, now let's, instead of this as error, let me set this stop to false, and the stop reason, let me set this one to undefined, and we'll have this created at, and I'm just going to remove this error message as well. We are going to add that stub, don't worry about it, the error that it is showcasing. And then whatever we have here, it is just going to be the same, just we are trying to wrap this one in the try catch block to better understand the stop reason and all those things, so that we can accordingly try to showcase it on the screen. So, and even here, whatever this error that I have, let me just try to replace this with the stop, and here instead of this error message, the stop reason, I'm just going to set this thing. Okay, and here in this error, handling this LLM error, what I'm going to do is basically, let's, if this current about controller signal is not aborted, then let's try to showcase this toast message, something went wrong and all. Else let's try to have this, the chat message and all, whatever the logic that I have. I'm just going to move this one into this section, only in this end section. So in here we will need to again change this one as error to stop, and let's set this one to true, and the stop reason. Now this is going to be the current abort controller. I'm just going to make this dynamic. If this is aborted, then we know it is like cancelled, or else we have some error. Okay, so this is how I am trying to capture whether this was cancelled or was there any error when it was trying to generate the content for us. Okay, fine, and then let's also check if the streamed message length. Then I'm just going to call this await add message to session, whatever the message that we got. Else let's just remove this console statements, the on change. Let's try to call this one, and this generate title for session. Let me just comment this thing for now, and we can just remove this thing now, so everything should be taken care. Of course, this top thing which we are going to handle, but this is the thing. And let's try to, I know it's adding a lot of confusion, so this stream all of this, if I just try to add in here this catch block, if there is any error, let's try to console this error, and all of this thing, let me try to move into this, the try block, and then we should be good. And also you can just add in this whatever we had before, the same thing, the chat messages and all. Let's just keep it the way it is, and now this is where I need to exactly trigger this on finish section. So I'm just adding that one. So the chat message and whatever we just add messaging, adding this message to session, and we are going to generate this title for session and all those things, and just keeping that as it is. And this typo now, we need to fix this thing, and then we should be good. So this is the change that we are trying to understand. This on change the chat message that we have inside this use chat session hook. So all we need to do is try to add in here this stop thing, and also we need to add in here this stop reason, and then inside this we don't have any issue. So, and this is again back to the, yeah, so there's no issue inside this now with respect to the stop reason. So now we will know the stop reason and all, and this needs to be conveyed back to UI section, so that I need to change. And also I will showcase those things in a while. And let's try to refactor the layout that we have all of this in a single layout. So what is this issue? Okay, let me just remove this use confirm. Fine. So now inside this thing, so we are trying to like have all of this in a single layout. So let's try to create for chat itself a separate layout inside this chat folder. So I'm just going to create in here this layout.tsx file, and here let's try to create separate layout for our chat section. Let me add in here this props for this thing, which is going to be of read only children's. So let me try to import this React nodes, and let's try to restructure this children, and inside this let's try to wrap everything inside the chat provider, and then this filters provider that we have, and then this bots provider. So the from chat provider layer onwards we will try to separate that one, and this prompts provider, and inside this the main layout that we have, and then I'm just going to wrap the children inside this. So we have now the chat layout, and the other section that we don't want to be inside this one. So I can just remove this, the chat provider section onwards, and here let's just try to add in the children. Okay, so just trying to remove whichever we don't want. So into this we only want in the chat session section, so I'm just removing this, and here this bot provider, and then this prompts provider, and this main layout also we don't need. Okay, fine. So now it is like not too big and not confusing. As in this top region, the logic for us should be handled inside this AI bubble component. Here of course I've just removed this error message and all. Let me just remove this thing and get this stop and the stop region. So here let me try to create a simple function. Let's say render stop region. So here I wanted to try to handle based upon the stop region. So stop region can be like error which we are trying to just set that, and also it can be a cancel. So if it is the error, then in this one let's try to showcase in this alert section. I'm just going to add in this alert description like something went wrong, so, and all. So I'm just going to add in simple please make sure your API key is working or something like that. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to add in a button to navigate the user to that respective settings page. So this is just going to be simple button component on click. Let's try to call this open settings function, and the text of this it's going to be check API key. So this is if the reason is error, and if reason is cancel, then I am going to render this section. If reason is cancel, all I'm going to do is try to return a simple the type component here, saying the size, let's make this one smaller, and the text color, let's make this one to be a tertiary, and this style, let's have this as italic, and here I'm just going to say like chat session ended, or we can add in like it is stopped on something like that. And if we have one more stop reason, that it can be if this is related to the API key, let's try to return something similar like this, but just different text and all, not much difference. And here this description, let me just say this is like invalid API key and all. So, and let me just add in some space. Fine, so this is the text, and the same thing, button text will be check API key. And let's add in one more stop reason that we can get, like if this stop reason is recursion, let's try to for now add in a recursion detected, something like that. Variant, let's make this one destructive, and inside this let's add in this alert description. I'm just going to add this as recursion detected. So this is the component based upon this the stop reason. We are going to render specific info on the component. So below this, where we are trying to showcase this error message and all, let's try to remove this completely. And here I'm going to add in here stop and the stop reason, and then try to render this stop reason component. So this is how we are going to showcase the stop reason if there is, and accordingly now the option to stop and all needs to be added inside this chat input component. So let me try to destructure from this chat context the is generating thing which we added, and also I'm going to add this stop generation. Okay, we already have this imported, so now we have this thing. So let's try to showcase this button to stop this generation. So what I can do here, and also let's add in the condition here, if it's not generating, only then try to showcase this recording controls. And here let's also make this dynamic. So if it is generating, we need to showcase the button with the stop, and if it's not, this send a message we can just add in here. So let me just add this button and then this button. So inside this one now variant and all depending upon this is generating, let's make this one a secondary, else ghost, and fine. And this disable, let me remove this one, and on click all we are going to do is try to trigger this stop generation function, and let's add in here this icon. Let me change this one to stop icon, size will just set this one to 16 and all, and this one below whatever it is, I'll just keep it as it is. So now we should be able to stop the generation and all. Let's try to see describe as elaborative as possible about AGI. So I'm just going to add in here the artificial general intelligence. Okay, so let's see now. So if it is trying to generate, so I do have here this button. So if I just click this button, so it should stop this, and once we click this thing, the stop generation, I did click on it. So now this stop generation inside this thing, so you can see inside this, all I'm doing is trying to abort this one, and but it is still loading, so that we need to fix. But we sent the reason as this cancel. So let me try to refresh this thing. Okay, I don't have that message. Fine. So basically I'm not able to like bind this thing properly. So let's try to I'm just going to check this out, and then we'll try to fix this thing. Okay, the issue is here we need to, so basically handle LLM error. After this one on change, we need to call this on finish callback function, and then we should be good. And we should be good, and then we can just now try it out. So let me try to ask about describe AGI as elaborative as possible. Okay, so now it's generating. Let me try to okay, again there is an issue with this. In this callback, I'm just trying to handle this selected model. We have just attached this current about controller, and also okay, let me try to restart this one. So I'm just trying to restart this. So basically you can just have a look at it, the change that we just made. The main thing in the try catch block, in the callbacks, all we have the same thing, and handle tool start, consoling this, attaching in this enter tool, and agent action, new token, whatever it was before. And in this LLM error, we are just trying to call these things, and here I'm just trying to see. Let's see now. So I hope so it should work. What is AGI? And describe as elaborative as you can. So now let me try to click on this. Yep, now you can see the chat session ended. So basically just you can try to restart the session, or restart the application and then check it out. So it's just the same. All we did is trying to set the stop reason and all of these things, so we can just refer to this file. So that's the way for us to end the session in between whenever it is generating, and then like minor context issue fixes, and also then we will try to add in the custom assistance feature, like to edit and delete those assistants as well. So small change inside this use LLM hook to take care of the tool thing as well. So whatever we have, the thing related to this available tools, let me just move this one app here in this available tools, the selected model. I'm just going to just normal way, whatever it was, I'm just going to pass in here selected model key and API key, and now here let's try to create a copy of the model. So I can just create a copy of this model. Let's name this one as the modify model. We can just try to create this object dot create object dot get prototype of this selected model which we have above, and then I'm just going to assign the modified model the selected model value. Okay, and then for this modified model we are going to bind those tools. So here let's, for this thing we are going to bind these tools. Let's say this is going to be list of any, and the options, and inside this let's return this selected model, trying to bind this the tools whatever we have as the input. I'm just going to attach in here and then pass in the other properties options, and attach the signal, the current abort controller that we have, and the signal. Okay, fine. So this is the binding, and now wherever we are trying to refer the selected model, let's try to attach in this modified model, and here let's again specify this agent tool as any, the chain without tools. Now instead of this selected model, let me change this one selected model. So I'm just going to bind this the signal, the current about controller dot signal, and try to mention this as any. Okay, fine. So this is the small change in here to handle the tool issue. And also like I have made minor UI tweaks, so not a big deal. So that's the reason I have not captured, but functionality stays the same, just small minor changes. So for example, opening the sidebar, I've just moved it to the right side, so I'm just opening it the other end. And the input, so there is just a ring effect and all those things. And another change is the generation. Instead of displaying here in place of this microphone, I have moved that one in place of the reply that we had. And this reply, I have moved this logic to AI bubble. So once we select here, so this is once I select, this is where the reply, the select popover, it's going to be. So those are like minor changes. And also if I try to create new session, so the chart examples format also I have changed, so to the simple underline paragraph text and all. So that is the changes that I have made, not big things but minor things. So those are the things I have changed. So now let's try to like this functionality I have not yet added this the reply section. So let's go to this AI bubble component that we have. So if you wanted to see what changes I made, you can just refer to the code base. That should not be major changes. So here I've just used your selection pop or dependency, and here itself basically if there are AI, then I've wrapped this one inside the selection dot root. The triggering would be the markdown whatever it is, and then this thing that we have. So here now instead of this button, now let's add in the selected text. So let's try to first add in here use text selection, and from this hook the selected text I'm just going to get from here. And also from the chart context, let's try to get this the editor, and then this set context value. So now this button codes that we are trying to display, I can conditionally display that if we have this selected text. Let's try to showcase this button component, and here all I need to do is try to add in here on click functionality. So we need to set this context value to whatever the selected text is, and also this editor commands dot clear content, and then this editor I'm just going to focus this one here. And yeah, I think this is the simple functionality of adding this one, of selecting these things. And also now going to this chat input and all, you can just clean up and try to so even if you just clean whichever we are not using. So this context provider, the chart section in here, whenever we are trying to call this handle or run model, there I need to set the context value. So basically the send message function, let me here set in the context value that, so that it will have the context that I am passing. So, and this one needs to be adjusted inside our LLM hook. So basically, where we are trying to create in a prompt, let's do one thing. So the system prompt, whatever it is, so this context message, whatever we have, I'm just going to so this thing, the context thing, let's try to remove this one and try to pass this as the user context. So here I'm just going to try to add in a delimiter like new lines. Let's add in here, and then whatever it is, like answer user's question based on the following context. Okay, so now we should be good to pass in the actual context value. And let's see how this is going to look like, and test this. So for example, I'm just trying to like here reply. Now this is the context. Please replace path to test slash video dot mp4. Yeah, now you can see there is a context, and we are able to like give this the value with this one. So this is how like we are handling this context passing. And also let's say if I ask about what is Ethereum technology and all, so you can see now the stop generation, the difference is just like it was in the reply section. We have this stop generation, and just the same functionality, just the way the components uh, were just improved a bit, that's all. So that is the minor UI improvement. And also this, I wanted to like, let's say the tool logic, the UI piece inside our the AI bubble component, the tool that we are trying to render here. Let's do one thing. So here, if this tool is running, let me add in here this spinner component, else the small icon that we have. And this one, let's try to replace this with the type component that we have. Size, I'm going to set this to smaller. Text color, let's make this one to a tertiary. Okay, same thing, I'm just going to change this one size, setting this to smaller. Text color, let's add in here this tertiary. Okay, fine, then let's try to test this out. And also this, let's, for header, I'm just going to have this text a small size. And also we need to take care of this in here. If it's loading, and it's not, tool is not running. So this thing, instead of just having the spinner component, let me just try to wrap this one inside this flex component, and here I'm just adding in here the spinner along with, let's add in the text like typing or thinking or something like that. So I'm just adding in here, let's have this text color as tertiary. If this raw AI length, there's no thing I can say it's typing, and let's add in here like 3 dots, and if not, I can say this is going to, like, it is thinking something like that. And let's try to close this flex, and then we should not see any issue. So we can just give a test. So let's also change this one to padding top 1. So now let's try to now test this out. So I'm just going to ask like OpenAI co-founder, and why did he quit to start another company. So now I'm just going to enable here this plugin. So it's like we are trying to use a tool. Let's try to ask. Now you can see the thinking and then results from the search. Then you can see the information whatever we got, and so this is what the information that we got. But the thing that I want to show was just the text that we just changed, and also the minor UI difference that we wanted to see. So it is looking good, and now we almost are done with fixing this tools issue and context issue. And now, so basically I wanted to completely whatever the bots we have, let's try to build this from a custom assistance point of view, and accordingly we will try to rename this and try to refactor a lot. So basically we will try to add a feature where we can add in custom assistants, and then option to edit, and like normally we had to edit and delete bots. Similarly we will try to, like, this is like, instead of bots we will try to convert those to assistants. Okay, so let's start to add assistant related features. So going to the hooks inside our chat session, let me try to create a typo for that. Type. So export type for the assistant. In here the name, which is of type string, and then the system prompt, which it's of type string, the base model associated with this, which it's going to be of type model key, and then this key, this is going to be of type the model key or string. So this is the type for assistant. And then let's try to rename this one to LLM input props. In this will have the context whatever we have, and then so I'll just add in the additional things for this one. Let's add in instead of this query, let me change this one to input and remove this role type, and also I'm just going to remove this prompt type. Let's add in the session ID, which it's going to be of type string, the message ID, which it's going to be a string, then the assistant, which we have created above the type for that. So this is the new LLM input props, and then this chat message that we have. Let's try to remove this model and run model props. Let's try to rename this one to input props. Okay, and this typo also, let me change this to input props, not a type, not typo, it's a type. Okay, fine. In remaining, let's just keep them as it is in the chat session. Let's remove this bot, which we are going to remove now in all of our usage section. So basically now wherever I just have this bot reference, let's try to remove that, because I wanted to replace that with the assistance whatever we are trying to add. I understand why add but remove and all, but that's how it's going to work. But at least this is how it's going to be: iterate, reiteratively refactor and replace, remove, add, and all those things. And let's create new session. So now whatever this optional option that we had, I'm removing this, and this check also I can just remove this one, and I'm just returning this latest session. And here as well, whatever this bot we were adding, let's remove, and also the mutation that we have, the create new session mutation. Here let's remove this bot prop that we are trying to pass in, and for this new session I'm just going to remove this one. Okay, so completely reference of this bot, we are trying to remove this thing, and now we need to try to, so going to this models list, use model list. So let's try to, before this I'm going to create in here this assistants list, which it's going to be of assistant array which we just created, and this one, the all models, try to iterate through this and transform it to the properties that we have. So here this name, model dot name, and this key, the key property, which is going to be the model dot key, base model, this it's going to be the model dot key. Then the system prompt that I'm going to add in the here, let's say I'm going to add in this as your helpful assistant. So additionally now let's add in just the custom assistant, and here the base model, let me try to set this for now like GPT-4 or 3.5 turbo, the whole models. And the key, let's add in here this as custom assistant, and the system prompt, let's add in like be funny and answer always negatively or something like this. Okay, so this is the assistance, and now from this one let's try to create a function which is going to help us get the assistant by key. So I'm just going to expose this function from this hook. We are going to receive in the key as the input string, and all we need to do is try to return the object of type assistant, and the model which is going to be of type model or undefined if you don't find. So now inside this thing, of course we are going to see the issue. So let's try to get this assistance. We are going to use the above list that we have created, find this one by the ID, so I mean the key that the assistant dot key is matching to the key that we have received. If we did not find the assistant, let's return from this function. Else let's try to get this model also, model by key, by passing in this assistant dot base model. And here again, if there is no a model that we found, let me just return. Else let's try to return here this assistant and this model, and whatever we have this returning this models, create instance, get model by key, and get test model by key. Let's also return here this assistance and the get assistant by key function. So that is a change in this model list where we added. And also in the preferences, let's try to, in this use preferences hook, let me change in here the default model and system prompt. In the preferences, I'm just going to change this one, and in place of this let's add in the default assistant, which it's going to be of type assistant. And here let's pass in here key name, and in here this default thing, let's just remove both of this thing, the default assistant. Let's say for now I'm just adding this GPT 3.5 turbo, later we'll change it to the other models. So here also we changed the type to default assistant to collect from the user's preferences. And also now inside our LLM hook, let's try to address these issues. So this run model, whatever it is, let me just remove these things. And now from this model list, let's try to get this assistant by key, and here in place of this bot, let's change this one to assistant. And here I'm just going to change this one to assistant, it's not optional. And also the type which we just created, which is the type of this assistant, and the system prompt and all, let's just remove this thing and use this assistant dot system prompt. So this is what it is going to be. And then below, wherever we have these issues, let's try to address these things. In here, instead of this run model, let's import this LLM input props, and here in place of this model, let's restructure this assistant. And the model key where we are trying to get, now it should be very simple. So this one, let's try to replace this one with assistant dot base model. Okay, and then this default, so here as well, let's try to create in here this type of this as chat message, and in this one I need to change this one to input props and pass in whatever the props it is, and remove this model key so that it matches whatever we have in this chat message. And the next error that we see here is the bot thing. Let's just replace this one with assistant, and then we should not see any issue here. So we're almost there, and just going to this section where we are seeing the issue. Here in this error block, let's do one thing. So I'm just going to pass in whatever this default change props is loading. Let me set this to false, and stop, I'm going to set this to true, and the stop reason, let's set this as error. Okay, so the minor change, and now this title, generating title for a session, this needs to be changed. Let's try to get this assistant, which we have this get assistant by key, pass in here this preferences dot default assistant, and if we don't have the assistant, let me try to return from here, and whatever we have this selected model key and all, just remove this thing, and API key, this is going to be now, instead of this selected model key, I'm just going to use this assistant dot model dot base model, then that should give us the API key. And even when we are trying to create an instance, let's change this one to pass in here this assistant dot model. So this is going to fix our errors that we have inside this use LLM hook, and we're almost like good with replacing with a new type that we have created, and also imported the functions to get the respective assistant by key. And now we need to adjust in all of our the sections. And what is the error in here? Let's remove this one, whichever we are not using. So in this sessions provider, we do have an issue in here. Now this one, let's just pass in this undefined, and this type we have removed. So let me just fix this. Okay, so like this we need to fix in the components that we are trying to refer. So let me just try to fix the problems that we are trying to face inside this one. So in here, let's model, so we just removed this one. So what I'm going to do is, for now, let's add in this empty string. I'm just going to add in here to do add right model name. We will add this one. Okay, so I'm just, we'll fix all of this wherever we're trying to see the errors and all those things. Let's try to fix this. And here now this regenerating whatever, here I'm going to get this assistance, get assistant by key function. Let's try to use this assistance list now. So the assistants, try to get the each assistant details, and I'm just going to replace here the model with the assistant. so it is just the same. And now we don't have this this icon inside this. So simple, let's try to get this assistant props here by using this get assistant by key, and here I'm going to pass in this assistant key, and then let's try to wrap all of this drop down menu item in this return section. Then we will not see any issues. So let's change here this to curly brackets. So this bracket, let's change this one, and then we should be good. Okay, so now this thing, whatever it is, let's use this assistant props, and now from here we can use this model dot icon, and then we should not see any issue. And also let's just remove this new section badge and all, and here let's use this assistant props, the assistant name. So this is how we are now using the new thing. So the same way, whatever this model select that I have, let's try to from this use model list try to get this assistance, and here this get assistant by key, whatever this active model and all we were trying to maintain. Now let's try to get this active assistant, and I'm just going to use your get assistant by key, passing in this respective model. This is going to give us the active assistant, and the name and all these things. Let's try to replace this one with active assistant model dot icon. So this is going to give as the icon, and this one, let's also change this one to assistant dot name. So this is how we will just showcase the icon along with this name just as it was before. And now the drop down menu content that we have, so let's try to use the assistants instead of this models, and let's try to get in here this assistant, and let me just, so here I'm just going to try to return this one, this drop down menu sub whatever we have. Okay, so now there should not be any issue. So here as usual, let's try to get this model info get model by key by passing in here this assistant dot base model. Okay, and now here these all things whatever we have in this subsection and all, let me do one thing. I'm just going to remove all of this thing, and just have this menu item and remove this one completely. I have in here this menu item, and here instead of this active model, let's use this active assistant dot key, and here I'm going to change this to the assistant dot key, and this styling will be just the same, just we need to replace this model with this assistant, and here instead of this default model it is going to be a default assistant. Let's change this one also to assistant dot key, the max tokens, it's going to be the same. And here let's pass in this assistant dot key. Fine, and everything should be the same. And here I'm trying to use this model, then so let's add in what is the issue. And here let me change this one to assistant.name. Okay, fine, now there's no issue. So this is the change inside this model select. We will see this difference. And also just inside this chat input, let's change in here all of these things. From this models list, let me get this assistant by key, and here whatever I'm just referring to this model key, I'm going to change this one to assistant of the key, and this one preferences dot default assistant, that will be our selected model. And here also let's change this one to default assistant, and even this consoling, change this one to default assistant. Okay, you're almost there. And here let's just remove this bot check now. Just we will check for this messages, and inside in here let's try to get this props by using this get assistant by key, passing in here this preferences dot default assistant. So if there is no props, we are just going to return. And here in this handle run model, let's add in the assistant, the props dot assistant value. Okay, that's the change inside this one. And also now in this AI bubble component, now there's no model in here, so let's remove this thing, and we have this input props. So I'm just destructuring this from the chat message. And also let's try to get this get assistance by key from this models list, and wherever we are just passing in here this model, let's use this input props, the assistant, and let's add in here this base model name. And okay, what is the problem here? The input props, let's make sure this is not null. Okay, and here the bot, whatever it is for now, let me just remove all of this conditional checks and all. And in here I'm just going to try to wrap this in the icon, that alone will be showcasing in this step. And there should not be any issue inside this thing. And we do have issues in other section in a lot of places. Yes, we are going to fix all of these things. And here I'm just going to uncomment the redirection section, which I did for some testing purpose. Fine. So all these components we will fix this, and this one will be fixing. And let's also add in here this new context for this assistance. And inside this. Let's try to fix these issues that we are seeing in the chat messages and all these things. So I need to lot of, so let me just remove this type completely, and this one, the run model, which we removed, and we do have a lot of unused things. And now this, instead of this run model, it has been replaced with this input props. And here as well, let me change this to input props. Below as well, let me change this to input props, and here as well, let me change this to input props. Okay, there we are good. And here, wherever we have this bot, let's just get rid of that and just check for these messages. And this bot and all, whatever we have, I'm just going to completely remove this one so that we don't see any issues. And here, this greeting bubble as well, let me just remove this thing, and then we should be good inside this. Yep. And we do still have a lot of places to fix the, okay, I do have here. Okay, going to this history item component. Okay, we are referring to bot in here. So let's try to get this assistance by key from this models list that we are having here. I'm going to get in the assistant props here. So let's store inside this variable get assistant by key session dot messages, the input props assistant dot key. Okay, what is this issue? So let's just add in, this is not null. Okay, fine. So now we have this assistant prop. So wherever we are trying to refer to this session bot, let me just remove all of these things that I added inside this thing. So I'm just removing this one and use this assistant props and get this model icon and showcase it here. So that is the fix inside history item. And now going to, okay, we have in common data, and what else, the components that we have in AI bubble and quick settings. Okay, so here as well we are trying to refer this model. Let me also rename this to assistant, and from this models list let me get this assistant by key. Let's use this assistant by key, and preferences dot default assistant is what I'm going to pass in. Now wherever we are referring this model, let's replace this one with assistant, and this one it's going to be assistant dot model. Okay, so we are almost done in this component. And here this max output tokens, let's use this assistant dot model dot max output tokens. So here it is fixed. So going to the other components that we have, these settings, what are we referring here? Okay, in here the typo, the preference schema that we have, let me change this one to default assistant, and let's just remove this checks whatever we have. I'm just going to change this to string, and also let's add in this Ollama base URL. So this one is going to be a string of and also optional, and the props schema where I just added in here this model. So I'm just going to replace this with the assistant. This is going to be an object with all the properties we added. It had the key, which is a string, and then this name, which is a string, the base model, this is also going to be a string, then the system prompt we had. So let me add this thing, system prompt, inside this, the assistant now, and I'm just cleaning the things which are we removed. We don't have any more model now, and this run model props, we renamed this one to input props, and the session schema, we don't want any more this bot schema. Okay, we are receiving in here the merged session. The issue here, fine, that we are going to take care. And the other section, so the issue is the message ID is string or undefined. Let's just do one thing for now. I'm just going to add in here, let's fix this thing for now. Later we'll worry about this typo and all these things. And the context, that an AI bubble also we do have here, and inside this bots provider, the bot, let me just remove this thing, and I think we should be good here. And then the filters provider, so here I need to fix this thing. Here also let's try to get this assistant by key function, and where we have this sort sessions, like where I added this to do section. Let me try to minimize this command item, try to convert this into, and here inside this let's try to return this command item component. So let me just remove this part and move into above the return section. Fine, so now here let's try to same way like we got this props. So I'm just going to get this assistant props. We will use this get assistant by function, and here the session dot messages get this input props, the assistant and the key. So this is going to, let's make sure this is not null. So the assistant props that we have, and for this getting model by key, whatever it is that I have. So I'm just going to remove this one and use this assistant props, and use this model dot icon, and I can just remove this to do section, and then we should be good with this section things that we are trying to fix it here. And also in the models list where I'm trying to pass in this URL full assistant, so where is this? Yep, so here let me just change this one to like preferences for this system prompt, which I'm just going to add in here. So I just don't want to add code here, or else this default preferences dot the system prompt. Okay, so this, to fix it, all we need to do is try to go to our preferences hook, and in here to this preferences let me add in the system prompt, and this one let's make this one as a string, and here we will add it as a default. So your helpful assistant that can help me with my questions or something like that. So I'm just adding in here this text, and then let's add in here comma, and then we should be good. So there's no issue in the hooks, and we do have an issues in this here, the import that I'm just doing this run model, this chat context and all. We will fix this. Here we do have an issue inside this, and also in this AI bubble component, let me just remove this imports whatever it is. So only in this chat context we do have an issue. It's just again with this default model that we have, and just we are going to replace that with get assistance by key function and all. Once we replace this, we should not see the issue that we have. So inside this thing, let me change this to the LLM input props. Okay, and now in here inside this handle run model, also let me change here this type to this LLM input props, and this select model, let's remove this thing, and this one we are going to get this assistant props. So let's use this get. Okay, let's go to this use models list. I'm just going to get this assistance by key, and here get assistance by key, pass in here the props dot assistant dot key, and now the API key, let's just change this one to assistant props dot model dot base model. Okay, and this is going to give us the API key, and here let me change this to assistant props dot model. Okay, let's make sure this is not null, and here the open settings as well, let me change in here this one to assistant props dot, and to just fix that let me just make a check here itself. If there is no assistant props, let's return here itself so that we don't receive typo issue below. Okay, so we're almost there, and here this model, we don't have it here, and I need to add in here this assistant, the assistant props dot assistant. If I just pass in, then we should be good. And lastly, we do have an issue here where we are trying to call this handle run model, and here I need to add in here this assistant, which it's going to be the props dot assistant thing. And what is the issue? Okay, let me just try to get in here this props get assistants by key by passing in your preferences dot default assistants. And if we don't have this props, let's try to return here, and then now we should not see any issue. This handle run model, okay. Okay, in this handle run model I need to the props, the LLM input props is what we have just added in here. The problem is message ID. Okay, fine, I just need to pass in here this message ID. So let's do one thing. Inside this thing, the inside this one, the message ID that we have, let's make this one as optional so that we don't see an issue. So just going back now, this issue shouldn't be there. Yep, so that's the fix, and now we are trying to make up for it and fix a few issues, and then let's try to completely add this providers and all, what and all it's going to be and all those things. So the assistants, let me create in here this provider.tsx, and what is the issue that we have? Okay, inside this one, the AI bubble component, let's try to remove this model, and I need to pass in here this assistant. So this needs to be just added the way we just added. So if I just pass in the assistant details for this handle run model function, then we should be good. So it should be simple, this props dot assistant, and this props like we did inside here. Let me just try to create in here this props get assistant by key, pass in here the assistant, and here if there is no props dot assistant, I'm going to return here, and instead of here in this on regenerate, it is just going to be assistant the string. Okay, now we should not see any issue inside this component, and we should be good. Okay, yeah, So this is the fix, and we don't have any issue inside these any of the components. Now let's try to check this out. So it should be simple, like it should just work, but for let me just try to regenerate. Okay, and this doesn't give, but that's fine. But we are getting this issue here because I didn't pass in the context and all, and that's the thing. That's fine. Now the assistant providers, let's try to focus on that. So go into this provider. So inside this we will try to create basically whatever we need, the functions, properties and all needs to be maintained for an assistant. Okay, so let's make first this as the client side component, and inside this one, as usual, let's try to create the type for the providers, the assistants provider. So here this is going to have in here this children, which is of type the React nodes, and here let me just add in this React node. Okay, what is this issue? Okay, just restart this. Sometimes it just throws the error. Fine, and here now the type for the assistant, the menu item name, which is of type string. Okay, it is strange. Why is this? Okay, the thing is it should be type. That's why we are getting this issue. Fine. So here this key of type string, and then the icon, which is React node, and then this component, this is going to be of type the same thing, React node. So this is the menu item, and then let's create the type for our assistance context. So here let's create in here assistance context, and here just the function, standard functions to open and to dismiss, and the assistants, which it's going to be the list of assistant array, and then the selected assistant we need to keep track of. So this is the object which would be of type this assistant property, and then this model, let me add in here of type this model. So these are the type, and let's try to create the assistants context. In here let's try to create in this type for this, so it can be undefined or the above whatever we have defined. By default let me set this to undefined, and as usual let's try to export this, use assistant context, so that we can use inside our components the context, use context, and here let me pass in this context, and here if this context is equals to undefined, let's just throw in the standard error message like use assistance must be used within a assistance provider. Okay, and if there is no error, we are going to return this context. So this is the thing, and now let's create the actual provider. Let's try to export this assistance provider, and here let's destructure this children from this the assistance provider. Okay, so inside this, the state that we need is his assistant is open. Okay, so that this is that variable which is going to help us keep track of the state. Assistant open, let me set this to false, and then this which like open create assistant, like we normally added similar logics for prompts and bots and all. Same way, let's maintain the state variable for this. This is going to be false initially, and then I'm going to have one search reference while we are trying to search for our assistants. Let's create in here the use reference for that for our input element. Let's set this one to null, and now this from this models list, let's try to get what and all we need: the assistants and the get assistants by key, and more functions related to assistants like creating assistants, updating assistant, deleting assistants, and all we are going to create that. I'm going to create, and we will get from this hook, and also the state for the update assistant. So I'm just going to add in this variable as well to update our assistant and capture that state. So this is going to be of type assistant, and also the state for which assistant is selected. Set selected assistant. In here, let's make this one as type string, and this is going to be a empty string initially, and then the preferences we need to update, so we can use this preference context. Let's try to get in here this preferences, and then update preferences function, and after this one, let's try to expose a few functions. The standard thing just to toggle the local state variables. Set is assistant open to true in this open thing, and then inside this use effect block, so if this assistant is open and the search reference we do have in the DOM, then we'll just call this focus function on that element. So let me just call this one, and this needs to be triggered whenever this value changes. Okay, and same thing in the another use effect block. We will try to update this selected assistants based upon this preferences dot default assistant. So here this should be triggered whenever this preferences changes, and the opposite function for open, the dismiss, let's just set is assistant open to false. Okay, fine. And now the function I'm just going to create, which is going to help us render the assistants. So inside this, the type, it's, let's for now specify here. So I need these functions to create so let's try to create the functions that we need. So we are going to modify the like I said, it's a replacement for our bots. So the best thing we can do is just try to make changes inside our use bots hook. So let me just go to this use bots section, and inside this thing, let's make this one completely relevant to our assistants. So let's rename this one to assistants, and this one, let's change this to assistants. In this type, it's going to be of type this assistant array, and the key, it's going to be the assistants. So that is the change, the first function. And this bot, whatever we have, we are just going to make this relevant to the assistant. So let's change this one to assistant, and here same thing, just name changes and all. So let's change this one to assistants. Here I'm just going to change this one, then this thing, let's new assistants. Here change this one to the assistants that we have above, and this one, let's change this to assistant. Okay, and whenever we are trying to set, let's set it against the assistants key, and this one, it's going to be new assistants. Okay, and that is for creating, and this for publishing and fetch. Let's just remove this one. Okay, fine. Now the other, this thing, let me change this one to update assistant, change this one to assistant key, which is going to be of type string, and this one, let's change this one to new assistant, just omitting the ID the same way. I mean, let's try to omit here this key instead of this ID. So that is the key distinguisher for us for assistant. So let me just add it accordingly, and here let's change this one to get this assistance from above the assistance functions that we have. Then this new assistance, let's iterate using this assistance. This one, instead of this bot.id, we are going to use, and here let me change this one to assistant. So this is going to be the assistant dot key is matching to the assistant key that we have. If that is so, we will return this assistant and this new assistant, else I'm just going to return this assistant thing, and let's set against this assistance section, and I'm just going to change this to new assistants. Fine, that is to update, and now we need to change this thing, delete assistant, and here we are going to pass in this key instead of this id, get this assistance, and here instead of this one bots, we are going to replace this thing assistance. Let's use this assistance, try to filter the assistant dot key. So I'm just going to add in if this is not equals to this key, and just we are going to filter this one and update the assistants list. So it should be simple and boring, but fine. So that is to delete. And now whatever we have here, bots query, let's change this one to assistants query, and here this query key, let me change this one to assistants, get assistants, and create assistant mutation. Let me change these things, and let's change this one to create assistant function, and this one let's change this to assistants query. In similar way, I'm just going to just replace wherever we have this bot, delete assistant, and here let me add in the assistants query. Fine. And finally this mutation, if we just change, we should be good. Assistant mutation, and in here instead of this bot id, it is going to be assistant key, and here this new assistant, and let's change this one to assistant key, and here I'm just going to change this to new assistant, and here the assistant, and try to omit this key. Okay, and here let's pass in now the update assistant. This let's replace this with assistant key, and also here the new assistant, and a lot of changes. And here I'm going to replace this with assistance query. So we're almost there, and here let's try to export all of these functions which we just created. Create assistant, the update assistant, then this assistance query, create assistant mutation, then this update assistant mutation, then this delete assistant mutation. So I think this should be good. So now we did change this all of these functions accordingly to the assistants. And also let's just update here this type for this assistant. I'm just going to add in here this type. So basically it can be a base or custom, so I'm just going to create simple type for that assistant type, which can be either base or the custom. So let me add in the type accordingly. Okay, so fine, and let's quickly make changes in our model list and all those things. So let's just remove this bot. So inside this model list also we do have an issue, of course. So inside this hook, let me just get this assistance props using the assistance hook which we just created. So I'm just going to import this use assistance hook, and let me change this one to assistant props. And now to just fix the issue that we are facing, let's just go to this section, the all models inside this thing. Let's also mention here this type of type assistant. We are missing the type, and that is why the issue. So if I just add in here this base, and also here if I just add in this type, this is like custom. So like, should I add this? So let's try to remove this thing. Okay, now we don't have an issue, and here I'm just going to use this assistant props, whatever we have in this assistant's query. Let me try to return or else the empty array. Okay, yeah, so the minor change, now we don't have any issue in the types of this thing. Okay, and then we should be good to use these things inside the components. And also, yeah, so let's go to our, yeah, of course we do have a lot of issues, that's for sure. And the bots, the all of this thing. Okay, I'm not going to touch this. Let's first focus on this assistance, and then we will make the changes. Of course we will fix this, all this types issue and all. So the render assistance function inside this one, what is it? And now we have created this model from this model list. Let's try to get this assistance and all those things, getting this assistant by key. Okay, I think I already added here, so let me just remove this thing. So in here, this create get this all of the functions. Okay, model list. Okay, what is it? Okay, here I need to get all of these functions which we just created, and then I should expose these things. So let's just minimize these things that we have, the assistants and all the assistants by key and all these things. So basically let's do just one thing. Whatever the assistant props we have, I'm just going to destructure this, and then we should be getting those functions. So going to this assistance provider, and now I should not see any issues. So let's try to destructure all these mutations that we have. Create assistance mutation, update assistant mutation, and then delete assistant mutation. Okay, so now we have all of these things, and inside this one, now let's try to return this assistance and try to filter this with the type that we have as the input. So assistant.type, I'm going to check against this input, and then let's try to transform it to the way that we want. So in here we are going to prepare in the one component, like let's say I'm just going to create a new component called assistant item, and for this we will pass in the on delete, on edit, assistant, and on select all callback functions we will be handling. So to create a new component, let me add inside this assistance folder itself the item called assistant item.tsx. So in here let's try to create the type for assistant which I just mentioned now. So we are going to create all those functions. This assistant item, the assistant which it's going to be of type the assistant on select callback function. Let me add here this assistant that we are going to pass in, and also on delete, which one to delete, we need that assistant details, so that is the prop. These are all like callback functions. So, and finally to edit, this is again the assistant, which one are we editing, of type assistant, and this is the type. So now let's try to focus on this component. So we will this is like single command item, but all of these options to perform on it. So I'm going to create in here this item named assistant item. Okay, so here let's try to destructure this properties assistant item, the assistant on select, on delete, on edit. Okay, so inside this let's create a simple local state open variable, and then this model details. So let's try to get this assistant prop, so I can get this one. We need this get assistance by function, so we need an help of this model list hook that we have, and from here let's try to get this assistance by key, and we are going to use this assistant by key and pass in here this assistant dot key, and then we are going to get this assistant props, and this model now I can just use the assistance props dot model. Okay, and also to update the user preferences, let's use this preference context hook and destructure the function to update the user preferences. And this component, we are going to wrap everything inside this the command item, and here this value, let's pass in here this assistant dot name, and let's let it occupy this whole width, and on select. So what is it that we are going to do here? Let's just close this command item. So inside this we are going to use this update preferences, and inside this the default assistant or this assistant dot key, let's just pass in this default preferences. Let me just import this default preferences max tokens, and in here this callback function I'm just going to pass this assistant whatever we have to the parent component. Okay, so this is what we do on select, and inside this let's use this flex gap, let's say smaller in items. Let me try to make this center, and the key, let's pass in your assistant key, and this also let's set this width to be full. And here we are going to showcase in here this model icon of size the medium, and the assistant, I'm just going to add in here this assistant name. And then if same thing, like if model is new, so let's try to add in this badge component, so like we normally added. So I'm just going to add in this the same thing, the new text and all. And after this, let's add in this empty div which can occupy the rest of the space. And after this one, depending upon this assistant type, so if the assistant type is equals to a custom, then we are going to have this drop down menu component. So here, this is why we need a local state variable for opening and closing. So on open change, let's pass in here this callback function, and this trigger, let's add in the trigger thing, add in this as a child. And on click, here we are going to stop this propagation. Let me add this button component variant, let's make this one as a ghost. So basically here it's like more options, button like a trigger, and then we'll show this options to edit and delete like we normally had for other bot and all. So the size, let me send this to a small icon, and on click, let's just try to open this section. Okay, and inside this thing, let's add in here this dots 3 icon size. I'm going to set this to 20. Weight of this, let me set this to bold. So this is the triggering point. So after this trigger, let's add in the menu content. So drop down menu content component. So let's, like normally we can take from the other section, but that's fine, we are just going to complete this faster. Let's make this text smaller from medium onwards. Let's have this one base z index, let's say 100. And the align, let me set this one to end. And inside this, let's add in the drop down menu item. So just the option to edit and delete. So on click, all we are going to do is try to pass in this assistant details to this parent component, and also try to stop this propagation. And here we'll just add in here the pencil icon. This size, let me set this to 40. Weight of this, I'm going to set this to bold. Fine. So similar way, let's just add in one more drop down menu item, and then we should be good. So I'm just adding in here. Only difference is, instead of this edit, we are going to use this on delete callback function, and change this one to the trash simple icon, and we need to add in the text. So let's add in here this edit text, and here I'm just going to add in this delete as the text. So this is the assistant item. Now we have this one ready, so I can just go to this the providers, and now we can just use this assistant item component. So in place of this empty fragment, let me try to import this assistant item. So pass in here, and for on delete the assistant to this delete mutation. I'm going to pass in here this key. Okay, so let's try to close this and address all the callback function. On edit, same thing. Let's get this assistant thing, and set open create assistant. I'm going to set this to true, and set update assistant. We are going to pass in this assistant thing, and the assistant details whatever we have, we are just going to pass this on select. Same way what we are going to update this selected assistant to this assistant dot key, and the set is assistant open. I'm just going to set this one to false. So this is what we are going to render the render assistance component. So now let's try to return from this hook the providers. So the assistance context dot provider, the values that we are going to expose is the open, the dismiss function, then the assistance, and the selected assistant. We are going to use this function and pass these values, and inside this whatever the children we have, I'm just going to add in. And then additionally let's add in here this drawer component, and where we'll just have the command component wrapped in, like showcasing the custom assistants, and option to add new assistant, and then the component the create assistant. So let's try to add all of those things below this children. So let's add in the drawer component here from this val, and here I'm just going to wrap everything inside this root, and let's have this direction to be bottom, and should scale background yes, and open we are going to use this is assistant open variable on open change. Let me add this set is assistant open callback function, and now in here let's add in this portal, then this overlay, and for this one the styling, let's make this one fixed, and add this the inset 0 z index, let's say like 400, and the background let's add in this gin color like 500, and dark, let's say this background color I'm going to add in this 900 by 70, and the backdrop I want this blur. So this is the overlay, and now this content. So this one let's make this styling dynamic. So in here as usual let's make this one flex column items, let's make this one center outline, I don't want any, so let's add in the none, and maximum height let me set this one to like let's say for now 430 pixel, margin top 24, make this one fixed, z index let's say like 500, and a medium screen onwards let's have some spacing from bottom, and in margin index direction to be auto, and from medium screen onwards let's say from left the 50%, and normally for smaller screens I'm just going to add this left 0 bottom 0 and right 0. Okay, and now additionally we can just add in this medium margin left let's say like minus 200 pixel, and medium let's say width I'm going to restrict this to 400 pixel. For smaller screens let's have this one width as full. So this is the styling for this drawer content. We will see this action I mean this thing in UI eventually. Fine, and here let's add in the div, just the small separator. So let's have this width 6, flex let's 0, rounded I want this one to be circle, background, let's make this as a white, so like we normally added for our history sidebar. Similar way I'm just adding in here this div. Okay, fine. Now this command component, so this one, let's have some bounded 2 times extra large, make this relative and dark. Let's have this border color to be white, like by 10, and add in this border for dark theme. And now this command input, so the placeholder, let me just have this text as like search for now, and I'm just going to have this height of this set to 12 and attach in this reference which we just created, search reference. And let me just try to close this. So this is the command input, and after this we will try to showcase this command list component. And here let's add in some border at the top, border color, let's say I want this one to be zinc, like 500. And here as usual let's add in this command empty thing whenever we don't have results. So I'm just going to add in here no results found. So yep, and then this command group section, let's add in this flex direction, let me set this one to column, and have some padding and also width full. So I can just show you this one, but that's fine because I have already showcased you the other sections. I mean, whenever we're trying to add this one. And this items, let's make this to be a start, justify, let me add this one between, and the gap, let's say I'm just going to add this one to large, and the styling same, we will add the padding of 2 and width full. And inside this, first we will add the title. So let's say we will use this type component, weight, let's make this one to be medium and size to be smaller. And inside this let's add this title as the custom assistance. Okay, and after this below small description, so that also I'm just going to wrap inside this type component. Size, let's make this one to be extra small. The text color, let's add in here this tertiary, and in here I'm just going to add in like experience, the we'll add something text like advanced capabilities of AI with custom assistance, something like that. Okay, fine. So that is this the description. And after this let me try to add in here this nested root and this open, let's try to pass in this open create assistant, and on open change I'm going to pass in this set open create assistant callback function. And inside this let's add in the triggering point, so as the child here, this is just going to be button component. And in here let's add in the size to be smaller, and the on click, let me try to open this one, the create assistant section. And the text of this, it's going to be the add new. So this is to create new assistant, that's the triggering point. And after this let me again add in this portal, and here this overlay. So styling just the same whatever it is for we added for this thing. Let me just take this the content section as well. So this is nested drawer, so I'm just adding in okay, so whatever we just added, the above styling I've just, and here we can just change some margin left and width to just adjust to the way that we want here. So I can just change here this z index to 700, and this one as well, let's change this to like 600. Okay, and let's add in more bottom space from medium screen onwards, and yeah, I think that should be fine. And this margin left, I'm just going to change a bit, and this one, let's change this to 440 pixel. Now inside this we need to create a component which is going to help us create the component. Okay, and for this whatever the file that we have, the create bot, we need to try to tweak that and make it to our assistant. So in this thing, I just need to change this one accordingly to our assistant needs. So let me just try to change this one to create assistant, and in here, so basically I'm just going to remove all of this thing. Let's try to make this one purely to what we need for us to create an assistant. So the callback functions on creating this assistant. So same, let's try to omit the key from this one. So here this is the callback function, and then on update assistant as well we need to handle. So here this assistant, it's going to be of type assistant, and here let me just add in this one, and on cancel, let's try to, yeah, so now this is the thing, and let's try to change this to assistant, and here I'm going to replace this one with assistant, and let's remove this one and destructure whatever we have, the assistant, on create assistant, on update assistant, and on cancel. Okay, fine. So I'm just going to tweak a lot of these things that we have, and here let's change this one to assistant, and here the ID we will change it to key. The initial values we are going to like name whatever we have in this assistant dot name, or else the empty string, and this thing needs to be completely changed. The system prompt, the assistant dot system prompt, or else the empty string, and then this base model, let's try to have this assistant dot base model, or else let's add in for now GPT 3.5 turbo model. Okay, we will add in more advanced models eventually. And here this type, let me make this one to be a custom. Okay, and also let's try to enable initialize to or true, and in this on submit whatever the values that we get, so we need to just try to use this the functions which we added. So if we have this key, then I'm going to use this on update assistant, and whatever the values that we have we will pass along with this key, which is the assistant dot key, and if there is no key, then it's like we should create an assistant. So I'm just passing in here these values, and after this let's try to create in here this the create assistant. So I'm just going to rename that one, and then we are going to trigger this cancel callback function. So this one, let's try to trigger on open, and now instead of this clear bot, we are just going to change this to clear assistant. That should be same. And now whatever we have, all of these things needs to be replaced. So let me remove this function as well, and here basically the fields that we have, accordingly we should change these things. So I'm just going to quickly add in this copy that I have, and then I will just walk you through it, because I've added multiple times for creating a bot and all. So let me just replace this styling divs, whatever we have, and then I'm just going to walk you through what changes we have. So all of this needs to be just replaced. So I'm just adding in this new div that I have. So you can see the same thing, flex column, whatever the styling that we have. And here the first thing, if we have a key, we are going to showcase the title as edit assistant, or else the add new assistant. And the badge, this is we are trying to add in, so some text, it can be like new or work in progress or whatever, you can just add in. And after this, the label for choosing the base model, like same whatever we have, this one. And then the name for the assistant. And here I do have just some instructions what to do, like assign body role to help users understand what this assistant can do, something like that. And some just info, and here let's import this adding soon component. Okay, so that's the thing, and then we should be good. This bots, I'm just going to remove this one. So now we have this create assistant of function. Now I can just go back to our provider and try to use this create assistant component that we just added. So fine, so this is the create bot, and inside this drawer content, let me try to import this create assistant. And assistant, let's pass in the update assistant and also on update assistant. Let's try to get this thing, the mutation that we have. Let's try to mutate this one by passing in this assistant key. The assistant dot key, the new assistant, I'm just going to pass in here this assistant. And in this callback, like on settled, let's try to close this open assistant, and also the update assistant, I'm just going to set this one to undefined. Okay, so this is the on update assistant. So let me just close this thing, and after this, the on create assistant callback function. So inside this create assistant mutation, mutate the assistant. Okay, let me just change the typo here. Assistant, and now in here let's just try to, in on settled callback function, I'm just going to close this open create assistant section. And next, what we need to handle is on cancel function. So here we just need to set this open create assistant to false, and even this update assistant to undefined. Okay, so this is what we'll be showcasing as part of this drawer content, and we're almost there. And after this thing, the function that we have, render assistance, let me try to render this custom assistance using this function. And then let's add in some separator. So I'm going to add this command separator, and then we'll add in one more group for showcasing these models. So let me just add in placeholders for now. So the direction, let's say the column, and the just padding and width full like we normally did for other things, and type weight, let me set this one to be a medium, size to be a smaller, and the styling, let's add in some padding, and this title of this, it's going to be the models, and here I'm just going to try to render here this base models. Okay, so this is the thing that we almost have, and now this assistance provider needs to be added inside our layout component. So let me try to go to our chart layout that we have. So in here, whatever the bots provider that it is there, so let me try to replace this with the assistance provider. So this is the assistant provider that we are trying to replace. Now we can just remove this one. Okay, and so this needs to be added inside the navbar and all those things. For now we will add eventually. So if I just go to this, is assistant open, let me set this one to true. Okay, and let's try to refresh this one. Okay, the bots and all logic, let's just try to comment all of this thing, so that we do have a lot of issues that needs to be changed. So yep, and in here the navbar section also, let me just try to comment that piece of code. So wherever we are trying to use this thing, I'm just commenting this, and here also let's comment, or else you can just remove these things. In this the item that we have for opening this bots, let me just comment this part. Okay, just the other places also we will fix all of these things. So in this chat messages also, let me just try to remove this usage completely. Okay, and the open section, let me just remove these things. In other components also we'll have to change this. I will change. Let's just try to have a look at this, the drawer which we just added, and then we will make the changes in the other components. Okay, it's just taking more time. Let me just refresh. So going to this prompts bots combo, let's try to remove the things related to use bots, and also the bot whatever I have in here, and in this on bot select also I'm just going to remove this from this type, and whatever we have here, let me just remove this use bots as well. So okay, and this command item where we have to create, let me just remove this thing. Okay, and also where I'm trying to showcase this all bots, let me just remove this thing as well. So now we should not see any issue inside this prompts bots combo, and we do have an issues in other components which we will fix. So fine, and the chat examples. Okay, so inside this also, whatever we have the usage related to this use bots which we just commented, let me just remove all of these things. Okay, yep, and then we should be good. So that's the place just we added for a prompts, and anyhow I just commented this, the bot section. Let me just remove these things because we no longer need this one. So I'm just trying to clean this. So let's try to refresh this again, and I need to fix in few more components in the AI bubble component. What is the problem? Okay, we do have an issue here. Okay, so we will fix this. So if there is, so let's try to go to this input prompts, which is the chat message. So the base model, the input prompts, the assistant, and here we need this model key. So let me just try to add this as the default value inside that for now to just fix the issue. Later I will take care of that. So if we don't have, I'm just adding in this model, and now let's try to refresh this thing. Okay, what else now? The same issue that we have. Fine. So we are just trying to make a lot of changes. Of course we see this issue. So now you can see here, this is what I wanted to show, the custom assistants and all this drawer and the models that we have, we are trying to show. And here if we try to add it, click this add new, we receive here one more nested drawer where we can choose in. Of course this needs to be fixed, the z index and all. We can configure this assistant name, system prompt, and same thing whatever it is. So this is what I wanted to show. We're almost trying to tweak and make adjustments. So let's try to fix wherever we need to make changes, and let's go to this chart input, the issue here. Okay, the things which we just removed, I can just remove this thing and we should be good. And here inside this, let me try to get the selected assistant and the open assistance function. here I'm just going to use this assistant's context which we just created, and let's try to get this selected assistant and open function. Let's try to rename this one to open assistants. Okay, fine. So these things, whatever we have this selected assistant and all, let's go to in here where we have this model select and all those components. Here let me just try to change this one. Instead what I'm going to do is so I'm just removing this model select. So instead of that whatever this badge that I have, let me try to move this one up, this the placeholder which is helping us to open this filters. So I'm just adding it here, and this one instead of opening filters, let me use this to open this assistance on clicking this, and the styling of this, let's try to make this having a padding left and also the right, have this gap of 2, text to be extra small, medium, let's make this text to be smaller. Okay, yep, and inside this one, instead of this badge, let me remove this thing and use this selected assistant dot model dot icon, and here let me make this one smaller, and then I'm going to showcase here this assistant name inside this button. So that is the thing, and the plugin select quick settings, I'm just going to keep that as it is. So to see the difference now, so this is what it is just going to open, and this thing just should remain same as it is. So I'm just the plugins, so if we just select the one which has, we are going to showcase only for that. So that is the change inside this one, and also now let's try to tweak this model select component also, whatever the preferences that we have. Let me just remove this thing, and we need to add in here more z index. So let me add in here like 600, and this on click the update preferences whatever we have. Let me just remove this thing, and all I'm going to do is just try to replace this with set select model whatever the key it is and open false. So now if I try to check here, now it should be visible, you can see. That's fine, we can add in some padding and all, that should be fine. But at least now since we added more than z index, I'm able to choose the model for this thing, and this is what we have. So if you wanted to just check add new, let's add this as first assistant, help me with only Python code generation. Let's add in here the system prompt. Okay, and this model, let me change this to zebra4o, and I'm trying to save this one. And you can see we have your first assistant. So now if I just choose, this is what we are going to have. And if I just ask in I don't need to specify like how should I write background jobs using celery and fast API. So let me just ask him. So now it should give me the code in a Python. Yeah, you can see, because we are using the assistant, and that instruction will be sent, and this is how we can just create an assistant of whatever the type that we want. And we are almost there. Whatever we are trying to create, of course we do have an issues here and there. So let me just remove the thing whichever we are not using. For example, here this bot, and if I just remove, we should not see any issue. And even in these sessions we do have an issue here. I'm just referring to this bot, and let's just remove this optional thing. And also whenever we are trying to create, I'm just removing in here this bot usage. Okay, yeah, I think we should be good. Fine. So like this, just check it out wherever you are seeing any issues in any of the component and all those things on this bot library. Let's just remove this. We are going to change all of this, and I'm going to fix these things, so don't have to worry. Anyhow, we are not using this, and I just commented all of these things. And since we just saw this thing, let me go to this assistance provider, and I'm just going to set that back to false, so we don't have to set this default to true. So I'm just going to set this one to false. And if I just refresh that, it should not be visible. Only on selecting the button that we have, it should be visible. Okay, fine. So like that's the change. For us to add in the assistants and all, you can just edit and all, delete and all. So okay, this I am not able to open these things. That's because okay, we are able to add new one, but there's no the drop down edit or delete. So going to this assistant item where we have this thing, the drop down menu item. Let me try to add in more z index, and then we should be able to see that one. So let's say I'm going to change this one to 800. Okay, fine. So now let's try to refresh this once. Hopefully we should be able to see this. So now let's try to open this thing. Yeah, now you can see edit or delete. So if you wanted to edit, you can just add in, and let's say, and it should be very much reusable code snippets. I'm just changing this one and trying to save. Okay, it is creating this new assistant for us. So we need to fix this one. On edit this thing in the provider, we will so let's try to check this one. Okay, going back, we will fix this. Fine, but just the intent is just showcase. This is how we try to add in, edit and delete this thing. So if I wanted to just check it out, this delete, so I wanted to delete this one. So okay, it did delete both of this thing. So the editing section, and there's a problem which we will fix that logic. So in this assistant item, let's add in this key unique identifier, the assistant dot key. Okay, and also let's try to delete the components that we have this error. This bot library, I'm just going to delete this component. Okay, yep. And also in the settings, data.tsx file, the component inside this one, let me add in the type also in this thing. In the run model props schema that we have, I'm just going to let's add in here this type, which is of type customer base. So just making sure that we are adding all the properties and the typos and all, which we will try to fix this. Okay, fine. And here now, yeah, so just adding check that it should be of customer base. So these are like minor changes, and now you should be not having any problem with edit and all those things. That's fine. And let's try to now refactor the hooks, and also let's try to make it cleaner, the context and hooks. I'm just going to refactor a bit so that it will be very easier for me to add in new things. So first the hooks, so let me try to create in here the index.ts file, and from here we will try to export all of these things, the use boards and the other things, the hooks, that whatever we have, the chat session, the clipboard and all of those things. Let's quickly add in this editor extensions, LLM hook that we have, and then this LLM test. So basically we will take this as a reference to import in any of the component that we want to use these things. Okay, so here as well, let's add in this preferences. Then we have the prompts, use prompts, and then the use record voice, and then use scroll to bottom, and we are almost done. So if I just add in here this use text selection, and then if I just add in tools, then we have almost all the hooks from here. So now this is the single point of export, and now we can just change inside this components in the import section wherever we are trying to import and all these things. So I'm going to fix this, and also the context that I have, the settings. So basically the settings providers and all these things, let's try to move this one into this. So I'm just removing whatever we have inside this provider and this context. Let's just try to keep it in a single file like we did in this provider. So I'm just trying to add this imports here, and let me just try to remove this client and the settings context. Let me just remove this thing, and everything should be just the same what we just did. Whatever we had in that file, we're just trying to add it in the same thing, and then there should not be any error. So this thing, now let me try to move this thing to let me try to copy all of these things, and here I'm going to delete the whole settings folder, and instead that we'll just create a simple file inside this context folder itself, settings.tsx, and in here let's just import all of these settings related things. So this is how like we will try to refactor the things, and even these sessions related things that we have. Let's try to move this one into, I'm just going to delete this one as well. So well, like whichever has single file, I'm just trying to move into like to file rather than into a folder. So in here this is the thing, and even this react query that we have, let's just move this one into a separate file, then into a folder, and then creating a file out of it. So here I'm just creating this react query.tsx, and here I'm just moving this one. So like this, now we have sessions, settings, and react query as a separate file. And the same way, let's try to move this prompts, the context things into this provider. So let me just add it here, this imports related to this. Now let's remove this prompt context in here, and also the prompts which we have here, multiple imports. So I'm just removing this, and also let's remove this use client thing, and fine. So inside these things, let's try to rename this one to use prompts context. Now we should not see any issues, and we are all sorted. This is the thing, and just remove whichever we are not using. That's fine for now. And now this, whatever the content that we have, let's move this one into the new file called prompts.tsx. So I'm just moving this one to trash, and here let's have this prompts.tsx file. So now what is the issue? Okay, this one, this use chat context, let's change this import. Now we should be good. So like this, I'm just creating a simple files here as well. Let's try to move this thing into preferences dot tsx file. So I'm just moving this one as well into preferences.tsx. So let me just add it here. So fine, and same thing let's do for filters and other stuff. Whatever I have in this context, I'm just going to add it into this thing. Let me remove this thing, and also this filters context, let's remove this thing. And the sessions provider, we just moved into a separate file, so we'll just import that accordingly. This is from the sessions. Okay, so this one I wanted to move this one as well into filters dot tsx file. So let me just add in the same new file instead of in the folder. So now we should not see any issues. Okay, this, let's just add in the sessions, and now we should be good. So lot of things, I'm just going to do it in the same way. The chat we have in here, this separate folder, let's just try to delete this one as well and move this one into simple chat.tsx, and then we should be good. In this imports, let's just change those things. The preferences, this should be now just the preferences file, and this one as well, now this should be just the sessions file. And the settings context, this also we are just going to update this one. So this use settings that we have to this settings. Okay, fine. So this is also updated, the chat thing, and even this confirm, let me just move this also into a confirm.tsx file. So let me add in this confirm.tsx. Okay, so I'm just trying to make it a single file so that it looks cleaner for us. And the bots, whatever the context and all we have, now we don't need this one. So let me just delete this bots folder, and even this, the assistant that I have. So the item, okay, this thing, let's update this preferences import, and I'm just going to move this one into a new file. Let's create the assistant.tsx, and I'm just adding it here. Let's not worry about this typo and this assistant item. I'm going to, for now, let's remove this, delete this provider file. In this assistant item, let me just import this one. So this also we will try to move into components folder, which I will. And here what's the issue? It's with the imports. So it is going to be just now the preferences. Okay, yep. So these are the things that we are trying to move this one. And here also let me just try to create here this index.ts file, and let me try to export this one. So to just have to single export, that is why I'm just trying to move into separate file, and also it's way cleaner. So let's just create in here this chat. Let's add in the confirm file, and also the other things that we have, the filters file, the other components which we have just moved. So let me also add in these prompts, the React query, and also the sessions, then the settings. Okay, fine. So this is the like single index file for us inside our context things. And now I need to tweak a lot of the imports now. So, and what is the issue here? Okay, this chat, let's just change it to chat. Okay, we should be good. So there should not be any issue here. And now this thing, let's just remove this one to preferences, and here as well to sessions. Then we should be good. So that is, yeah, in hooks also we should not have any issues, and we think we are good inside these things. Let's try to update it eventually. So now going to these issues that we have in the components and all, just the imports we need to update, and that's all, and then we should be good. So inside these things, let's just update here to preferences. So majorly these are the imports that we need to change, because that is what we just updated, and then we should be good. So in this common as well, let me just try to update this imports, this data file as well. We have, so I'm just removing this context, and here as well let's find. So here also in all of these files, let's just quickly remove these providers and context references, the preferences, and here this in this OpenAI as well. I'm just changing this, the voice input. Let's update these things. Yeah, I think in settings we are sorted out, and we will fix this. The other files that we have, we do have a lot of things. Okay, so here let me just update this imports, and here as well let's try to update this thing. And this, what else do we have issue? Okay, fine, still have an issue here, that is the import. Okay, we just change this one to context, that is why. So I just need to change this one to context, and then we should be good. Fine, and here let's change here this to preferences. Even in this navbar, let me just change this to filters, these sessions, and here this prompts. this one as well, this settings context. Let me just change this one, and this should be use prompts context, and here let me just change this one to context. So fine, and here as well, though we are not using, that's fine. So I'm just changing these two preferences and all of these things. Let's update the imports, the chat input also. We just need to import this, we just need to update this imports whatever we have. Fine, and here this filters thing, and I think the assistant in this chat input, what's the problem? Okay, I can just change this one to this, and others also. I'm just going to clean this those things. Now we can just not just referring to particular file, you can just add in this slash context and slash hooks and all, then we should be good. So you can just do it in that way as well, which is again way less imports, but for now let's just keep it in this way. So let's change this one as well, and here I just need to change here this to context, and this AI bubble also let me just change. So to have lesser imports, you can just add in, for example, what I'm trying to say here is you can just add in this way also, and you should not see any issues, and or let's keep it this way as well, but you will have more imports and more lines of codes, and that's up to you, whichever the way you want. And here as well, let me just update this imports. I think we are almost there, so I'm just changing any of your components. This imports, let's just change this one, and here in the layout as well, let's change these things, and yeah, fine. I think we're almost there, and here also you can just move it to single file, single import. That is what I would recommend. So let's just remove this thing, and here as well let's just change these two sessions, and I don't think we do have any issues. We're almost there, and in this sidebar also, and here I'm just going to change. So that's like little bit of refactoring, and now yeah, let's just try to keep it cleaner, and I can have less number of lines of code in each file. So this is the change, and also the assistant item, like I said, we need to move into component section. So let's just create a new folder, called the assistants, and inside this I'm just going to have the component for assistant item.tsx, and also the create assistant component, which we have as of now these things inside the create bot and all. So let me first copy the code that we have inside this, the assistant item. So that I have, we can just move into this, the assistant item here, and you just need to change here the context thing, and then we should be good. So if we try to export it like that, so whenever we are trying to move the code into any of the file, the imports with should not cause us a problem. Okay, so that is the thing. And here this assistant, this thing whatever we have here inside this create bot, I'm just going to move into this section. Okay, and now we can just remove this bots folder. So I'm just going to delete this one. And now we should try to update this one. And also now let me just remove this assistance folder. We have just moved these things, and here instead of this bots, I'm just going to use this assistance, and the create assistant section, and even this thing we can just use this components assistants and then the assistant item, and then there should not be any problem. So that's this thing. So you can just try to clean as much as possible, and this is one way I've just tried to add, and you can just make it more cleaner. And next we will try to focus on adding a more tools into our system. So I will try to add in the DALI tool, and try to consume like we did, and we'll try to change some few more icons and all those things now. So let's try to add in a DALI tool, and also I did a lot of cleaning like I said, but the functionality just stays the same. um, the components and all, you can see the messages have just created separate components for AI messages and all. The single component we had, chat-messages.tsx, I just separated the AI messages related components and also the human messages component, and then I'm just combining it in this way, the random message like this, made a little bit cleaner, grouped this layouts, footer, main layout, navbar and all into this like this folder, but the functionality just stays the same. So like this you can just add in whatever the folder structure it works for you. So now I wanted to create the tools. So let me try to create in here this tools folder, and whatever we have in the use tools hook, I'll just try to create, separate into the separate tools folder, that is this attempt. So here this DALI, the tool that we wanted to add in, let me try to create this DALI tool. This one, let's try to import this argument from the hooks. So let's first go to this hooks. So here whatever the thing that I have inside this use tools, let's try to move all of this into a separate file. Okay, let's take this calculator related thing that I have. So I'm just copying this one and creating here this new file inside this tool folder called calculator, and I'm just importing these things. And now inside this whatever we need, I need to import. So one is this jar. So let me try to add this one from the jar, and also this dynamic structure tool. let's import this one from this Langchain core tools. So like this, let's try to separate the functionalities, and from here I'm going to export this calculator tool, and a similar way this web search tool. Let me just remove this one from here and create a new file called Google, and inside this the imports, let's just import like we did here in the calculator. So let me just copy this imports, and here let's try to import these things, and the whatever the types that we need. Let's try to change this, and also name also I'm just going to make this accordingly. So let's change this one to Google search tool, and instead of this preferences, let me try to add in this args, and this for now let's specify this is going to be of type any, and we need the preferences here, and that I'm going to export in the T tool argument. So that one, let's do one thing. So here the props that we need for our the functions, I'm just going to export from here. Of course we have here a lot of issues, this one read website tool and all these things. Let's try to minimize this one to web search, and the props that we want, I'm just going to create in here this type. Let's say tool response arguments. So here this is going to have this tool name and the tool arguments, and also the tool result. Let's okay, and this is the response args, and we need the argument type. So I'm just going to create that one as well. Here this arguments, the preferences, which is of type the preferences, and then this API keys, which we have in here, this T API keys, then the tool response, which we just created above the type, response args that we have. So this is what the type that we need to use in our components. So let me just go to this thing, and instead of this one I can now use this argument, and then we should try to get the preference and all those things from here. So let's try to destructure from this args the prop, inside this the preferences that we have, and also the tool response. Okay, it is the preferences. Now I'm just going to change this one to preferences, and this one also to preferences, and we need Axios. So let's import this Axios, and then we should be good. There should not be any issue here, and let's try to export this one so that I can use whatever this tool inside our use tool sook. So I'm just adding this export statement, and the other functionalities whatever we have, it's going to remain just the same, whatever we are trying to return here and all, or else we can the tool response. let's try to, yeah, I think for now I'm just going to leave this as it is, and this search prompt that I have, and along with this we can also, like whatever we added here, this tool response, let me pass in here this tool name, the as the web search, the tool args, the input that we have, and then this tool result, which is the search info, and then I'm just going to return those things and all, and it should be just the same. I'm just conveying this tool response in here. Yeah, like this we need to prepare in other tools, and here this DALI tool also, let's try to create this thing. So in here this is going to be of type ttool arg, and here let's try to get the things that we need, basically the API keys and the tool response, and here let's just prepare the schema, image generation schema, which let's try to import this from the jar. Okay, fine, and here let's try to pass in here just the image description as the input for this tool, which is going to be of type string. So this is the schema, and now we need to try to return the same way that we have written in the other tools, the dynamic structured or tool, and in this let's try to attach in this name and the schema and all other properties. The description, let's say I'm going to say like useful for when you asked for image based on description. Okay, and the schema, let me try to attach in this image generation schema, the function, let's make this one asynchronous, and here the image description, I'm just destructuring, and then this run manager, and inside this let's try to wrap the logic inside this try catch block, the tool, let's use this DALI API wrapper, and inside this let's try to get this one image only, and the model, let me specify here this DALI 3, and the API keys dot OpenAI, I'm just passing in here, and after this let's try to collect this result using this tool dot invoke, and for example I'm just going to add in simple example a painting of a cat or something like that, and then if there is no result, let's try to as usual handle this tool error, and here I'm just going to add this error performing DALI generation or something like that, and below this we are just going to throw in this error message, just for now let's say the invalid response, that is if there's no result, else let's try to use this tool response, in this tool name I'm going to add in here this image generation, the tool args, let's attach in this image description, and the tool result, let's attach this result. Okay, and after this the search prompt, all we are going to do is just attach in this image description that we have, and then we are going to return this search prompt, and this cat section, let's throw in simple like error performing the DALI generation, something like this. So later we can add in more info, but this is the DALI tool that I'm trying to add in. Okay, and same way let's try to create for this duck go section. So I'm just going to copy this thing and try to replace inside this, and whatever I just have I'm just going to like copy for this one. So since I just showcased for other things, I'm not going to type in for this, so it should be simple, straightforward. All you need to do is just try to move that one and import this accordingly. So here get this tool response. Okay, let's try to fix this typo. Okay, fine. And the other section, let's try to fix this typo. Even in this thing, so I'm just fixing this typo and then we should be good. Yep. So this is like the simple the separation of this tools. Like this we can add in as many tools that we want here, and it's completely flexible. So now we just added inside this DuckDuckGo also. Now we need to tweak this use tools hook to just accommodate, and now I can just remove this the tools whichever we have and try to change here. Let's just fix this imports that we have. So I'm just going to change this one to use settings context, which we renamed, and here as well let's fix this things. Okay, now here in place of this settings we should just use this tools, I mean on the settings context, and we have this also. For this I'm just going to add in the additional things, the description, which it's going to be of type the string, and also let me add in this render UI. So the arguments, if it is the case, then I need to try to have this React node for that accordingly, and the tools and all that we have, instead of this any, let me be specific now. This is going to be of type this one, and here I'm just going to change this to any, and the icon, let's remove this React node and all, and I'm going to specify here functional component of let's for now add in this any. Okay, fine. So now inside this thing let's also try to get this API keys, and the tools that we have I can just remove this commented whichever this calculator which I removed, that's fine for now. And we need to add these things, the description and all, so that the error will be gone. So let's add in like search on web, and this tool let's remove this one, and depending upon this preferences, if this preferences default web search engine is equals to Google, then I need to select here this Google search tool, else we need to go for this DuckDuckGo tool. Okay, that's what I just added. And here show in menu, let's just set this one to true. Okay, and in this validate default search engine also, I'm just going to check in here. So if this preferences dot default web search engine is equals to Google, and I'm going to try to wrap this both the check inside this bracket. So basically we need to check for this API key and engine ID only if this search engine is Google, or else we can just return this true. And the loading message also, let's try to make this dynamic depending upon this preferences dot default web search engine. Simple. So if it's Google, I'm going to have this text as searching on Google, else let's say searching on DuckDuckGo text. Okay, that is what we'll have even in this search result message. So let me just copy this thing, and here let's change this one to results from Google and all, something like that. So results from the Google search, and this one, let's say this is going to be result from DuckDuckGo search. So I can just remove this dots and icon. Let me just change this to, I'm just going to add in here this. Okay, for now, yeah, let's just keep this as the icon. I think that should be fine. And below these things also needs to be fixed. Now we don't want this DuckDuckGo search, we want for the image. So let me change this thing because we are covering both in the above section, and add in here this description. I'm going to add this generate images, and this tool, it is going to be the DALL-E tool. Okay, fine. And the name of this, let's change this to DALL-E. Okay, what is this issue? Fine, we need to fix this. We will fix this thing also and show in menu. Let's just change this to true, and the icon for now, let's just keep that as it is. The loading message and all, let's change this to generating image, and the result message, let me add in as generated image, and rest I think should be fine. And also here let me add this validation on failed action callback function, and here let's try to open here the web search. Okay, I think, and also the validate, I'm just going to add this asynchronous callback function. Let's try to validate this one. So I'm just returning this true, and the above things whatever we have, I'm just adding the same conditions which we added. So now I think we should be good for this. Let's remove this calculator tool and whatever we have, and in the return type I'm just going to remove these things. All we are going to return is the same, and there are few issues. this DALI tool, I'm just going to change this. So basically in here, the tool, I just changed this, the definition, and we are seeing the issue, and instead of this args it should be args. Okay, and now we should be good. So this is the change, and there are a lot of unused things. You can just remove the things whichever we are not using from this file so that it looks cleaner. And I'm just removing this one as well. So now we added in here this tools. Let's try to update our models list. And what is the issue now? Okay, I removed this one. Okay, fine. So now inside this models list, let's try to fix the imports and all. I just move this one to model icon, and here we can just move this to context, and let's try to add this image only to GBD4o. So the model that we have here, models list, let me additionally just remove this DuckDuckGo search. I'm just adding in this image, and others we can just remove this DuckDuckGo search. It's just the web search now. So let's quickly remove these things because we are trying to handle in the same thing depending upon the user's preferences. Fine, and I guess these are the models plugins that we added, and we should be good to test. And also let me try to expose one more function which is going to help me get the assistant icon. Get assistant icon, here just passing in this assistant key which is of type string. I'm going to get the icon of that assistant. Get assistant by key, pass in here this assistant key. So, and here we are going to return this assistant based upon this type. If this type is equals to base, then let's just try to return this model dot icon of the smaller size. Else let's try to use this model icon that we have and pass in here this type, the custom size. I'm going to set in here this smaller. This we need to change, which we will take care of changing this model icon. That's fine for now. So, and then let's try to export this as well. Get assistant icon, and now basically in this plugins, if I just refresh, we should see this thing. Of course there are errors. This is, I think, with respect to the tool that needs to be fixed now. So this thing I just need to change and add in here this preferences and the API keys which we need, and also the tool or response. Or let's try to add these things, and then we should not see any issues here in the on change callback function. Whatever this default the change props that we have, and this tool meta, let me add in this args. I'm going to change this also, this thing, and then we should not see any issue with respect to these types. I think this is the only issue inside this file. So let's try to update these types. So I'm going to this chat session, inside this message that we have, I'm just going to add in this tool object, and also let's add in this tool meta or these things which I wanted to add in this chat message. So I'm just adding in this tool, and let's make this one as optional. So this is going to have this tool name which is of type or string, and this tool args which is of type any and also optional. The tool result also let's add in, and then this tool meta which we are going to add in, let's also make this one as optional, and for now I'm just setting this to any. And now in this LLM I should not see any issue. Yep. Okay, there's no issue, so there is no error in this. And now let's go to our settings context, and here I wanted to try to create a separate component for this models section that we have, and even for plugins and all those things. So what I'm going to do is let's go to our components folder, and inside that settings that we have in here, let's create a new folder called models. And basically all of this Anthropic, Gemini, OpenAI, Ollama, and all those things will just move inside this models folder, and create in here this index.tsx, and inside this thing first let's move this Anthropic to this, and also the Gemini also. I'm just updating these imports, and Ollama also. Let's just move into models and update these imports, and also OpenAI. Let's just try to move into this models. Okay, so I'm just importing. Fine. And of course we do have these issues we'll address. So inside this we will try to create a root component, kind of like this is where whatever the model settings, this models menu that we have, I'm just going to copy this thing. Let me remove from here, and inside this thing let's try to use this list that we have a component. I'm just titling it as model settings, and here I'm just going to paste this, and we will fix I'll just change the types and all everything. Let's change this one to like model settings data. Okay, the value let's change here instead of name to label, and here let me change this to value. Let's just keep it in a smaller case, and then icon, let me change this to icon type, and here I'm just specifying here it has OpenAI, and is it connected or not. We are going to do this using I'm just going to use this preference context, and there we are going to take help of this API keys that we have, and then I can say that if we have this API key of this OpenAI, then it is connected. And here so let's change this one, the settings component. Here let's try to import the OpenAI settings component. So like this, let's try to create for below this as well. So I'm just going to change this to label, and this one to value, and this, let's change here this to icon type. The all we have to do is just add in this keyword of this one and connected. Let's try to check using this API keys of this Anthropic, and this one, let's add this as settings component, the Anthropic settings component that we have, and the Gemini, let me change this to label, and here I'm going to change this one to value. This thing, let's change this to icon type, and here this API keys dot Gemini, and then we need to add in this connected property as well, this one, this thing, and here the icon type. I'm just adding this one, and let's change this one to settings component, the Gemini settings. Okay, I'm just adding in here the comma, then we should not see the issue. And finally, if we just try to add in this Ollama, then we should be good. So let's add in here this label, the value, then the icon type. Let me add in this a string which is of this Ollama, and here let's add in this connected. Again, same, we'll use this API keys dot Ollama, and after this the component or like settings component. So let's import this Llama settings. So now we do have the list of this model settings data, and then we need to use this thing and try to wrap into this component. So let's use this flex direction. Let me set this to a column, and a gap, I'm going to have this larger gap, and styling, let's add in this padding in of 2, and let's use this accordion component. If you don't have, just import it from ChatHub, so it should be simple. And here let's say this type single, and I'm going to add in this as collapsible. Width, let's make this one full, and here we are going to use this model settings data, try to get each model, and now inside this let's add in this accordion item key. Let me set this model dot value. I'm going to create here this model dot value and pass it here. Now we need a trigger for this. So trigger, it's going to be just the icon and the label of that. So I'm just going to wrap that one inside this flex component. I'll have this smaller gap. The items, let me just center this thing, and inside this we are going to use this model icon, the component that we have, this type. Let me just specify this model dot icon type as model icon type. So this we are going to create, and the size, let me set this one to small, and after this let's add in this model dot label. So this is going to be the triggering point, and after this one let's add this flex one, just empty div, and here we'll have a div if it is connected, I'm just going to showcase this is like tick mark, if not kind of the alert icon or something like that. So let's try to this one, if this is connected, and in here I'm going to use this check mark circle icon. So let's try to import these icons. So you can use any icons library. So I'm just using here premium icon, so you can use this other icon. So use icons, so this is like I'm using this thing. So check mark circle icon, and also I need the alert circle icon. So you can use whatever user react icons or fastfood react icons or whatever, doesn't matter. Okay, fine. And here let's add in this the icon size 20, the stroke width I'm going to set this one to, let's say 1.5, and variant, let me set here this to solid. Okay, fine. If it's not the case, we are going to use this alert icon size 20, and the stroke width, let me set this to 1.5, and the variant I'm just going to set this to solid. Same thing. Okay, and the div that we are trying to wrap in, let's add in some padding, simple just normal styling, so in the x direction, and also let's not rotate. Okay, and if this model is connected, then let's have this as a like green color, emerald, let's say a 600, else let's have this text zinc color like 500. Fine. So this is the div to show this, and after this trigger, let's add in this accordion content component. Here we are going to try to render this settings component that we try to attach. So this typo, I'm just going to fix that, but this is the index model settings component, and now we do have a lot of issues here. It's all just import related things. All we are going to do is let's try to fix this thing, and anyhow I'm not using this one, let's try to remove this. And here also I'm just changing this settings container, let's remove this one instead, and let's try to wrap using our flex component. So I'm just removing this thing and try to use this flex component direction. Let me set this one to column, and a gap I'm going to add in here this small. Fine, and I think we should be good. Yep. So same way, let's try to fix the other providers component, and here let me just remove the settings and this use tools to let me fix this one, and even this button imports. So here also we are just going to replace this with the flex component. So let's try to import that one. Direction, just the column, and gap, let me set this to small. Okay, and let me find. So this is the thing, and here also let's update the imports. We will see this in a while, just wait for a few minutes. And here let's just add the same thing, the flex component, the direction to be a column, and the size, let me set this one to be a small, the gap. Okay, and this one, let me just close this thing. We are almost done. Only thing is the typo that is remaining, and if I just fix that thing, all we need to do is let's just go to our models icon component. So in here we need to add in this new type, the custom. So let me just remove I'm just going to copy this one, and let's try to create in here this new type, model icon type, and I'm just adding in here this model icon type. And now let's pass in here simply this model icon type for this, and whenever we are trying to render this in here, let's check for custom type. So if this type is equals to our custom, let me try to return here the div. Let's make this one dynamic. So inside this I'm just going to use this sparkles icon. So let me just add this thing from this huge icons. I'm just adding in a simple sparkles icon. So in here let's use this sparkles icon size. Let me set this to 16. The stroke width, let me set this one to 1.5. the variant, let's say the solid. Okay, and just the styling, let's have the same styling of minimum width to 6, height 6. Background, I'm just going to add this teal color. Text of this, let's say white, rounded to be large, make this flex. Items, let me center this thing, justify center, and here the size, if it is small, we will have this the same thing, minimum width 6, height 6. Else if the size is medium, we will just increase it by a bit. So let's say minimum width of 8, and height also I'm going to set this to 8. And if it is larger, we will just increase by 2 more. So minimum width to 10, and height, let's set this to 10. So this is the model icon, and now I have this model icon type. So now where is this model index.tsx? So let's just try to import this from this models icon, and then we should not see any issue in here. And now going to these settings where we are seeing multiple issues, that's for sure. So we need to fix this. I will fix this one, and even these plugins that we have in the settings, we will have to fix that, and then we will refactor this component. Here also let me just try to create a simple index.tsx. So like we just created for the models, similar way whatever we have done, I'm just going to create for this thing. So for plugin settings also, let's create here this plugin settings component, And in here, as usual, let's try to get this API keys. So, and I'm just going to have this plugin settings data list. So this should be, for now I'm just going to add it one object. The web search, later we'll see about others. Label this is, let's say, web search. Then this icon type, let's add in this value. And the settings component, let's add in here this web search plugin which we have. And now we have this list. Let's try to wrap in inside this div, like flex component. The direction, let's make this one to be column. The gap, I'm just going to make this one large. And the styling, let's say just padding. And here we are going to use the same accordion component. The type, let me make this single and collapsible, and also width to be full. So inside this, let's use this plugin settings data, try to get this each plugin object info. And now inside this, we are going to use this accordion item key. Let me attach in the plugin dot value, and the value, let me set this plugin dot value. And inside this, we need to have the same thing, the trigger. And here the trigger will be same thing, icon and the label. Let's wrap this one inside this flex component. Items, let's make this one center, and here let me just use this model icon component. The type, I'm going to pass in this plugin dot icon type, and we can use this model icon type which we added. And the size, I want this one to be the smaller, and I'm just going to add in this plugin dot label. So that is the triggering point. And after this trigger, let's add in the content. So inside this, I'm going to add this plugin dot settings component. So fine, so this is the simple component. And now I am just going to refactor a bit this web search, whatever the settings card that we have. And these things, I'm just going to replace this thing with, okay, so the whole thing I'm just going to replace first of all the settings container like we just removed. I'm going to take use of this, the flex component, make this direction to be a column, and also this gap, let's make this one smaller. And here let's add in some border at the top, padding at the top, and also border, I'm just going to make in here this white color. And let's see this one, this settings container, I'm going to change this one to flex. And also this settings card that we did wrap in, I'm going to remove this thing and use this whatever we have. I'm just inside settings card removing that and moving this outside of that. So rest of the thing should be just the same. I'm not going to make any changes, and after this just keep whatever it is. So now we have both of these things ready, and inside this settings section I'm just going to remove all of these things, and additionally for this one let's add this, the models and the plugins here, and the icon, let me add in this sparkles icon. Size, let me set this to 18, and the stroke width, let's set this one to 2. Key to models and this component whatever we just created, let's try to import this model settings, and like this I'm just going to add in this plugins as well. So here this icon we will use the dashboard circle icon. The size, let me set this to 18. The stroke width also let's set to 2 like the above icon. The key, it's going to be the plugins, and this component, the plugin settings component which we created. So these are the things, and now these plugins and these things I can just remove this, and the all menus I'm just going to remove this thing. In the selected settings, selected menu item, let's try to use this. So the in here this setting menu, I'm just going to use this, the settings menu, and try to find this one with the key. So the menu dot key matching with this selected menu. Okay, so this will be a selected menu item, and now let's try to remove this general and all the title that we have here. I'm just removing this, the general and all, and even this models that we have, the title, and basically all of this. Let's remove even this plugins and all, and this width, let me just set this to 220 pixel, and these things whichever we are not using, so let me just remove these things, and here is as well which we move. Now we should not see any issue, so hopefully these plugins we should be able to see. Yeah, this plugin select, I do have an issue, we will fix that. And one more thing, in these sessions I'm going to add the additional props to this, is generating or not, that to keep track of. Let me add in this boolean and this generating, just the callback function to update this one. Fine, and let's maintain here this local state is generating set is generating. Let me set this one to false by default, and these values let me just try to expose in here, is generating, and also set generating, whatever we have this thing I'm just adding in here. So now there should not be issue. So we do have an issue inside the plugin select and all. So let me just try to fix this. So the issue is here, line number 61. So we are trying to refer these icons and all. So what is it that I'm going to do? Let me just try to wrap this one inside this, and let me try to return this div, and here I'm just trying to get this tool. So let's try to capture this icon, this tool dot icon, and whatever we have, let's just keep that as it is. And instead of this thing, let me change this thing and add in here this icon that we have, because that's the component. And the stroke width, let me set this to 1.5. okay, and here also let me try to add in the tool name and tool description and all. Now you can see the difference in here. I've just changed the few stylings. I have not captured that just because it was not adding any importance to recording, and it was uh, uh, making more lengthier, so just minor changes. So now you can see here the prompts, preferences, and all those things. And even here plugins, we just have this icon and this thing, but we are going to, so if you wanted to open these things, will just be the same as it is. And now we have added these things, models, these stylings, we will fix it. And if I just open here this thing, because we wrapped inside this accordion, I did not show, that's fine, but now I'm just showcasing. So whatever we try to wrap in accordion, this is what accordion content is, and we can just configure this accordingly. The same thing for plugins, you can just configure here this, or we can make this one as password, so this will also be not visible, and then this data section. So these are the changes that we are trying to make. And icons and all, I've just changed it to different libraries, so you can just keep those as it is. It is not going to add any value, just the experience user feel, but that's the premium, so I recommend just keep it that way. And now in here we need to just make this one to look better inside this only icon and switch. So let me add inside this flex component, and the direction, let me set this to on column, and this gap I don't want any, so I'm just going to set this to none. Items, let me just add in this start, and here the first thing I'm going to showcase here this tool name. Let's have this smaller size, weight, let me set this to medium, and inside this I'm just going to add in here this tool dot name. Okay, so now you should see the tool name, and here below this let's try to add, and let's make this one extra small, and the text color, let me set this one to tertiary, and here we will add in the description. Okay, now you can see that description, and the switch component, we will make this to look better, and this popover content, let's make this a little bit bigger width. Let's say I wanted to go for 340. Yep, a little bit more size. And this plug thing, let me change this icon to the connect icon from the new library which I have added, so you can just keep that as a plug. Use icons, and here I'm going to add it the connect icon. So here this connect icon size, let's just keep this one, and here variant, let me add this to stroke, and the stroke width, let me set this 1 to 2. Okay, yeah, you can see now the difference, the connect icon, and the content is also changed. And I think for this, let's add more padding. So for this one, let's add more gap as well, and padding in direction, in x direction I want it to be more, and in y direction let's just have this to 2. Yep, fine. So I think that should be fine. This switch component, we need to make it look better. Whatever it is, the checked value, that is fine, and in if it is checked and all those things, I'm just going to keep everything the same. So fine, so this needs to be properly styled. That's fine for now. I'm just going to fix that later, but we don't see any issue inside this plugin. Select component, and now we need to make it look better. The other thing should be just the same as it is, and so let's try to ask some question. So we don't have good examples here. That's fine. I'm just going to ask in here like how to master Golang development to build cloud native solutions, and it should be just the same thing. Okay, fine. So it's turning out to be very good. So this is what it is, and you can just have this the same way, the history and all, and then you will have this prompts, this preferences, whichever I just showcased. This prompts, you can just add it, and this is like more to see switching to dark mode and other section. So this is fine. And now again, minor changes in the messages, AI message component. Okay, so I'm just going to ask generate best Golang code to achieve the same. I'm just asking some random question. For cloud native development, write Gen okay, fine. So this is how it is now, and everything should be just the same as it is, turning out to be good thing. And here inside this AI message, let's try to create in the use clipboard component just to separate the copying section into this, like we normally maintain in other projects. The copied value, the string or null, then this copy of function. Let's add in this boolean promise of type boolean, and this should be a simple function. Use clipboard, and here let's have this local states for copied text, and this one, it's going to be the copied value type, and let's that is a string or null, and by default I'm just setting this to null. And the stroke width, let's try to maintain this thing, and set show copied. Let's create this one again of type boolean false, and here I'm just going to expose this copy function, try to wrap this one inside this callback. Okay, so in here the text, and I'm just checking this, the navigator clipboard thing. If we don't have, we can just try to console this thing like clipboard not supported, and I'm just going to return here this false. Else let's try to handle inside this try catch block. All we need to do is use this navigator clipboard and write text, pass in here this text, set this copied text to whatever we have, and set show copy to true, and after some timeout let's try to set that back to false. So I'm just setting this after, like, let's say 2 seconds. Okay, fine, and then we will try to return true from this. In catch block, let's try to handle this error. Let's add in the text as copy failed, and here I'm just going to showcase this error. Let's set this one to null, and we are going to return this false. So add in this empty array, and from this we are going to return this copy text, the copy function, and the stroke width. So fine, so this is the use clipboard, and now we will try to use inside the code block or in the messages. For now let's use this, and I wanted to make in here minor changes to whatever we are trying to render in here. So inside this, whatever we are trying to showcase, this icon, I wanted to wrap this thing in the tooltip component. So I'm adding in here this tooltip content, and let's add this input props dot assistant dot name, and inside this let's use this get assistant, the icon function which we have. So let me try to get that function which we just created, get assistant icon. So here I'm just going to take help of this function and pass in this input props assistant dot key for this thing. Okay, the issue is here, let's say this is not null, and now so this AI message, so if I just refresh, you should see the tooltip. Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. And also after this tool running, let me add, if this tool is used, then the tool meta, I'm just going to get this which we added, and tool used dot render UI, use this metadata to pass it to this. So to get this tool meta, all we need to do is from the chat message props, let's try to get this tool meta as well. Now we should not see any issue while we are trying to show use this thing. And okay, and yeah, and this also the opacity, let me just set this to 100 for this thing, and the show copied and all. Let's change these icons. So I'm just going to change this to icons from the huge icon. So I'm just adding in the icons that I want here. So let me just add from that library. So these icons, let's try to use it here. We don't have this width, so let me just change this from to variant. Let's add in this stroke, and the stroke width I'm going to set this to 2, and this copy thing, let's add in this copy and size, let me set this to 18. This also, let me just change this to 18. The variant, let me just set this to stroke width, I'm going to set this to 2. So just the icon changes, and then this chat messages and all that I'm trying to showcase, let me just, like we have in here, I'm just going to add in here this tooltip for copy thing. So adding in here this, let's add this copy, and here we are going to use this copy content called functionality size. Let me set this one to smaller size. Okay, and this rounded, let me set this one to large. On click, I would like to create a function, this handle copy content, and here we can use this thumbs down icon size. Let me set this one to 18, variant to stroke, and the stroke width, let me set this one to 2. Fine. And this thing, let me remove this section, the thing that we have, and this trash simple, let me replace this one with delete icon size. Let's change this to 18, and variant, you can see the difference already on the right side, the icons that we are trying to change. To stroke, the stroke width, let me change this to 2. Okay, for now, for just a placeholder, I've just added this thumbs down icon on copy content. Later we'll take care of that. And after this, whatever we have, this delete pop4 and all, let's just keep it as it is. And here let's use this his chat message and his last, whatever we had there. I'm just moving these below here, and we will try to see this in this loading and all. Let me just comment this section so you can see now it's at the right thing. And don't worry about this names showcasing and all, but this is the thing. So you can see now the icons, the copy and all, it just changes. And this of course I'm just triggering the same thing, and here we should see this thing, and this should open the same here the tooltip which we just added. For this one it's working, and for this, the one which we added, looks like there is some issue. That's fine. Anyhow, I'm not getting any issues, but these are the like the change for us. Now of course I need to test this thing, and if this is enabled, we are just showcasing, that's fine, but we need to test this thing and all. So we are going to test and see how the image can be rendered on our chat messages section. We will test the DALL-E image generation, and just I wanted to change the way that we are handling the tool response, and also let me add in a placeholder for memory tool, and then we will try to test that. And here you can see now in the regenerate, I have added this for regenerate model select the assistant prop, and then using that we are trying to get that assistant by key, this prop. So based upon that we are trying to showcase this name along with this the sparkles icon and then arrow down icon. Okay, so and in the plugin select also, now they are properly aligned, so I just added this span with the flex 1 so that they are proper. Okay, so just we will see that image generation. So I wanted to change the way that we are handling the tools responses. So here let me just create the separate type for our tool response itself. The tool name, let me add this as the properties, and the tool loading like boolean, the tool arguments like any, and the tool response. So I wanted to handle all of the tool related properties in this separate type. So these arguments, let me add in here this tool response, and now whatever this tool that we added, so let me just remove this, and also this tool name, tool result, I'm just going to remove this thing, and even this tool meta I'm just removing. Is tool running is also, let's just remove these things. And here now let's try to add in this tool response array, and for stop reason let me add one more thing, finish. Fine, so we just created separate type for the tool, and trying to handle all the properties of tool responses in single object, and that's the change. So now we need to take care of a lot of things. Okay, and here of course this thing. So all of these things I'm thinking to move all this into a single chat file, this chat context, whatever we are trying to use this run model and stop generation. So let's try to move all of this into this file, and I'm just going to delete that file eventually. So let me add in the new things that we wanted to capture, basically all that state that we had inside that. So this one, it's going to be of type the chat message, and basically this is for the current message story. Let's just add in the variables like this. The same, I wanted to have the current tools also, like we normally just, so basically all the logic from that hook we are just going to move into this file. So I'm just trying to create the local state variable that we need for them, and okay, so let's try to add in here the hook inside this one. So I'm just going to minimize this output, that's fine. So this, whatever the hook that we have and all the functions that we need, I'm just going to take all of those things. So basically all these things, let me add. So these all things. So let me just, and now we need to, okay, we do have this duplicates, so I'm just going to remove these things, I think. Yeah, in this use tools, let me just try to import these things, and then all the functions that we have I need to add inside this. So let's remove this one and add in here this stop generation. So wherever we are trying to, let me just remove this thing. There's no use LLM hook now, and of course we need to handle all of these things. So I'm just trying to move all these things, whatever we have inside, to this section. So all the imports as well, let me import these things into this file. Okay, in this assistant, let's import this thing, and don't worry about these things. Fine. So there might be a lot of confusion. That's fine. I'm just going to walk you through once I done with the changes. Once I'm done. Okay, and we just added this prepare prompt and all. I'm going to change these things, and also we are returning these things, and then this run model function that we have. So a lot of things, I'm just checking which needs to be moved and all those things. So basically all of these things needs to be moved into this function. So let's just copy this thing and moving into this, and of course we need to adjust the changes that we made. I'm going to take care of that, but this is very important function which is going to help us with all of the generations, tools handling and all these things. So this, let me just import the things that we are missing. Okay, fine, and this get session by ID and all these things. We need this use sessions context, so let me just add it here. We do have these things. Okay, in here let me just add in here get session by ID, and let's just try to remove this thing. Fine, and like this, a lot of this, the whatever the types that we have, let me just add and remove from the other file and try to add it here, this new imports, and this sort messages we need to import from this helper. So let me just import these things, and basically let's do one thing. I'm just going to copy all of this imports, and let's just add it here, and I'm just going to remove whichever are duplicates. Okay, fine. So we can see here we do have a lot of duplicates. I'm just going to remove this accordingly, and here as well let's just remove this thing. I'm just removing this. in this one as well, I think. Then we should be good. This models list. Okay, I think with respect to imports we are good. I don't see any issues, and of course this thing needs to be, we are going to use this hooks, and then we should not see any issues here as well. Let's just use this hooks, or else you can consolidate both the imports. And okay, with respect to imports there's no issue. Now it's all about the functions, the typos, and all those things. And here this thing, okay, I think I removed this create tooling agent and all those things. Okay, this, if I just add in these things, it should be good. Fine, I'm just dealing with the imports now, and then we will change what and all I want to change and all those things. And now this generate title for session also, I'm just going to copy this one and try to move it here. Okay, yeah, fine. And this one I'm just going to delete this completely, and let me just remove this thing. So inside this, okay, let's just maximize this output. So let's use LLM. I'm just going to completely delete this thing, and also in the index.ts let's remove this one so that we don't see any issue. Now coming back to this file, let's try to fix a lot of things that change related to this. And we do have here import this use LLM. I'm just going to remove these things. Okay, fine. Now here the things, the functions that we have happen to current session and all. Let me fix all of these issues and all. Okay, fine. I'm just going to add in new functions and accordingly update the issues. So let me create here updating the current message. This one, it's going to be of type partial, this chat message, and inside this one all we are going to do is update this current message with this one. We are going to make sure here, and then trying to just update whatever I receive as the props, and if not, I'm just going to return this previous. So this is the function to update current message. And the logic that we have here, I'm just going to try to wrap inside this use effect block. Let's try to get the props from this current message. If we have this props and this current session, let's try to get this session. If there is no session, let's try to return this as undefined. And so whatever this logic, the existing message we have, and also basically this thing. I'm just trying to move all of this one into this section, so let me add it here. So if there's no session, I'm just returning undefined, and then existing message whatever we have, and if there is existing message, the same thing here. And instead of this adding message to session here, let's try to add in the tools as well. So here the current tools that we are maintaining, the local state, and this is how I'm just setting the tools which we create a new property, and then return this message. And after this thing, let's remove this adding message to session. Along with this thing, let's also add this tools as well. So I'm just going to add in this current tools. So that is the thing. And now here, if this current message dot stop, then the current message we are going to check for the session ID, and if we have, then I'm going to add this message to session current message dot session ID. Here whatever we have in this current message, along with that let's set this loading to false, and the tools whatever we have in this current tools local state variable, let's try to get this and add all of these properties that we have. And the tool loading, let me set this to false. Okay, and then is generating, I'm going to set this to false, and this thing will be triggered whenever this current message changes, and also this current tools. So now we are handling directly in the use effect block, and this is that logic, and we can just remove this append to current session and all, because I'm handling in above use effect thing. And stop generation, it's just then this prepare prompt, the same properties whatever we have, the same thing. The template system, you can just tweak if you wanted to tweak the prompt and all. I'm just keeping that as it is, and whatever it is. And now here the users content and all, this function will remain untouched, and whatever we took from this use LLM. So I'm just going to minimize this thing. And now we do have a lot of issues inside our run model. So inside this thing, first I'm going to set in this generating to true, and this current message, let me set this one to undefined, set the current tools to empty array. Then after this, whatever we have this same logic, I'm just going to handle that thing, getting session by ID, and if there's no input, we'll just return and new message ID. We are creating a new message ID, model key, all this previous messages, chat histories, default plugins, and message limit, all we are going to keep the same. And after this one, let me update here this current message, the whatever we have these things, the props, I'm just going to copy this one and add it here, this input props ID, session ID, and raw human. And then also we do have this is loading, I'm going to set this one to true, the current message that we have. And let's remove this thing here on change and all. I'm just removing this and selected model key. We are going to check for that. If there is no model, we are going to throw that error and get this API keys as usual. And here, instead of this thing, I'm going to use this update current message. Set in here, this is loading to false. Stop, let me set this to true. The stop reason, let's say this is the API key. Okay, and this prompt and all, we are going to prepare this prompt, and this available tools will just remain the same, except inside this thing, the tools response, this needs to be changed to send tool response. I'm going to change this one, and this arg, I'm going to add it of type this t tool response, and inside this thing, let's set this tools, and I'm just going to map through this list, get this tool, and checking this if this tool name is matching to this org.tool name, then I'm going to return this args. Along with that, let me set this tool loading to false. Okay, if that's not the case, let me just return here this tool. Okay, we will change this one on the function name, that should not be a problem. And then we are going to filter this and get these things in creating the instance that we wanted to. And there is chart history, this normally collecting that, and the agent executor creating the copy of that, assigning and binding the tools. This will just remain the same, calling this agent executor, and then piping this chain without this tools, stream the message and all. I'm just going to keep these things just without making any changes, just cross checking. And here now we do have an issue. The handle LLM start okay, I'm just going to remove these things, and let's just console that. And in handle tool start also we do have an issue here. Let's handle this one, and here if we have this name, then I'm going to set this current tools, whatever it is, and additionally I'm just adding in here this new tool and tool loading. Let me set this to true. Okay, in this one there is a typo. Okay, fine. This is handle tool start, so I'm just closing this, and handle tool end, I'm just removing this on change handling. Everything, I think we should be good. And handling end and all, let's just keep this as it is. And new tokens, we do have an issue here, so this one, let's remove this on change callback and try to use this update current message. Set here, this is loading to true, and this raw AI, I'm just going to update this to the streamed message that we have. And stop, let me set this one to false. This stop reason, I'm going to set this to undefined. So this is what we are going to handle the new tokens that we are it is generating and all. And in the LLM errors, whatever we have, let's just showcase the same thing, toast messages and all. And here, after this, let me just remove this handling on all. We will just try to update this current message. So is loading, let me set this to false. Raw human, whatever this input that we have, the raw AI, the streamed message, and the stop, let me just set this to true. The stop reason, the same thing. If this current abort controller signal is aborted, then I'm going to set this one to cancel or else to error. Fine. Yeah, so I think, yeah, this is the thing inside this. And after this thing, all I'm going to do is remove all of these things. And here whatever I have just commented as well, I'm just going to remove. And we are just going to update this, the current message that we have, the input, the raw AI. So if we have this stream dot content, I'm just going to set this, or else stream dot output, and is loading, let's set this to false. Stop, let me set this to true. And the stop reason, this is the finish. And even in this thing on change, let me just remove this thing. Here we are going to set this stop to true, and the stop reason, let me set this one to error. Okay, so yeah, most of the errors are gone. And inside this thing, whatever we were using to generate the title for a particular session based on the messages that we have, let's just keep the way it is, whatever the thing it is. And there is some issue in here after this new title, where this one we need to import this one, and if we did import, then we should be good. And in this run model, whatever it is, just opening this thing, setting this run model, we do have this function now. Instead of this use LLM hook, we have just created in the same file and all those things, and then we should be good. The rest of the functions just stays the same, whatever we have. So I just need to import this mutation thing, update session mutation. So let's try to get this from our sessions context. Okay, and this type also should be changed. So from this sessions context, I need here the update sessions mutation, and all we are left with just this type issue, which we will fix. But the main logic that we wanted to is taken care. And to fix this one, let's go to use tools. Inside this, whatever we have, this tool response, I'm going to change this one to send tool response. And this one as well, let me change this one to tool response. Okay, fine. And now I need to adjust this accordingly. And the small icon also, let me set this, it's going to be of type this thing. So I'm just changing in here to this type, And in this use tool small icon also, I'm just going to change this one to global search icon. In this key, let me change this one to image generation, and name also let me just set this to, instead of this DALI, let's make this one as generic image generation. And now additionally, inside each of this, so basically especially for this image generation, I need to handle this render UI. So if we have this image, I'm going to try to use this image and attach in here this source, the image, and for now halt, let's just leave this as empty string. And the style for this, let's say width 400 pixel and height, I'm going to set this to 400 pixel rounded. Let's add in this 2 times extra large and this border, and I'm just going to close this thing and add in here the comma. We should be good. And okay, and for this small icon, let's just replace with this image 01 icon. And additionally, I'm going to add in this new memory section like I said. So let's add in this new part, memories, and the description I'm just going to say like AI will remember things about you, something like this. Just we're adding this memory layer. And the tool for now, let's add in here this, we need to create that tool like we just did for this image calculator Google search. And here let's add in this show in menu to true, and this validate, I'm just going to return here the true, just by default the validation failed action. Let's try to open, so I'm just adding in the same thing for now, the web search and this render UI thing. Let's also just add in the same thing whatever I have added for this thing. That's fine. So later I'm just going to change this. And other things, the loading message, let's say I'm just going to add in here saving to the memory. And then result message, I'm going to say in here updated memory. The icon, let's add in this brain icon. And even for small icon, I'm just going to add the same thing. So to import this one, let's just go to this icons, and I'm just adding in this brain icon. Okay, and this tool I need to add it, and also a lot of changes, so just bear with me guys. Okay, so here whatever we have in here, let me just copy this thing. And of course we do have an issue, so let me just add in this memory.ts file. And here I need to change a lot of these things. So instead of this one, let's add in here this memory parser. And okay, let's rename this one to memory tool. Okay, fine. And here let's just create here this memory parser. So this one I'm going to take help of this structured output parser from this jar schema, and here let's add in this object the type. I'm just going to create here this memories basically on the format that I want, array of the string, and I'm just going to add in here this description. Let's say key information point, and later add in this the describe again a list of key informations. Okay, so this is the structured output parser the way we want. And now in here let's change this one, get send tool response, and also the preferences, and this one, instead of this image generation schema, I need to change this one to memory schema. Okay, and here this object, let's change here this key to the memory, which it's going to be of type the string. And let's just try to describe this something like it is going to be key information about the user, any user preferences to personalize future interactions or something like that. So I'm just going to add inside, it must be short and concise. And after this, the question, let me just add in, which is going to be the string. Then the describe, I'm just going to add like question the user that has asked us. So this is the schema, and now the name and all needs to be changed. And here let's change this one to memory, and this one I'm just going to add some default instructions that I have, this description. So let me just replace this thing. So I just added useful for when user gives key information, preferences about them, whatever we just have added above. And the schema, let's add in the schema which we just created. And in the function, let's try to destructure this memory, and the question that we get as the input. And here let's try to get this existing memories. We are going to use this preferences dot memories, and I'm going to add it this one, and then you will understand. So basically we are going to get the few details and then prompt the LLM and try to get this relevant context info. That's the just not big thing. And here let's try to use this OpenAI thing, and here let me just for now hardcode this model 3.5 turbo, and API key, let me set in here this API keys dot OpenAI. So this is the model, and then we need to run the chain. So, and let's just remove this tool. So creating get chain here, we can use this runnable sequence, and from this let's try to prepare this prompt. So prompt template, from this template, and here I'm just going to add a few instructions which I do have the statement. So I'm just going to add that statement here. So in here let me just add this thing. So basically here is a new information, the new memory that and all, and update the following information if required, otherwise add new information, the existing memory, and then format these instructions. And for that we need to pass in here the model and then the memory parser which we have above. Okay, what is the issue? Okay, am I missing some format? Runnable sequence dot from adding in this template the model and parser. Okay, the existing memories, that's fine, so I'm going to fix that, the typo and all. And here now we need to call this invoke function in here and pass in whatever we have, this the input in the template, new memory, and then the existing memory. This one should be this existing memory, and try to join this one by new line, and the format instructions which we have this memory parser, and try to call this get format instructions. Okay, I'm going to fix that issue, the runnable sequence, and after this one the response, let's just rename this to response, and if there is no response, just we can add in the same thing. For now I'm just leaving that message as it is, and here instead of this tool response we have to use this send tool response. The tool name, if this is going to be the memory tool aux, let's pass in this memory thing, and this one should be the tool response. I'm just going to attach in here the response that we get, and after this the search prompt, it's just going to be the question and returning that. So this is the tool, and here I'm just going to expose this memory tool. Okay, this function, what is the problem? So let me just cut this and try to add it. So we are missing position 1. Okay, this is the running input, and then this name, the model, that I'm just trying to get this from OpenAI and all. I'm just trying to add it here, this prompt template. We are just taking this from the core and all. Okay, fine, we will check this issue and I'll just continue from here. Okay, this is with respect to the type of this model we are seeing an issue. So for now let me just typecast this one also to any. Fine, and we do have an issue here in this memories and all. I'm just going to fix. For that, inside this preferences we need to add in this memories into the preferences type. So I'm just adding in here this memories, which is nothing but list of the string values, and default, let me set this one to empty array. So now going to back to this thing, we need to change this to send tool response. So let me change this one to send tool response, and in this here let me change this one also like to the search result, and here let me just change this name to search result. This one, this is going to be the send tool response, and inside this thing let's remove this thing. So tool render arguments, the search result I'm going to attach in here, and then this tool response, let's attach in this search result. So this is the change, and no, there's no issue. And inside this as well, we need to fix this to send tool responses, and in here let's just change this one, send tool response. Same thing, all we need to do is change this one and add in here this args search result. Let me just attach here the result that we got, then this tool response, and let me add in here this result. So there's no issue here. And here also let's get this tool response, and in here let's change here as well, and here instead of this hard coding, let me just change this one to image description. So now whatever the input is, we'll be sending it to it. So inside this as well, let's change this to render args, the image, the result, and then this tool response. I'm just going to attach in here this response. Fine. Yeah, and here we can just add in here this empty string, and that's what we are going to return. So I have fixed this issues, and also in this helper file, like we just created converting file to base64, image to base64 also we are going to convert. And this one, let's be very specific and add in this can be a partial of this session array. And what is this issue? Okay, fine. Okay, so now let me quickly add in that helper function. Let's make this one as asynchronous. In here all the image URL that we get, so should we convert it into base64? So the input is going to be the image URL, and then we are going to return here this promise of type the string, and the response, let's use this fetch and pass in here this image URL. Let's create this blob out of this above response blob. So response, the blob function, and here I'm just going to return this new promise. Have this resolve reject inside this, create the new file reader. Let's add in here this new file reader and download callback function. So inside this one, let's try to get this base64 string. So this is the reader dot the result, and I'm just going to typecast this to string. Now the base64 URL, it's going to be nothing but data colon the response dot headers dot get in here the content type, and from here I'm going to add in here base64, and additionally let's add this, trying to split this one by comma and add in the value at the first index. So and then pass this one to this resolve the base64 URL. So this is the way for us to convert this into base64 image URL to base64. And after this, so if there is any error, so in the error callback function, let's try to get this, and I'm just going to reject by passing to this reject thing, and then read as data URL, passing this blob. So this is the helper that we have created, and yeah, fine. So in this tools we do have an issue here. Now I can just attach in this memory tool which we have created, and in the models list let me pass for in here the plugins. I'm going to, for this GPT-4o, let me add this memory as well for this one, and this dx, let's for now add this image the support as well. So here for now I'm just going to add this empty fragment and add in here this comma. So fine. So that's the change, and now this tool related things we'll have to showcase in our AI message component. So which here we need to fix these issues. So first thing in here, the small icon thing, and also the things that we are trying to access which we removed. So let me remove in here these things and get the tools, and also tool meta is removed. Now the tool used and all, let me just remove this thing. So I'm just going to handle that logic here. So first let's try to understand whether this tool is running or not. So if this like we are going to use this tools list, try to filter this one with loading, is it loading or not. So I can just use this tool. So I need to fix this thing, so let me just go to this chat message. The spelling, I have to fix this in here. Let's change here to loading. Okay, and if there is any issues, let's try to set that up. That's fine. So going to this, we are going to trying to get this length. Okay, so this is going to tell us whether a tool is running or not, and I'm going to create in a simple function which is going to help us render this tool. This is going to be of type the response, and in here let's try to get this tool name, and this once we get this, let's try to get this by key, this tool name, or else I'm going to set this one to undefined. So once we have this tool used, and again let's just be very cautious and try to check this whether we have this tool or not. If not, I'm just going to return null from this. In icon we can get this one, tool used dot the small icon which we added, and then I'm going to render here this React component. So we are going to render this only if this tool used we have the value, and in here let's use this type component. This size I'm going to make this one extra small. Let's add in simple flex row or gap of 2 items. Let me just center this thing, and this text color I'm going to make this one tertiary, and here if this tool is loading, then let's try to showcase the spinner component, else let's try to showcase the icon which we just created above the variable, and the stroke width, let me set this one to 1.5, and let me just close this one. So that is if it is loading. If not, here the always we are going to showcase the loading message and result message accordingly. So text color, let's have this as a tertiary, and now here if this tool is loading, then I'm going to showcase the tool use dot loading message, else the tool used dot the result message. Okay, this is how we are going to show. And here after this tool used, if tool render, the args we have, then I'm going to try to access the render UI and get and pass in this tool render args for this UI function. So this is the function to render a tool inside the chat AI message component. And now whatever I have this logic here of tool used, I can remove this completely, and instead let's try to remove both of these things because we moved up to this component. Let's use this tools list and try to render this tool. Okay, and even here we do have some condition check for not running and all. I can just remove this one. So this is the small change inside this, and we will test this out, and I'm just going to make a few changes. And here we do have an issue. This is history item. Okay, okay, this typo also I'm just going to fix this. And before that, in this navbar, let me just get rid of the things which I don't need. So in this navbar section, let me try to, after this one, add in here this flex component, and let's try to occupy this. So basically I want this below thing to be at the bottom in the section, that's why I'm just adding in your flex one. and the below whatever we have this theme section and all. I'm just going to remove this thing because we already have that as an option. Fine. So this thing history item, let me just go to in here. Fine, so let's try to refresh this. So now you can see this flex fine and all. So now let's try to we have your web search, image generation, and memory. Let's try to enable this, and I'm just going to ask like generate an image of dogs, something like that. Okay, so just wanted to see if this is working or not. Okay, you can see now that respective tool is being called generating image, and it's thinking, and that's the loading message that we are trying to render on our UI, and then we should see this image. Okay, yeah, now you can see here this generated image. So this is how powerful it is. The tools very flexible, we can integrate whatever the tools that we wanted to. And here if I just try to enable this memory as well, let me ask in like when did Tesla launch Cybertruck, and what is its features, something like this. So okay, so let me just add in here, so you can see now the thing that we have. Fine, and now let me just ask it like generate an image of Cybertruck, then it should generate an image, and that's the tool that is triggered and all, and we should receive an image of the Cybertruck. And you can see this, yeah, though it's not exactly as that, but what I wanted to call out is we are able to generate image and try and able to showcase in the UI. So that is this thing in the memory as well. So in here we will now try to add in the settings for memory and all. So don't worry about this memory and all. So it is, we are going to test this as well. Okay, this thing so this memory, I will just check it out, and then we will add memory settings where we can configure the settings related to memory. The memory tool, let's see, we will try to add in a settings section for this, and also minor changes. So in this use tools, the type that we have for our arguments, let me add in a function to update our preferences. So let me add here, this is going to be type of use preference context in of this update preferences. Okay, and this one, let's just remove this since we are not using it. Now we did add this thing, so let me just go to this memory, and inside this one Let me try to get this update preferences, and this one in the response. So if there is no response, instead of this throwing this valid response, let me just try to return the question. And after this one, let me just update here this memories. So whatever this response dot memories that we are going to have, and here let me just try to add in here as tool updated. Let's add this one. Fine, I'm sorry, I just had already fine. And here let's just try to return simple the question instead of just creating a new variable and assigning it to it. This the thing I wanted to see. Let's try to control this chain as well. Okay, fine. And in the settings section, so basically in our context settings section, let me try to add in this new section for memory settings. So let's name this as memory icon. I'm just going to add it the brain icon. So let me just import brain icon, and here I'm just going to use this one. Let's set this size to 18, the stroke width let me set this to 2, and here this key, let me add the key as this memory. This component we don't have that, so I'm just adding it the empty fragment for now. We will just create a simple component for this. And also whenever we are trying to chat, let's try to get this. Okay, fine. So I need to pass in here this update preferences. That is the issue. So let's, in this preference where we are trying to get in here, let me add in this update preferences as well. And now just going to this section, we need to add the tools, the update preferences which I added, and also let's try to update the prompt as well whenever we are trying to send it to system here. So along with the system prompt, let me just add in a simple like things to remember, and I'm just adding in this whatever we have in the preferences dot memories, and I'm just going to join this one with this new line. And here let's add in one more separator. Okay, fine. So now we need to create these settings for memory section. So let's just create inside this memory.tsx, and just a simple component. Let me add in here the component name as memory settings, and inside this let's try to get this preferences and update preferences function, the preferences thing, and here the component, let's name this one as render memory, whatever this memory that we have. And here I'm just going to wrap everything inside this setting card. Let's try to justify center and also make this flex column, and here whatever we have in this memory I'm just going to render, and here let's wrap inside this settings container this title. Let's call this one as memory, and here if we have this preferences memories, and let's try to pass this each memory to our render memory section. Okay, fine. So now we don't have anything. Even if I so this is open, not this prompts, in here these things. So we have here memory, so there's nothing inside this one, so I should be able to see. Okay, we did not add it inside the settings context. So where we have simple fragment, so let me just minimize this one. So go to our settings section, and now instead of this one let's add in the memory settings component. And now so let's try to refresh. We should see the title alone, so we don't have any memory stored. So I'm just trying to check this. So open this one, memory section. Don't worry about the styling, we will fix it, but this is how it is now. So let me try to start this new conversation, and here I will enable this one. What is Neura link? And I'm just not sure whether this tool is running or not, this memory. Okay, so how does it help? Okay, so this is for sure, this is not working. Whatever this memory that I have, that's fine. I'm just going to check and see what is the issue, and then we will proceed further to add in more tools like chat tool and other sections, and let's see how this memory also works. Alright folks, and so I'm just thinking to stop here, and this is it for this minimalistic ChatHub application. And the whatever the things that I had in mind, the other things that I wanted to also integrate as part of this application, I'll not record, but I will eventually publish that code also with very detailed documentation and all. And I think that can help you guys to just take it this application from here. Hoping that I did provide some useful info. If you did like it and you think my content is something helpful in one or other way for you guys, please do like, share and subscribe. That's all I ask of you, and stay tuned for more upcoming and exciting videos on this channel. Thank you so much.